If I had feelings for you that were romantic.
I'm not afraid of the fire. I've even seen a black dragon before.
Wafanya mzaa tu hapa, lakini mimi najua wewe ndio umefanya paka niache.
Walizo mimi ndo nimwambia kuachi. Mimi.
I hope hii imemfundisha habari leso.
Is it about Kate?
Yeah, unajua yule mwanamke haizi kuishi bila kututafuta.
Anatutafuta wapi babe?
No, I mean yes, yani
Kati yangu mimi na wewe mwenye pesa ni nani? Sini zangu. So, tununua nyumba whether you like it or not.
Good morning. This is in the headlines right here on KBC Channel 1, and I'm Regina Manyara. Being the 6th of July 2022, just 33 days to the August 9 polls, and matters of politics are rife as we keep tabs on what is happening on the campaign trail, as well as the electoral body that is Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission now that finds itself in a fix. The details of this and so much more will be coming up in not too long. Just to remind you that we are live, we're streaming on our various social media platforms, and we welcome your feedback. You can get us on Twitter at KBC Channel 1. My Twitter handle is at Ray Manyara. Include where you're watching the broadcast from. Now, without further ado, is that 40 million people are facing starvation in the Horn of Africa due to a record-breaking drought. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development says 3.5 million Kenyans are in dire need of food, calling on the government to scale up relief efforts in the affected regions. Sudan and Ethiopia are the worst affected countries, with 10.6 and 8.1 million people respectively facing starvation.
The prevailing drought situation in the Horn of Africa, as well as peace and security within the region, took center stage at the 39th Extraordinary IGAD Assembly of Heads of State and Government in Nairobi. In the last 2 years, the Horn of Africa has been beset by various natural catastrophes, like the desert locust invasion, deadly floods, and a devastating drought that has left millions of people in dire need of food rations. The situation has further been compounded by the threats of violent extremism, armed conflicts, as well as disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. IGAD is warning that if the situation is not addressed urgently, it poses serious threats of tribal conflicts and serious health challenges to the region.
Drought, as our chairman has said, the worst in 40 years, has intensified food insecurity, dried up water resources, and forced displacement of people, raising tensions that could trigger new conflicts. And we urgently need to manage the drought before it becomes a threat.
At the forefront of the thoughts is that very dire drought situation and the famine condition it has triggered. This drought severely threatening the lives of our brothers and sisters across the region, threatening livelihood and livestock, as well as destroying the natural heritage we share through wildlife and vegetation.
In Kenya, more than 3.5 million Kenyans are facing serious food shortages, with the government increasing cash transfer to the affected communities. In September last year, President Uhuru Kenyatta declared the ongoing drought a national emergency, directing all state and non-state actors to redirect their efforts to deal with the hunger situation in the country. IGAD members have agreed to strengthen climate prediction and mechanisms, improve on conflict and drought early warning systems due to the livelihoods of farmers and pastoralist communities.
Despite the challenges, the people of the Horn of Africa are determined to forge ahead, to build a better future for themselves and for next generations.
There is a program that we are running that is being supported by the World Bank and the individual countries of IGAD to support the livestock sector to ensure that the challenges facing that key sector in this region is supported to contribute to our food security.
During the meeting, the head of state adopted a communique that, among others, appreciated the positive steps taken by governments towards a humanitarian and peaceful resolution of conflict in parts of the region.
Now, issues of climate change are not just, domiciled within Africa or even our region. This is a global situation, and conservationists have been pushing for inclusive policies to ensure that we stem the impact of climate change. Now back to the political scene, where Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga says he will lower the cost of living if elected president. Raila was speaking during the first day of the Azimio campaigns in the Mount Kenya region, with leaders accusing Deputy President William Ruto of being contemptuous towards President Uhuru Kenyatta.
The Azimio la Umoja captain was making a grand return to the Mount Kenya region after a series of campaigns in the vote-rich region last month. His first stop, Njue County, the home of Kenya Kwanzaa's running mate Rigathi Gachagua. Holding rallies in Chaka, Karatina, Mukurene, Udhaya, Giakanja and eventually in Nyeri town, Raila maintained the tempo, calling on area residents to support his presidential bid. Raila promising to solve the cost of living headache in his first days as president. The Azimio leader accused his opponents in Kenya Kwanzaa of superintending over punitive policies that impoverished Kenyans.
Wa kilimo wakati yule akasimamisha NCIC isiuze mahindi kwa kampuni ya kusaga mahindi. Yeye mwenyewe akawa anapeana cheti kwa marafiki yake, wanakwenda kuchukua mahindi pale 1,500 kwa gunia, baadaye wao wanauzia kwa kampuni ya kusaga kwa 2,800. Bei ya unga ikapanda juu zaidi. Tukaweka tume ifanye uchunguzi. Hiyo tume ilifanya uchunguzi ikapata ya kwamba waziri wa kilimo ndiye alikuwa amesimamisha hiyo na akapeana marafiki yake, bei ya mahindi ikapanda juu zaidi.
Raila and his running mate claim they have a proven track record on the defending of human rights and will advance the rights and freedoms of Kenyans once elected to office.
Tumesema yeye is a part of the problem. He cannot be a part of the solution. Tumeelewana vizuri? Tumeelewana vizuri? Sisi tutapunguza bei ya chakula ya kawaida ili wananchi wapate afueni.
Sisi tumepigania haki za Wakenya wote miaka yetu yote. Miaka ya baba naona sio kidogo, ni mzee amekomaa.
Leaders largely drawn from the region directed their jibes at Deputy President William Ruto, whom they accuse of being contemptuous towards President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Ukienda na hasira na unataka uongozi, utakanyanga wananchi.
Tarehe 9 ile ahadi yote baba amesema itatimiza. Yule mwingine kazi yake ni lazima umuheshimu, ni rais wetu, tumemkubali, tunafanya kazi naye, iko shida hapo.
Wale wanaweza kuleta heshima katika nchi yetu ni baba na mama, ni Raila na Martha, si namna hiyo? Wale wengine wanakosea heshima hata rais wa Jamhuri wa Kenya.
For a region that has previously opposed Raila Odinga's candidature, the Azimio leader is in Mount Kenya region, daring the mountain once more, this time seeking numbers to solidify his bid to enter State House. John Jacob Curia, corruption.
Now, Kyrie is on that particular campaign trail and will be bringing us up to speed with what is happening, being day 2 of that particular tour. But now, while that was happening, Deputy President William Ruto was saying his government will deal decisively with the graft once he ascends into power. He was speaking in Isiolo County, where he challenged the government to name and shame those who are alleged to have been involved in corrupt deals.
Arambe! UDA!
The Kenya Kwanzaa Brigade was in Isiolo County on Tuesday in a vote-hunting mission. It is here that the United Democratic Alliance presidential candidate William Ruto promised to slay the dragon of corruption once he is elected as president in the August 9 polls.
That is why we have said as Kenya Kwanzaa, we are going to empower institutions, give them their due capacity building, give them their due financial independence so that they can fight corruption without being politicized or weaponized or being taken to mean fighting competitors.
He said that his government will establish a judicial commission that will investigate the economic crimes.
Kwani iko deep state ambaye mimi sijui? Mimi nataka niwaulize, sisi tulishindana na hawa jamaa? Tulishindana na hawa pale Msambweni. Si tuliwashinda? Tukaenda tukashindana na hawa pale Juja. Si tuliwashinda? Si tukaenda tukashindana na hawa pale Kiambaa. Si tuliwashinda?
He at the same time said his government will fix the economy in a bid to make life bearable to every Kenyan.
Tuzi tunawaambia, wacheni opinion poll ya ukora. Kura ni tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, hawa wananchi wataamua. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Opinion poll itapiga kura ama nyinyi ndio mtapiga kura?
Leaders accompanied the deputy president urged the electorate to vote in the Kenya Kwanzaa government for development-oriented country.
Please trust William Ruto. He will deliver this country from cartels, from corruption.
Lazima mchague viongozi ambao wanalinda watu wao, wanalinda wafugaji, wanalinda Waislamu, wanalinda watu wa Northern Kenya, wana maslahi ya Wasomali na Waborana.
Na mnajua huko kwetu sisi wengi ni wakulima, na wakulima wote tumeona ansa yetu iko hapa. Na mnajua huyu mtu ni mfugaji. Mnajua hivyo? Sasa sisi tukimshikilia, nyinyi mnaweza muachilia kweli? Ni 100 kwa 100. Isiolo ni William Ruto.
33 days to the August polls and will be keeping tabs. Now, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission says social media is fueling political tension in the country. NCIC chairperson Samuel Kobie is cautioning politicians against using the medium or any other tool to spread disinformation, which is likely to sink the country into chaos in the electioneering period.
31 cases of hate speech were reported on social media in the month of June. This is according to a report that was issued by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission.
Warning of regions within the country should be discouraged to avoid polarization of supporters ahead of campaign rallies. 3. Individuals running accounts that participate in campaigns aimed at discrediting institutions such as the IBC, using disinformation and propaganda to be identified and prosecuted.
The Commission's chair, Dr. Samuel Kobie, has said cases of politicians inflaming ethnic passions through public statements and social media posts have been on the rise.
Any matter that has the potential of creating, inciting potential violence, etc., we take them very seriously. But then what we do is we take time to investigate what really happened. We don't.
While challenging politicians to stop inciting the public, Dr. Kobie asked Kenyans to shun division. The Commission pledged to continue advocating for conflict prevention through the Uwiano platform before, during and after the August 9th general election.
Let's preach peace in all our social media platforms. On that note, we take a quick breather. We'll be right back.
I'd like to officially welcome you to the coolest club in the 254. In other words, this is the best way to wake up every Sunday morning.
Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. I don't wanna.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party.
Semeni Babakea.
Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanzaa Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
Reggae nice and it make ya. No matter what you know, can know when no safer. So me have you hold me head high. Rise me people to the skies.
Hey, Mr. DJ, play that one again. Well, this a reggae music where the people them defend. And from now till the morning, vibes in over end. When you say I'm for you.
Now grown a tree.
Champion, me a the champion. Champion, me a the champion.
Hop, skip your when me there. Swing your one from left to right, me know the saga my then. Beat them like a whipping on me and me now look up.
Good morning, I'm Regina Manyara and you're watching In the Headlines right here on KBC Channel 1. Now we start off with Matters Education. Just as the kids are about to go back for their next term, the government says it is committed to ensure that 1.2 million pupils join the junior secondary school under the competency-based curriculum. Now, as planned, when the normal school calendar resumes in January 2023, Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha says 6,500 classrooms are ready complete and more are on the way.
Speaking in Mombasa during the 25th Kenya Private Schools Association Conference KEPSA, Education CS Magoha said private schools will be allowed to build standalone junior secondary schools on their capacity. He added that 6,500 new units have been constructed in all public schools to facilitate the transition as the government fast-track the remaining 14,500 units out of 20,000 intended.
For private schools, we are going to continue to encourage them to start standalone JCC, but also to increase the space in their high schools, the way we are doing. And we are inspecting that, and as far as the approval is concerned, we are going to be on the first lane because I would like, as we get the handover notes are usually very big. I would like my incoming person to have enough number of classrooms for January 2023.
Magoha said the ministry is putting in place plans and procedures on placement of grade 7 pupils, and in the next 3 weeks will clear the air on the issue and the affirmative action.
Instructions I have from government are very simple, that we should facilitate you as quickly as possible, so that those schools that require to be registered and have conformed should be registered yesterday, so that we can work together as a team and we can be joint team leaders, so that my officers facilitate rather than block.
The CS says the ministry under the leadership of President Uhuru Kenyatta is committed to give the best education to Kenyans.
Government, as currently constituted, has spent time and resources from the public sector. You have to pay taxes, and those taxes then have to be applied. And I want to give you assurance that as far as the public sector is concerned, we have ensured that there has been no leakage of public money meant for the basic education sector.
Magoha later visited Light Academy and Mary Joy Academy private schools to ascertain their preparedness for junior secondary school. Education CS Professor George Magoha has assured the public that in the next 3 weeks, the ministry will give clear guidelines on the placement of grade 7 pupils come January, the year 2023.
That is a developing story, so to speak, especially now when we're looking at, with the CBC coming into place, how are we going to be transiting our children from one school, one level of education to the other? And the question here is the state of the junior secondary schools across the country. We'll be keeping tabs on that. Now, the media has been called upon to be gender sensitive in the coverage of the country ahead of the August 9th general elections. Stakeholders from the Nairobi Gender Equality Commission, the Media Council of Kenya, and the Association of Media Women in Kenya called for the amplification of voices of the minority and implementation of the gender-sensitive policies in various forms of the media in a bid to achieve equality for all members of the society.
With 34 days left to the August 9th polls, calls are being made on the media to reaffirm gender-sensitive reforms with a focus on special need groups in its coverage and reportage. Kenyan Editors Guild President Churchill Otieno brought to light the lack of gender-sensitive policies in a number of media houses despite being an agenda-setting tool in the country.
We've signed many treaties. We have many policies requiring that we mainstream gender, but we're still not where we need to be. I think a question must be asked: why?
Identify opportunities for media to highlight and track incidences of exclusion, violence, including gender-based violence, as well as violence and persecution directed to women rights defenders and even journalists.
His sentiments were echoed by UN Women Representative Pia Olanda, who noted the need for sensitization and education of the special needs groups on their rights and responsibilities as they seek collective positions.
Ensuring gender-sensitive reporting, increasing visibility, profiling women candidates and aspirants, sensitizing and educating women on important processes such as voting and public participation.
Practitioners in the media industry need to remember their responsibility in avoiding intentional or unintended gender bias in reporting.
The stakeholders further made clarion calls on Kenyans to maintain peace in the forthcoming general elections.
Now, the Ministry of Health has commended the gains made in the increase of percentage in children undergoing exclusive breastfeeding in the country. Health Chief Administrative Secretary Mercy Mwangangi says there's hope that Kenya will steadily upscale the number from the current 61%. Mwangangi says there's need to provide a conducive environment for breastfeeding mothers to encourage the all-important activity.
On Tuesday, Kenya launched the National World Breastfeeding Week under the theme Step Up for Breastfeeding, Educate and Support. The launch coming as a survey conducted in 2014 showed that 39% of children in the country were not likely to be exclusively breastfed in the first 6 months. Health Chief Administrative Secretary Dr. Mercy Mwangangi underscoring the need for society to support breastfeeding mothers either at home or at their places of work by providing them with a conducive environment and favorable policies.
Each and every one of us has a responsibility in ensuring that all of us as potential actors play our role in supporting the baby-friendly hospital initiative, the baby-friendly community initiative, and workplace support for breastfeeding mothers.
It's not just the mother and the baby, but the whole community support, the whole government support for mothers to successfully breastfeed.
In Kenya, we commit to and advocate for family-friendly policies to promote, protect, support maternal, infant, and young child nutrition.
We particularly recognize the protective effect of breastfeeding on preventing infant-related mortality and morbidity, as well as the health benefits to mothers.
Mwangangi hailing Pumwani Hospital for their efforts towards this cause by establishing a breast milk bank.
Kenya does have a breast milk bank that is supported by mothers, and that the bank is able to have about 3 liters of milk produced every month, and this milk is able to go to mothers who are not able to produce their own milk. It's an initiative that we would want to see scaled up in different hospitals.
The World Breastfeeding Week is a campaign marked in 170 countries to inform, anchor, engage and galvanize action on breastfeeding.
Exclusive breastfeeding there for a prosperous nation, and as far as matters of sustainability are concerned on matters health. Now that takes us to the business world, where Kenya has one of the highest number of mobile phone accounts in the world, ranking among the top 20 countries globally. According to the World Bank annual mobile phone survey, Kenya has the second highest number of mobile money in Africa, behind the leader South Africa, with close to 80% of Kenyan adults having a bank account or a mobile money wallet.
The 2021 World Bank Global Findex Survey further shows that Kenya is among the top 5 countries that made significant progress in digital financial inclusion. The bank attributes Kenya's high financial inclusion rate to the success of mobile money in making financial services easily accessible to the unbanked population. The report shows Kenya's banked population is above the global average of 76% at a time, when account ownership around the world increased by 50% in the 10 years spanning 2011 to 2021. Kenya continues to lead the world in borrowing patterns, with the country having the most mature mobile money market in the region, with more than 30% of Kenyan adults having borrowed money using their mobile money accounts. The report further shows that close to 21% of Kenyans, or 6.8 million adults, are still unbanked. The Global Financial Agency notes that despite an acceleration in the adoption of accounts and digital payments as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, Kenya is already transforming access to finance led by the country's financial services account ownership, which is now said to be in the same range as Brazil, China, Russia and Thailand. The World Bank notes, however, that globally more than 1.4 billion adults are still unbanked, meaning they do not have an account at a financial institution or through a mobile money provider. This number has declined from 2.5 billion in 2011 and 1.7 billion in 2017. The Global Findex report is published every 3 years, showing people in 123 economies use financial services and fintech.
Well, that is raging is that wealth managers have advised that if you have money to spare, this is a time to invest in the financial market and take advantage of the foreign flight by investors. So these are details you can find on our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke, in regard to what wealth managers have to say about the financial markets and if this is a viable option for you to invest in. Now, crossing over to sports, Kenyan athletes will be all out to defend their titles when they get to the Mercs in the World Athletics Championship, set to start next week in Oregon, United States. Now, the athletics team has been training at the Kasarani Stadium in preparation for the World Championship and the Commonwealth Games, where some will dabble in Kenya's quest for glory.
Timothy Cheruiyot and Conseslus Kipruto won the 1,500 meters and 3,000 meter steeplechase respectively during the previous edition of the World Championship held in Doha, and are now raring to go, having bounced back from an injury-prone season.
I think that's why I ran trials in 2 weeks' time. It's actually I wanted to go to defend my title again in Commonwealth Games, because actually I think that it will be my last Commonwealth Games. So my prayer is to defend that Commonwealth Games before I left this work to these young men here. So, but I'm praying to defend, to have two titles in Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, for now I'm good. To double up World Championship and Commonwealth Games, because I was having a silver 4 years back. So now I'm going to fight to get even a gold.
Julius Yego will also spearhead the team to Oregon before heading to Birmingham, where he hopes to reclaim his title as well.
You can have one best throw and you can skip the rest for you to save yourself. For me, I'm just focusing on, I'm trying to make a good throw in the qualification run for the World Championships and make it to the finals. And in the finals, you can as well try to have one hit. And, when it's far, when it's over 90 meters, you are rather sure that you will be in the medal bracket or even winning it. Because at the moment, the javelin competition has really gone high. The performance have been really, impressive. And, for me, I'm very sure that when you throw over 90 meters or closer to 90 meters, you are as assured to win.
The team has been training at Kasarani in preparation for the World Championship and the Commonwealth Games, with some athletes dabbling in Kenya's quest for glory.
In our training, and our coaches, I see they cooperating well. They give us a nice program, and then as we are just focusing about that program, because we need to get a most medal to bring back to Kenya. So we are just the first thing we are focusing. You have the discipline first, and then everything will be possible.
Ferdinand Omanyala will be making his debut, hoping to set new records as well, in a team that boasts of, among others, Olympic and World Champions Faith Kipyegon, Helen Obiri, African champion Winnie Chebet, and Selfin Chapsol, who won silver in the 2018 Commonwealth Games.
It's something that we've been planning for the longest time, and I've been looking forward to run at the World Champs, but I guess I started the highest game, the Olympic Games. So going into the World Championships, I guess we're going to meet the same competitors as I met at the Olympics. And it's the same competitors I've been competing with over the time. And so no pressure, I'm just going there with the target of getting the finals and then getting a medal after that.
Penda kungangana kama last 2018 nilileta silver. So this round nenda kungangana at least nipate gold wa Commonwealth. Alafi kungangana at least ninge final after ndio tojoa next, kwa sababu tukiwa hits kila mtago hit yake.
The Kenyan team is expected to leave for Oregon next week.
Well, that puts a couple matches in the headlines. Remember that KBC Channel 1 is going to be televising that particular sporting event there, as KBC is indeed your true sports partner. That puts a couple news. We have so much more on our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke. But now we delve into the papers to just have a sample of what the other scribes have picked as the news, being the 6th of July 2022.
Now, speaking of the papers, I start you off with the Daily Nation, briefly running you through the front page, starting with the story here on the header, Sermons on the Mount. This is in regards to the ongoing campaign trails, and Ruto continues to sustain his attack on quote-unquote ungrateful Kenyatta in a whirlwind in the Mount Kenya tour, as Raila also asks the region to return him the favor for backing presidential candidates, or rather their local presidential candidates, in the previous elections. And this goes back to 2002 when Raila said Kibaki Tosha, and he is now bringing this conversation back, asking the Mount Kenya residents to return the favor and vote for him this elections. On the other hand, Ruto told the people that Kenyatta would not have been president without his support, and therefore he should not be blocking his quest to succeed him as the next president, and should keep off all succession politics and let him, that is Ruto, battle it out with Raila Odinga. Away from that, coming to the main read here on the front page, Wetangula's link to the ballot printer. This is a story that has been covered in great detail here on this particular daily. It focuses on the question of whether there could be a scandal in the making in regards to the multi-million shilling tender that was given to a Greek firm that would be printing the election materials, as it has emerged. And this is according to a conversation that was brought up by the Azimio team that urged IEBC as well as DCI and EACC to look into this situation, looking at the tender, the 3 billion tender that was awarded to a Greek firm to supply the election materials, considering in January of last year, Wetangula had invited 3 Greeks who have been linked to this particular firm on a mission that was termed an investment opportunity meeting. So they asked these particular agencies to look into that. And finally, fear of packed presidential race as court reverses rules. The court yesterday, and following a judgment that was delivered by Justice Anthony Mrima, quashed the regulations that were enacted by IEBC in 2012 and amended in 2017, requiring presidential aspirants to submit the identification documents of their supporters. So this is sort of going to stir up the waters, considering some candidates were locked out due to not providing this particular document. So the question remains, will they be allowed back, or the printing of the ballot papers will continue? Victor.
On the front page of the Star newspaper, revealed Uhuru men who will steer handover. Uhuru men who will steer handover. Team's top bureaucrats don't see eye to eye with Ruto, whose team wants fairness. Now, I said that there's some questions which are about whether powerful individuals would hand over power to Deputy President William Ruto. And on the front page there, we have got 2 pictures of the 2 gentlemen. That is Deputy President William Ruto and Honorable Raila Odinga taking their campaigns to different parts of this country. How Taita Taveta turned dry land into cash cow through groundnuts. You can take a look at that story in details. Kenya third worldwide in teen pregnancies, according to the Ministry of Health. Data shows that 1 in every 5 adolescent girls is pregnant. The data shows that it was also revealed that at least 98 children aged between 10 to 19 are infected with HIV and AIDS on a weekly basis in Kenya. That is a worrying statistics there. And the data from the government also showed that 1 in every 5 adolescent girls in the country was pregnant or already had their first child, aged between 10 and 19. That is a worrying trend. All right, very quickly, who are the names and the team behind President Uhuru Kenyatta's power handover event? Part of the mandate of the team, to be headed by the head of civil service, that is Joseph Njue, is to ensure that the president-elect receives security briefings from the national security organs, including the military and the National Intelligence Service. Now, other members of the committee are Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, his PS Karanza Kibisho, Inspector General of Police, that is Hilary Mutyambai, Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces Robert Kiboshi, Director of National Intelligence Service Philip Kameru, Chief Registrar of the Judiciary Anne Amadi, and State House Comptroller Kinothia Mbugwa. And the list continues there. You can take a look at that particular story there. And also Parliament will also have two representatives, that is the Clerk of the National Assembly as well as Clerk of the Senate and CEO of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee. All right, on some politics, return quote-unquote Kibaki to Osha favor. Raila urges Mount Kenya voters. He says that the region is indebted to him, promises to safeguard President Uhuru Kenyatta's legacy. And finally, Waititu bought 380 million shillings city hotel, yet to clear 29 million shillings balance. Ex-governor's family in talks with businesswoman to complete payment for Delta House. This is among some of the corruption cases that has dotted Governor Waititu for better part of the years. And the story has it that Delta Hotel is still in question. And the suspect in Nakuru women murders detained for 14 days. Detectives say that they want to conduct DNA and mental assessment of the 6 men arrested in connection with the killings before they are charged. And the police say that they will do everything to make sure that that area is pacified. Doreen.
Now, NCIC flags 31 cases of hate speech. These are linked to political campaign rallies, and also just going by what NCIC is saying is that out of these 31 cases that have been flagged by this particular institution, the Kenya Kwanzaa Jacaranda rally contributes to the highest number of the cases that were recorded there. Remember that also this has been an recommendation by the international bodies as it pertains to this coming general election, whereby leaders as well as the various political parties need to ensure that they keep peace, because it is necessary as we head over to the polls. And also, hearing of Sonko case seeking to overturn IEBC decision is set to start today. That case is set to kick off today. And you can also remember that so far, the High Court has actually instructed IEBC not to print the ballot papers, particularly for the Mombasa gubernatorial race, up until the former Nairobi governor exhausts all forms of appeal, as it actually is within the law. And so this is set to begin today. We are set to see how all this will pan out. And also the judges noted that noted issues raised by Sonko in his application were of public interest and therefore required to be interrogated. And this is why they've also instructed the IEBC, to do that in terms of not printing ballot papers for Mombasa gubernatorial race. So even as this is happening, might there just be new hurdle brewing and for the IEBC, so to speak, given the fact that, again, the same court has declared unconstitutional the regulation or the requirement that they had presented to the candidates to submit the 2,000 signatures. But that so far, the 4 presidential candidates have already been gazetted, and even as we speak, IBC is currently printing ballot paper. So what does this mean? Might we be seeing more than the 4 presidential candidates in the ballot paper? Might they be going back in respect to ensure that, since High Court has overturned this declaration, might they just be considering some of these candidates, particularly those that were independent? And lastly, Expressway crashes now worries engineers. This is just in a span of 2 weeks, whereby 2 accidents have been recorded in the same place, that is around the Mlolongo toll station. And so even as it turns out, the Monday accident has been blamed on speeding and possible mechanical problem on the bus. And again, just to give to you is that so far, in terms of the fines that you would perhaps be required to pay if at all any accident occurs around the expressway, it is in millions, and the damaging the toll booth on the Nairobi Expressway attracts a fine of between 1.32 million and 1.8 million, and damaging the camera in the toll collection plaza bears a fine of 600,000, while destroying the street lights cost between 143,000 and 262,000 depending on the type of light. So that is what comes out, particularly in terms of any accident that is caused along the expressway. So that this just means that this just is not any other kind of road whereby an accident would occur, and that's just that, but also this attracts fine in respect to what is destroyed after that accident occurs. Regina.
Now let's pick it up from matters of the expressway, just to highlight that news in. We have news in regard to what is happening along the expressway is that a 33-seater matatu has just overturned at the entrance of the Nairobi Expressway in Westlands. Now, while engineers are questioning exactly what is happening on this piece of infrastructure that was open to the public and put in place to ease congestion within the central business district, well, it is becoming a source of accidents and losses therein. That is just news in. A 33-seater matatu overturned at the entrance of the Nairobi Expressway in Westlands. Now, having a sneak peek of the daily that I have with me today is the Standard. And your guess is as good as mine. With 33 days to the general election, we're talking about the campaign trail and now the high cost of the presidential spot. We have been seeing what we thought was bromance between the president and his deputy has deteriorated, and they no longer see eye to eye. And this is causing jitters with clergy saying and warning that this might actually go a long way to have a political, or rather bridge the divide. Who is going to bridge the divide? And I can quote a few leaders who've come out to also weigh in on this conversation. We have Justin Muturi, who is a National Assembly Speaker. He said, I took the trouble to look for former Cardinal Njue to form a small team to reconcile them, while at the same time, Edwin Sifuna, who is the ODM Secretary General, his comments in regard to the divide between the president and his deputy. He says, the DP and his allies have thrown vitriol at the president, depicting him as someone who is lazy and being forced to do his jobs. So who will stop the escalating feud between Uhuru and Ruto? That's the big read on this particular paper, as well as looking now at where the IBC finds itself in regard to that ruling that was made by the judges yesterday. Now, according to the judge, that is Anthony Mrima, IBC was in breach of the Data Protection Act, and aspirants are not authorized by law to collect data. Some critics and political analysts have come to say that this particular move by the courts might as well just give a lifeline to the independent candidates. And one of the independent candidates who is now pushing this a bit further is Ekuro Aukot, who has called for the resignation of the IBC chair on claims that he failed to interpret the law correctly. Also on human interest is the life and times of fallen Nairobi Half-Life star. If you've never watched that film, well, it's a film to watch, especially when we're talking about matters of security within the central business district. This is a tribute made to him, and you can get further details on our website. I'm Regina Manyara, and I wish you a pleasant viewing ahead, leaving you the capable hands of Victor Olo to take you through matters politics in not too long.
As the heir to the throne, it'd be a grand gesture to have him come with me.
I don't want to see my brothers hurt each other.
I'll be the only one you can trust in the Amethyst Palace.
Prince Jason also asked me if I had feelings for you.
that were romantic.
I'm not afraid of the fire. I've even seen a black dragon before.
I'd like to officially welcome you to the coolest club in the 254. In other words, this is the best way to wake up every single morning.
Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. I don't want to
As part of the MLW AAA Super Series, the catch wrestling powerhouse, Davey Boy Smith Jr., the revolutionary high flyer, AAA's kingdom. Well, it's either going to be MJF or Mance Warner representing MLW, but which one? Wait, the MLW World Heavyweight Champion, a member of Contra Unit, the Samoan smashing machine, Jacob Fatu.
And welcome back now with 33 days go to the polls. It's now rush hour to the politicians. Did I say just politicians? The law in me has just surfaced right on time. With 33 days to go to the polls, now crunch time for the politicians running across the country in search of votes. Now, one gentleman who is now not so new to the crisis, so to speak, let me just call it the crisis, is Senator Johnson Sakaja. For the last one or so months, he's been between the courts and the political scene, And today, I am privileged to have him in studio. Today is going to be about Johnson Sakaja. They call him Sir Johnson, right?
that's what my dad used to call me.
Yeah, Sir Johnson Sakaja, politics, degree, and questions. That is the discussion we are going to have on Viewpoint today. Yeah. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Absolutely.
And as you've said, it is 33 days, 22 hours, and 22 minutes to the opening of the ballot at the exact moment you've said it.
Yes.
On the 9th of August, 2022. Mm-hmm. I'm looking forward to a free and fair, peaceful election and to be victorious in the race for Nairobi.
Are you ready?
Well, you can never be too ready. So every day I go out, and of course, you know, I'm running with weights on my ankles because, you know, you run and you're being pulled back. But I'm confident. Every time I meet the people of Nairobi, you can tell the resolve is there. The willingness is there. They can see what is happening and they understand what is going on.
Right.
And so they give me energy every time I go out. Yesterday I was in Mukuru. I was on a community radio and then had a town hall with residents from Mukuru Kwanjenga, Mukuru Kwaruben, as well as Viwandani, and you can tell the resolve is palpable amongst the people of Nairobi the day before. And every day I'm out there, including today. This afternoon I'll also go out somewhere and just interact with my people, who I still serve as the senator as we speak.
Senator, you seem to be having a very tight schedule.
Yes.
It's not easy for you at this particular point, I can't imagine.
Well, if it was easy, everyone would do it. And that's why many are called, but few are chosen.
Yes.
So I'm used to the tempo, I'm used to the pressure, I'm used to, you know, the politics surrounding elections. I remember I've done this for almost all my adult life. And so I take it in stride.
Yes.
I never skip a bit. I never stop to smile. You know, I never stop smiling. I'm always upbeat about it. And I'm confident and hopeful that finally our dreams of transforming our city will come to fruition. That we will finally be able to achieve what millions of Nairobians want, a city of order and dignity, hope and opportunity for all the people of Nairobi.
I'm asking you about your itinerary and your tight schedule because this is a time that most politicians are out there. In fact, right now, even when we call them for an interview,
the next answer they'll give you, but mi niko mashinani.
Yes, at least mashinani yangu ni Nairobi.
Exactly. Your mashinani is in Nairobi, but then you are in Nairobi, but you are oscillating between courts and the political podium.
Oh yes, there's a court process going on. There have been challenges. There's been what I've called a political witch hunt around my qualifications. But the matter is in court. It will come for judgment tomorrow, and we'll wait to see what the court says. We've presented everything that is needed as the law requires. When all candidates were called to present their certification, I presented mine, like anybody else.
Right.
I took my degree certificate. I took my transcripts to the IBC. Of course, before you go there, you go to the Commission for University Education, so that they write to, if it's not from Kenya, they write to the issuing institution. First, they write to their counterpart, Commission, which they did. And the Commission from Uganda wrote to the university, which responded and said, everything is okay. This was a student, we own that. Of course, after that, then started the whole hula baloo around it, and powerful forces trying to stop that process. But we live in a country of justice, and I'm confident that we shall emerge victorious. The truth will prevail.
Where did the rain start beating you, Senator?
I don't know if it's rain, so to speak, but it's part of the process. You know, it's part of the political process, and I wouldn't want to apportion, blame or come and cry, because when you in Swahili they say ukitaka kuyaoga lazima uyavulie.
Exactly,
you must be ready for it. Kabisa, and so it was expected, and. I think the only strategy for our opponents in the state has been to try and stop me, and that is the only way they would get their candidate to succeed. But that is not going to work. We are confident we're going to be on the ballot, and that will be vindicated.
You know, you have been in politics for quite a long time, Senator, and someone would argue that you've interacted with who is who across the country and even outside the country as we speak. And therefore, you understand how government operates. You understand the process of IBC. You understand how the inner circles of the powers operate for one to succeed in any political seat. There is this sentiment that Senator James Orengo once quoted in the Senate, that government will one day eat its own people.
Of course.
Can you relate?
Of course, government is its own. But if I didn't understand, and I think you're very right to say that I understand how government operates, I understand how the political circles, deal with both their own and those who are not their own. And I want to assure you, if I didn't understand how government operates, they'd have knocked me out a long time ago on various other grounds.
Were you ready for this?
Of course. I was ready and very prepared. Remember, for more than 10 years, I've done strategy for these people. I was the technical brains behind TNA. I became the chairman of the party. I was head of strategy for Jubilee. I'm the one who even formed the logo and look and feel of Jubilee.
Yes.
I was the chair of that department. In fact, when we launched it, before we launched it, I remember when we invited all our MPs and senators and governors to State House from all the parties, remember, from TNA, URP, New Ford Kenya, Ford People, all of them.
Yes.
Only 5 people spoke. That was Noah Wekesa, who was the chairman, the co-chair of the strategy committee. Kiraitu Murungi then was invited. Then invited me to explain to everyone, what are we doing? What is Jubilee? Why? And I had to explain to Hamwe, to Kopamoja, Kurialala, One Kanyakla, Kimiki Bagenge, in all languages, to say this is the aspiration of our country, unity. And, having been in that circle for all this time, I also knew that in this election, that there was no space for me within Jubilee and Azimio, so to speak, before it came. And what happened to Tim Onyonyi was what was lined up for me. That despite being the most popular, all the polls for the last 2 years have shown me to be ahead in this race. There's no single poll that has shown anything different, even those you've shown.
Yes.
The last one, even before Tim Onyonyi was removed, he was 5% after me. I was at 25, he was at, I think, 18, actually. And then there was undecided, and then the rest. But I knew there had been an agenda to lock him out and also to lock me out. And so I of course, made the political move that I had to make. And I knew that it would come with the repercussions.
Yeah.
But the people of Nairobi want me on the ballot and want me to be their governor. And so, would I, if you or me, would you then succumb your dreams for your city, for your people, to political expediency and horse trading on the table, or would you man up and say you're going to go for it despite what they bring at you?
experience and ambitions are two different things, and when they're put together, you have an outcome. And the issue of experience, and you talk about, you don't have to be conferred a degree for you to be a leader. But part of the requirement from the electoral body is you must have a degree.
No, I said you don't have to be conferred. The law is clear. For you to run for governor or president, you must have a degree.
Right. Do you have a degree?
I've just said that I presented my degree to the IBC and to CUE. I have a degree from Team University. I'm in business management. I have also studied other different things. I've studied actuarial science at the University of Nairobi. Of course, I didn't complete that, which I will do. There's no law that says you must have a degree from this specific institution or this other institution. And in fact, I'm glad the DPP wrote back when he saw all of this, hula baloo and push and pull. And he said, how can you be asking Sakaja for all these things? There's no one set of law for Sakaja and for the rest of the country. That you bring your receipts, you bring your gown, you bring your dining hall, meal card, and your voucher, and your
photos and water,
all of that. Are there two laws in this country? Is there one law for Sakaja and one law for the rest of Kenya? Half of the people, if I ask you for your university ID, are you able to produce it in 24 hours?
I'll have to look for it in my home county.
Most people don't even have it. It's actually returned to the institution when you finish. It becomes property of the institution, and that's what's written. And so that was evidence of our political witch hunt. When an institution like the CUE decides to, when they follow the due process, they actually certify you, and they receive phone calls, very high power phone calls, and they start to go around in circles. They address press conferences at night, never seen before in the history of the Commission for University Education, and then they revoke it, and then they say, oh, sorry, we are unrevoking it so to investigate, or now we are revoking again because we've not found anything. That is nonsense. And the person leading that institution, Professor Chacha Nyegoti, himself has confessed, and is in public, and even if you Google yourself, he is the head of the Azimio campaigns in Migori, and he's acting is acting on his own motion. A commission in the Universities Act is very clear. So is the State Corporations Act. The person who communicates on behalf of a commission is the commission secretary. And when the chairman communicates, it is because the commissioners have sat and have reached an agreement. It's not an individual who has political interest in who becomes governor of Nairobi. When the DCI issues statements prejudicially, saying that, oh, we shall not surrender our city to referring to me. Surrender in terms, like who, as who? Who are you to surrender cities? The people who decide who becomes the governor of Nairobi is the people of Nairobi, not the DCI. These institutions are supposed to be non-partisan, non-allied. And when they called me, I actually took myself there. I said, I hear you've called me a fraudster, and you've already put it in the newspaper, in the Nation newspaper, who I'm actually taking to court, saying that I'm part of a syndicate. Then I'm here. And they had nothing. And they told me to write a statement, asked them to confirm that he has already formed his mind about my case. He has already called me a fraudster, and he will say he will not surrender the city to me. Who is he to surrender the city? There's 2.4 million voters in this city who cannot wait for those 33 days for them to choose their governor. The DCI, if he's a voter in Nairobi, has one vote. So all these institutions are playing politics, and it is the state capture that we talk about, that they should stop. In fact, on the day I went, when they summoned me with my lawyers.
At some point, you took yourself to the DCI.
I first took myself because I saw in the newspaper that Sakaja facing arrest, they're looking for Sakaja. I said, do I look for me? I'm the senator for Nairobi.
They refuted the step. They said that you are not summoned.
It was the newspaper that said that I'm part of a syndicate and I'm being looked for and I have an impending arrest. So I went and found out, is there anything? And they said, no. Actually, there's nothing. Then they called me 2 days later when they realized, okay, now we need to, I called their bluff. And when I went there, really, they asked me, okay, what do you have to say? About, I asked them, first confirm the position that you've taken prejudicially. Why would you subject yourself to an investigation by a biased institution that has already called you guilty? If they've called you guilty, then they have a case. Let them take it to court. Let them charge me. Let them arrest me. And I said, this country, people have fought for our freedoms, our political freedoms. You cannot be persecuted because of a political choice you've made. You cannot. And the minute I walked in there, and it's on my statement, the minute I walked in there, I found he engaged in deep, heated conversation, the personal assistant of my opponent, with the head of the DCI.
What was the discussion the moment you walked in there and you found the DCI and the team in a meeting? What did they tell you?
Of course, they fumbled and they asked me to sit in a different room. But you see, if it looks like a duck if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, you can't tell me it's a pigeon. It's a duck.
Are you trying to say that you're a target from somewhere?
Of course I'm a target. I'm a political target. Nairobi is important.
Why would you be a target?
Because I'm about to win the seat. And they want to win it at all costs. And I think there are either some certain things that have been going on in the city that they want to conceal, or some people feel they own the city. And I want to tell them that they should wake up to a very rude shock that awaits them. This city is owned by 2.4 million voters and 5 million residents.
Right.
Not a small cabal that sits in hotels and comes up with projects and says, oh, we shall anoint this one, that this one, even though he's not popular, he cannot vie, or that this one, we will block him, we have the power. Power is fleeting. It comes and it goes. The ultimate power, Article 1 of our Constitution, is that the sovereign power of this country rests with the people. And they will affirm that decision on the 9th of August. Yeah.
Why would someone oppose your candidacy to run as a governor of this particular county? You've been close to power. You are the chairman of TNA, the party that formed, the current government. I don't know who is targeting you, but if at all there's such a person or such forces, why would you be targeted, apart from being on the front line to be the governor of Nairobi?
I think I've said in the past who is behind it. I don't think there's any need to repeat it.
Now, for the sake of our audience, perhaps.
Well, of course, it's the party that I'm opposing, led by their party leader, that is the Jubilee party leader and the Azimio party leader, that runs against the candidature. It's very obvious to see. When you see a petitioner going to court saying that he has immigration records, which even I don't have on my own, how does a normal Kenyan get your immigration records if it's not powers that be? When you see the CUE, for the first time, they have the panel of lawyers are represented by the Attorney General himself under strict instruction. You can tell it's powerful forces. But as we say, it is not by power nor by might. There are those who depend on, institutions of state.
Yes.
They depend on the military and the police. They're being mobilized for by chiefs. They have their billboards paid for by the government. We stand with the people. We may not have the state at this point, but we have the people. And the people can see the witch hunt. I promise you, everywhere I go out, even when I got in here, from the gate, you can tell the people are saying, tuko na wewe, because we understand what's going on. So what they're doing is actually working against them. Let the people decide. And I want to assure them, when I become governor, God willing, or inshallah, I'm not vindictive. I'm not bitter. I'm not going to harm anybody. I'm just going to do what is right for the people of Nairobi. I'm not going to start witch hunts like they have done to me. I will not return grace. I will not return, they're fighting me. I will not return their viciousness and their malice with bitterness. I'll return it with grace and look forward. I always look forward. Life moves forward. And I've always said, Siasa siyo uadui. Politics is not an enmity. And I've displayed it in the past. Before the handshake that, it has been made to look like a magic bullet in this country, I was saving Honorable Lodge from being beaten up on October 26th by Jubilee people. You remember that?
Yes.
Before the handshake, I was getting Babu Owino out of prison. You remember that?
So you're friends.
Politics is not an enmity. And I see an injustice anywhere, and I fight against that injustice. And I've done that consistently. So no one should be afraid of a Sakaja governorship.
All right.
In fact, everyone should be excited and look forward to the people retaining their power to make their decision and self-determine in this city of Nairobi.
That will only come to pass after 9th of August because, when you have the powers with you, you can do anything with it. But Governor, am I right to call you Governor?
Yes.
Right. Let's go back to your education system.
Yeah.
When did you enroll at Tim's University? Which year in Uganda?
I think all of that is out there, and since there's a ruling coming out tomorrow, there's, sub judice will prevent me from going into those details. I can come back. I can come back tomorrow evening to discuss it because it's in court. But I graduated in 2016, October, with that degree. It was a distant course, meaning I didn't have to do too much of going in there or coming back here.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy with the colleague who showed me that there's this program. And that was actually just when we had opened up TNA. I remember that time I was trying to get employed in the office of the Deputy Prime Minister. Before that, I'd worked with him, but I was never in the formal payroll. And I realized that since I didn't have this other certification at the university, and I was actually quite embarrassed to go back to finish those units, to sit back in class, I felt shy about it. And so somebody told me, there's this other option that you can pursue slowly, so that in future, that you're not stopped from getting. I was supposed to be the director of political affairs then, and I could not get that job. And I'm very glad for two things: the person who told me to do it, and secondly, the person who actually advised me to always keep my cards close to my chest. And so they were surprised when that is what I presented.
You once worked for President Uhuru Kenyatta way back in Treasury.
Yes, very closely actually, and I credit him. I credit President Uhuru Kenyatta for a huge part of my political journey.
Do you talk right now?
Not at the moment. It's been a few months, but we were very close. I thank him. In fact, I don't think anyone has shown belief in youth the way President Uhuru Kenyatta did in the past. But I think his belief in youth got dazed because of people who let him down, and progressively. And you remember when he appointed Mudi Awori, he said, the vijana wananiangusha.
Yeah, I'd rather have.
But you can imagine that time he was 50 and he, worked with a 26, 27-year-old to be chairman of his party. Before that, President Kibaki had worked closely with, because I started this in Vijana na Kibaki. Yes. That's when I was joining the 4th year at the University of Nairobi.
You were part of the logistics team and driver.
I started as a driver,
right,
of Mr. Patrick Ngatia, who's running for Nyeri Town MP, and I wish him all the best. And then he noticed that I have other talents. And of course, I was working, that role for me to be able to also, sort out many other things. I'm trying to run a few businesses, trying to get fees and, make, just get by. But I really showed, deep interest. And so even as a driver, I knew one day I want to be a leader. So I drove like a leader. I thought like that. I went up the ranks and I became head of the entire, technical political process, especially at the election date from the 27th of December. From there, I met President Uhuru Kenyatta when I was giving them a presentation on the election.
Yes.
And we became, acquaintances and became friends. And I remember after that, there was an issue when the Kriegler Commission came. And they asked for... Part of what the Kriegler Commission proposed was that we need to redo our constituencies. Because our constituencies had what we had called gerrymandering in the past. That in the earlier regime, the president or the powers that were at that time would make sure that there are many MPs, tiny constituencies, few people, but have majority in parliament. And so we had to address that. And so in 2009, I came up with a formula to actually do that redistricting and delimitation of constituencies. And so when the Parliamentary Select Committee, that time headed by Babu Namwamba and Abdikadiro in Naivasha, the one place that they were stuck at is on how to address that issue of representation in our constitution. And so they said, let ODM bring a consultant, and they brought Professor Adul, who's the Vice Chancellor of the university, it's a technical university. And the PNU at that time brought this 24-year-old young boy with just an idea and with knowledge of mathematics. And Professor Adul presented his numbers, and the committee listened. And then I came after him, I presented my numbers, and of course the rationale around it. And he came back and said, just do what this young man is saying. And that's how I ended up writing Article 89 of our Constitution that we have today, word for word, including the population quota, the formula of 30% and 40% in the delimitation, and that was the one part of our Constitution that was going to fall asunder. And so I'm glad that even at that age I have published an article of the Constitution. There are many lawyers
take a look at that article
with doctorates and PhDs who've never written a piece of legislation or in the Constitution. But moving then from there, the president then, or rather then he was the DPM, insisted that I must come and work with him. And we went to Treasury in the office of the Deputy Prime Minister, we helped him figure out a few things. We said, KANU cannot work, let's go to form this TNA. And I got young people. I think the 20th of May 2012 is a day people will never forget. The launch of TNA. There's no party that's been launched in that way, with the vibrance of young people, of course tempered with the wisdom of the older people. And we launched a brilliant movement. Of course, I was still involved in the strategy. I still did numbers. And of course, a lot of those political numbers are based from my background, my educational background. Because as I keep saying, the day you graduate is not the day a button is pressed and gives you information. That now you know what you've been, you know these things. And we will prove our naysayers wrong. And so our journey went on. We became very close friends and we worked closely together. But just on this time we've disagreed on principle, on politics. And again I say, politics is not an enmity. I cannot wait for him to finish being president. Possibly I'll get my friend back.
At some point, you even quoted President Kenyatta as being behind your wars.
Yes.
How true that is?
It's very true.
I'm quite interested to understand how that is.
Well, as I've said, no need to go into that because I'm not running around town crying. I am focused on the election. He knows the role he has played. I mentioned it once, and I think I'll leave it at that, out of respect for his office. But he knows what he's done, and the phone calls they've made, the people they've asked, the meetings they've been in. Remember, a lot of these circles are still our friends.
Yes.
And so there are people in those meetings who feel guilty and come on in and say, hey, Sakaja, hey, can you talk to this guy? Can you do this? Can you do that? And so we get all this information. But I don't blame him. It's politics. I don't take it personally.
You know, when IBC, several candidates were submitting their credentials and their papers to the IBC.
And one was asked for a gown. Yeah.
Exactly. At some point, on record again, Honorable Wanjigi also had some questions regarding his papers and what have you, Walter Mungari as well as you now. But now yours has gone interstate.
Yeah. I think for the rest, they didn't present any degree. And they said, oh, I'm about to finish, or the ceremony is in September and whatnot. And so, legally, you must present a degree certificate, which I presented. It's gone across state. There's been harassment across, our neighboring country. The actual ambassador, when the ambassador actually drives to university, the whole ambassador of Kenya in Uganda drives there to try and intimidate an institution. You want to tell me there's no one behind that? How many other people have been taken through such a process? Until the university itself has gone to court and said, we're seeing a very malicious prosecution going on. We want fair administrative action, that if our student is being questioned, and they've stood by their student, and I want to thank them, because they know they have the records, I've paid over time. But you see, all of this, the people who believe in transient, very fleeting power.
Yes.
It goes. And it's going in 33 days, unfortunately for them.
Senator, allow me to take a break, but we come back, we still have got so much more to talk about, because I'm quite interested to understand why the president may not come to your aid right now. And yet your friends, you helped inform the government. And
I think only he can answer that. What I want us to talk about, if you'll allow, is the plans for Nairobi.
Plans for Nairobi.
And the vision that we have.
We'll discuss that.
And what the city is going to be.
We have got Senator Johnson Sakaja in studio. Today, it's all about degrees, questions, and Nairobi and politics with Honorable Johnson Sakaja in studio with me. Let me take a break, and we come back. We still have got so much more. What are your questions? Send them, and we'll be sampling them in and at the tail end of this program. We'll be right back after this.
Is the heir to the throne. It'd be a grand gesture to have him come with me.
I don't want to see my brothers hurt each other.
I'll be the only one you can trust in the Amethyst Palace.
Prince Jason also asked me if I had feelings for you that were romantic.
I'm not afraid of the fire. I've even seen a black dragon before.
I'd like to officially welcome you to the coolest club in the 254. In other words, this is the best way to wake up every single morning.
Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. I don't want to
As part of the MLW AAA Super Series, the catch wrestling powerhouse, Davey Boy Smith Jr., the revolutionary high flyer, AAA's Hijo del Kingdom. Well, it's either going to be MJF or Mance Warner representing MLW, but which one? The MLW World Heavyweight Champion, a member of Contra Unit, the Samoan Smashing Machine, Jacob Fatu.
And welcome back. We're still having our discussion with Senator Johnson Sakaja. Today it's about politics, Christians, and Sakaja. All right. Yes. So, Senator, one thing that I would like us to clarify.
Yeah.
At what point did you join the University of Nairobi?
When was that? That must have been 2003, 2004. Yeah.
And you did distance learning at the same time?
University of Nairobi?
Yes.
No. I was a student here.
A regular student?
Yeah.
You were also a student leader.
Yes.
You came out to become a politician before you ventured now into real politics. But then now, when all these things were happening, you've been chairman of TNA, now part of the ruling government for 20 years.
Yeah.
Senator, did you not see the red flags or the red signs on the wall?
So that I'd have done what differently?
All these things happening now, were you not foreseeing any situation where you'd be subject to this kind of, back and forth before you hit
Of course,
the ballot?
and I'm not complaining about it because I know I'll be on the ballot and I know I'll win the seat of governor of Nairobi. I knew that. I mean, they say no pain, no palm, no cross, no crown, no thorns, no throne, no girl, no glory.
Yeah.
It's part of the process of leadership. So you can't just whine about it. You focus, you keep focused, you keep your eyes on the prize. The motivation with bringing such things is if you're a weak person, you'll quit. If you're a weak person, you'll be somewhere in a corner crying. You'll be just lamenting. But you focus on the campaigns, and that's why I'm here at 7 a.m. to speak to Nairobians, and I'm going to be out there on the ground. I'm going to do 2 constituencies today. In the evening, I'll be on another TV show. I'll be on I'll write an article tomorrow. I'll just keep going at it. You wake up every day and you try, and you keep going. And that is the stuff that makes leaders.
Right.
This city needs resilient leadership. You cannot be a weakling and govern the city.
Yeah.
You cannot be easily, swayed. You must be resilient. You must be tough. Nairobi, tomorrow it'll be MCAs on your neck.
Absolutely.
The next day it is matatu striking.
Yes.
After that it is hawkers. You've set rules. People in the markets. There are people who want to be governor, but even what I'm going through, they will not go through a quarter of it. They would quit. They would resign. And so I'm resilient, and I take it in my stride. I see a lot of support online. I see some haters.
Yes.
I love them both. I laugh at it. I never lose a wink of sleep because I know what the truth is.
How has this affected your political campaigns and
as you speak? It has really boosted my political campaigns. My supporters are more emboldened. I've gone up in the ratings. If you see the poll that was released by the Star yesterday, I don't know if you did it in your newspaper review.
Yes.
I'm now at 57% against my opponent at 34%. I'm aiming at 65%. I hope that we can actually get 1.5 million vote in this election from the 2.4 million. A minimum of 1.5. I want all of them, but of course I know that those who would not.
Yeah.
And I think we grow stronger. Sometimes people think they're burying you, but they don't realize you're a seed.
So it's
and
a
they put you in the
blessing
ground and you grow. So it's a blessing in disguise. And don't let them keep doing it. I've seen, like these malicious stories where I've been on a headline for 5 days. My friend, there are politicians who've had a long career of 20 years who've never had one headline. Even one headline. I've had almost 10 of them. There are people who didn't know who Sakaja is, who know me. So I'm grateful. Every cloud has a silver lining. And I'll tell my people, as always, let's keep our eyes on the prize.
But don't you think that much as you're making the headlines, perhaps it's even scaring your perceived supporters, because they're asking questions, what if we vote him in, and the questions about his academic credentials now crop up later on, even during his tenure?
I want to assure them that the witch hunt will end once we're elected.
You call this a witch hunt?
It's a witch hunt. It's definitely a witch hunt. I mean, as I've said, if it looks like a duck, talk walks like a duck. It's a witch hunt. It's based on nothing. And you've seen the IBC dispute tribunal, we won that. They went to get orders for stay, we won that. We're in court. I'm looking forward to a favorable, anybody who watched it. In fact, I have very many lawyer friends who logged in because the court proceedings are virtual, and they said, oh, so this is what this case is about. It's really open and shut unless there is efforts to derail it. And I won't go again into the merits of the case or demerits, but we're confident that we'll be there. And people can always tell who their leaders are. People can tell who is genuine, who's been there for them.
Yes.
For the past 5 years, who has stood out for Nairobians? When there's been fires in Gikomba, when traders have been, fought by the anti-counterfeit system, when buildings have collapsed, when people have been demolished for houses in Kariobangi and in Mukuru, who has been there for them? Who has been there in the Senate every day pushing for their allocation? When we were at 15 billion and now we're at 19 billion, who spoke about it? And so you will not just come at the end, at the last minute, and tell them that, oh, this person who's been there for you, actually, we realized does not qualify to be there for you. No. I don't think the people will allow that. It will not happen, and the law will not allow that.
Okay. Yeah. Before you took a break, I asked you a question why the case about your academic credentials and standing is now taking... It's now Kenya versus Uganda.
It is not. It is not Kenya versus anyone. It has put you so high
in the political headlines, newspapers, Sakaja this, Sakaja that, Sakaja this, Sakaja that, CUE quotes this and that. Do you get enough sleep?
Of course, you can see. My eyes are really good. I was here at 7:30. I sleep before midnight. You see, when you know the truth,
yes,
then you will not be swayed. You remain confident and you know what you're doing. Otherwise, I would not, I mean, since that started, I would have gone into a cocoon and hidden. I've been out there every day. My billboards are still up. My trucks are out there. I go, I do meetings, and I love the meetings I'm doing. You should have seen how Kariobangi South was on Saturday. Amazing. We just had to cut it off because of the electoral timelines. Thousands of people just following you, not even asking for a shilling, not even for a coin, chanting. Then I've got a new nicknames across the city that I'm enjoying. People asking me, really, what do you want to do about this issue of the slum? Yesterday there were serious questions in Mukuru about the issue of demolitions. What assurances will you give us? You're the one who can protect us. We realize those who demolished for us are the ones pushing for this candidate who's against you, and they want to do anything to stop you. That's what people are saying. So the more they do it, I mean, when your enemy is making mistakes, you don't interrupt them. So I just urge them to go on. And for God to forgive them, they don't know what they're doing. I hope it is not malicious.
It is not malicious, but then
I know it is.
What's something which is quite interesting is that you've been close to power for all those years, starting with President Mwai Kibaki's regime until now where you are.
It happens.
Good part of growth.
It happens.
Part of growth.
President Uhuru Kenyatta vied against his godfather, Mwai Kibaki, the person who named him Uhuru. When he was born. The person who suggested that name was Mwai Kibaki. And he was I think in the Catholic setup, his actual godfather. Throughout his childhood, he vied against him for office.
That's a secret we didn't know.
You should know that.
All right.
So there's no barrier in politics. And I'd like to tell my people as well, my supporters, not to be bitter. I have very close friends who have expressed a lot of anger and bitterness against whether it is the president or the Jubilee and Azimio and what they're doing. I ask them, do not be bitter. Don't return. When they go low, we go high. Smile at them. Don't hate. Don't harbor hate. We can't have a country of hate. Let's just see what they're doing. We will emerge victorious.
All right. With the politics, there's so many up and down. But then now the question is, have you ever looked behind and asked yourself a question, where did you go wrong?
No, I don't live a life of regrets. I think everything is a lesson.
Who did you offend?
Well, I don't think I've offended anybody. Because we have the political right of association, the right to make decisions, the right to, Article 38 gives you the civil and political rights to vie, to seek office, and to be in any formation you're supposed to be in. If anybody is offended, then they are unconstitutionally offended. Yeah. They don't have a constitutional right to be offended by my political choice. And I made my choices, and I stick by them, and I believe in them. I believe that what we're presenting as Kenya Kwanzaa for the people of Kenya and Nairobi is what we really need. Just yesterday, and that's just what happened. As I walked into the station, people are lamenting that now wheat flour is 254 shillings.
Yeah.
And maize flour has come to almost 230. And they don't understand. In fact, they're saying chapati sasa itapata heshima yake ya zamani. Ile heshima ya only Christmas, People can joke about these things, but there is a serious problem the common mwananchi is going through in Nairobi in cost of living. And everybody is going through it, because the same supermarket that sells to you that unga, sells it to the person at whatever level.
Yeah.
People are frustrated. There are people, in Lavington, in the middle class, who are getting water once a week or twice a week. They are frustrated. They want solutions. That is where the mind is at. It's just the media and a few people in smoky rooms who are focused on this debacle that we're talking about.
Yeah.
People are focused on solutions. They want hope. They want to know that they can run their businesses properly in this city. But you don't have to have 10, 15 licenses on your frame and a Kanjo officer every 2 minutes. We're going to have one license for all businesses in the city of Nairobi. That all of those will be aggregated. You can't be told, pay 4,500 and we give you a certificate for fire. As if that certificate can extinguish a fire. People want to know, how do we sort out the mass transit system, mobility? Why are we stuck in traffic for 4 hours?
Yeah.
Why are there no drugs in our hospitals? That is what is on the mind of Nairobians. So I tell my friends to focus on that.
I'll come back to talk about your manifesto. It's now the time of manifestos, and I would like to get to know.
And I'm about to launch one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then now, let's go back to the issue of education and then put it aside.
I think we've said everything on that issue. There's no new answer.
It's never enough, Senator. It's never enough. But perhaps if you allow me to do this.
Yeah.
You've been there for 10 years now. The current government is going out. Did you not see any reason to go back to school and finish your degree?
But I finished my degree and graduated in 2016. That's what I've been telling you.
And that's how they say that you did not finish and did not submit.
So it's he say or she say. I've already told you I submitted a degree certificate. How many degrees would you like me to have? How many does the law ask me to have? How many?
And that is why you said that one of the petitioner was a hard instructor who is out to derail your ambition.
That's what I'm telling you. You've run out of questions.
No.
Because
not at all.
I've answered.
Not at all.
Okay, so how many should I have? How many certificates should I have?
Because it's the same question that I asked about the reason you not going back to school and complete, because they say that you're not a student at Team University at the same.
Who said that?
University. It's still in question. It's out in the public domain, Senator.
You're I don't know if you're on a fishing expedition. I've told you that we presented our certificates to IBC as of having graduated in 2016. They were accepted, and then the hullabaloo happened. As it is, I'm on the ballot.
Okay.
Properly cleared. I have that qualification.
Okay.
Would you like me to have 3 qualifications or 4?
One is just enough. Okay, let's go back to your manifesto you're about to launch.
Yes.
Imagine a day after 9th of August.
Yes.
And you are at City Hall. You've taken reins of power. What are some of the things that you'd see change in this city that currently you don't see going right?
Thank you. Now we're talking. The first thing that we need to do.
Come on, Senator.
The first thing that we need to do and focus on is the structure of devolution in Nairobi. We need to structure service delivery to reach the mwananchi. Devolution is based on what we call the principle of subsidiarity.
Right.
The principle of subsidiarity is that a service is best offered at the lowest level compatible with the benefit area of that service. And I'm very happy in 2010. I wrote the first publication in this country on fiscal decentralization and representation of the people with the International Commission of Jurists. You should look at it. It talks about both representation and devolution and how we step it down. Now, the reason why people of Nairobi have not felt devolution as it is because in as much as Nairobi is small geographically, 696 square kilometers, City Hall is too far up for many people. And so we're going to divide Nairobi into 5 boroughs. Yeah? Nairobi North, Nairobi East, Nairobi West, Nairobi South, and where we are now, Nairobi Central. Each of those boroughs, pursuant to the Urban Areas and Cities Act, it must be section 48 of the County Government Act provides for that, and the Urban Areas and Cities Act 14, that you can actually step it down. each of those boroughs will have a city manager. Now, there'll be a city manager in charge of Nairobi West, in charge of Nairobi North, in charge of Nairobi.
Reporting to the governor?
Reporting to the governor. Right. Actually, I want him to be reporting to my deputy governor, who will make the chief city manager. Now, what happens is this. Today, if I talk to the person in charge of garbage in Westlands, and ask him, why is there a heap of garbage here in Westlands? They tell me, I'm so sorry, sir. There was a crisis in South Sea I'm dealing with. Or this has happened in Donholm. The person sorting out roads in Kayole should not have anything to do with roads in Kilimani.
Right.
So that you step it down and step down the accountability. So a few sub-counties will come together. It's actually section 48(1)(a) of the urban of the County Government Act that provides for urban areas and then cities.
Yeah.
And then now the Urban Area Cities Act. That will have step-down responsibility. You will get your services that you require from your borough where you are. You do not have to come to City Hall. You do not have to go line up and know somebody, because you also want to digitize a lot of our services. And now that's why I'm happy my deputy governor, Njoroge Mushiri, who is has a great background in computer science, has had a sterling career in the banking and in terms of systems, is going to be dealing with such things. And so from wherever you are, you go to your phone, all the services you require from Nairobi County, whether it is water, whether it is permits, whether it is licenses, whether it is approvals for building plans, whatever it is, on your phone and at your borough. Westlands people, stay in Westlands. Kayole people, that area, they will have a city manager. And so once you've sorted out our place into boroughs, you can now deal with the big issues in the city.
Yeah.
You can be able to deal with garbage and cleanliness, because there's a level of accountability. So at this level, we understand that you have companies that have been allocated different parts to collect garbage from, but they're being paid for what they deliver, not what they collect.
Which some people would say that is captured by cartel.
Exactly.
More so the water industry and the garbage collection in the city.
Yeah. So the first thing you do is that we agree in every sub-county and then borough, there's an aggregation point for garbage. We get our young people. Our young people are unemployed. They are jobless. But and they can come up with also companies to do the aggregation and sorting. Because we want, by the time the trash is going to Dandora, or to whichever other landfill we set up as Nairobi, maybe in Njue, that can be a factory, it comes sorted, it is collected from there, and then we can produce energy from our waste. The waste in Dandora has the capacity to actually light up our city, and we can do that. And so we will have sorted out unemployment, we will have sorted out cleanness of our city and reduce corruption, because of reducing that human interaction with cash, because of digitizing, involving our young people in this murky business that has been camouflaged by cartels, and have a city that breathes. I remember a city that used to be clean. When I was growing up just here, actually, possibly 500 meters from where we are is where I was born and raised, here in Gara. Every Tuesday and Thursday, there was this Camaro that would come, and open up its flaps, pop a truck, and then empty the trash into it and go. Today we are seeing trucks with open tops pouring garbage as they collect it. You will not see those trucks. The harassment of the county officers, of businessmen by county city council officers will be a thing of the past. We'll reorient our public service, and we must do that. Those are the first things we're going to start with. So we organize our city to those boroughs, sort out the issue of garbage collection, realign it, because if I'm only paying you to deliver garbage here in Dandora, then you might collect it from just outside the gate.
Exactly.
So I need to know if you've been given Nairobi West Borough.
Yeah.
Before I'm paying you for delivering it in Dandora, is there garbage in Nairobi West Borough? From those designated aggregation points where young people have been involved. Number two, I spoke about the licenses and the whole business atmosphere in Nairobi. We are running a city that is not pro-business. Yet Nairobi is supposed to be the economic and financial hub of Africa. It's geographically placed in the right place. Everybody wants to be here, but they want a working city where I can move from point A to point B. I know all the rules, and that's why we say order. That all the rules are clear and all the rules are followed by everybody.
Right.
So number one, we're going to reduce all our licenses. All these licenses, including those the national government is levying in Nairobi, whether it is Music Copyright Society, Praise, whatnot, all of them will come under one license. I'm the one who will pay those entities. And I will not allow them to go around the city harassing people. Because today somebody comes, I want to check your health license, or tomorrow somebody else comes, your dustbin should be plastic, not a carton. You're stifling business, and that is why, even now with NMS and KRA collecting taxes, this year they've hardly hit 7 billion. Yet Governor Sonko was doing 12.6 billion. And of course he was given a bad name.
What will be a source of how will you finance your development projects in the county?
Of course, once you bring in a culture of a pro-business culture, and you make it easier for people to comply, you'll collect more money. But when you use the policing nature of KRA and GSU, and all of these old pickups that are so unroadworthy that you see out there, you can get the tetanus infested. These pickups where our mothers and women from the market are being bundled into every day. You will not collect taxes. In fact, I want to put all scrap metal people on notice that after the 9th of August, please come to City Hall. All of those pickups that are dilapidated, that have been picking up people across the city, will be up for auction. We will not see that. It's a stain. They are the ISO, not the people they're picking up.
Right.
And so, once you increase compliance, like President Kibaki did, and told us, kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. When you see a Kanjo officer coming to tell you now, hii biashara yako tukusaidie namna gani, people actually comply and they're happy. I was with ladies in Gikomba, was it Marikiti, just the other day. And they told me, Super Senator, they called me that. Si tungependa kulipa, hakuna shida. Na tutalipa hiyo shilingi 50 ama 100, but hatujawahi ona mtu anasafisha hapa. Why are people paying for services they can't see?
Yeah.
People want to see those services. So once we'll digitize all revenue streams in Nairobi, will be digitized. We'll reduce the human interaction with cash, because those are the avenues for corruption. Reduce the inspectorate officers coming, because there's one license. So if it is Latema Road, or if it is Ronald Ngala, or if it is Buruburu, there's only one inspectorate officer who is allowed to come and look and see the QR code on your license, and then check
for a verification.
Right. Because what happens today, I was talking to some people from Buruburu, and they do wines and spirits, and they said once these guys land at the first shop like this, they're in WhatsApp groups, wanaambiana kumekujwa, and everyone else closes shop down the road.
Intelligence.
And so that's why they can't even collect 7 billion KRA, and then they're getting a percentage, a commission. Why are they collecting a commission for public taxes in Nairobi? Yet our county government cannot even finance its budget.
Okay, Senator, you know what happens? Nairobi gets the biggest lion's share in terms of national government revenue.
Yeah.
How would you use this amount of money in any financial year given to uplift the lives of Nairobians? Because that will be your commandate. You will be the chief accounting officer for the county, so to speak.
The first thing is that we must balance our books, and we need to have increased revenue. The deficit that has been there, even if you look at the current few budgets, even in Nairobi, is alarming. And that poor planning then leads to unfinished projects. It leads to strife. Right now, the county government workers have not been paid. They were striking last week. There are people who gone without salaries for months. Yet the person who was vilified never missed paying, even once, when he was governor.
Okay.
So all of these big language and high-sounding people who say, we're the ones who know Nairobi, they have no clue about how to do it. And this is how we're going to do it. Number one, we digitize all revenue streams. Number two, we implement the sectional properties law that provides for increased revenue from land rates. And first of all, our valuation role for land rates is in the 70s and 80s. So we bring it up to date from January 2023. But once you bring it up, of course, we will have a process through which you can't just jump someone from 2,000 to now start paying 50,000. No. We'll find a way to scale it so that people can comply. We'll work with the people. I foresee that we can be able to actually hit a revenue target of 50 billion in Nairobi County. It is very possible. And the 19 billion we're getting from Senate, remember when I became Senator, it was 15 billion, 15.8, now it is 19.9. When you add it to the 50, we're going to have the headroom to develop this city. But beyond that, the real solutions of this city require just more than receiving money from the national government and the taxes we collect. We need to be innovative about how we finance the big projects. We have a big water problem, and I'll speak about water. We need to be able to get close to 200 billion at a go to deal with all the remaining road infrastructure, the water infrastructure, the piping from Nairobi Water, to deal with the mass transit system. We want to have a proper mass transit system that is, integrated, including heavy rail, light rail, rapid bus, BRT, and matatus, taxis, everything integrated. And a project that moves with the people. You don't do what these guys are doing now. They've tried to open that green park 10 times. Because you're planning in your lofty high ivory towers without involving the matatu people. That thing will never work. It's a white elephant. We've wasted billions there. You look at some markets we have, like in Karandini, where you put a market, the parking is on the 4th floor, and then you tell people, if you want to buy tomatoes and onions, you go to the top. The traders have refused to enter because you have to plant from the bottom with the people. and sit and agree with them, look, this is what we're going to do, and then you move. So we're going to reintegrate those participatory budget making processes and work with the people. So for us to now get that revenue, we may need to do an infrastructure bond for the city. The Kenyans out there, I've met them in the diaspora, who are saying, if there's actually a financial instrument that you can buy into that actually talks about infrastructure in Nairobi with a proper plan and a proper governance structure, we'll be willing to actually put in money to see our city of Nairobi. Because the highest foreign exchange earner for our country today is remittances from Kenyans working out there. And I've been chair of labor, I've seen it. So we're going to increase our revenue. And then we'll address our problems like water, of course, the garbage issue, school feeding, and many more.
Okay. Senator, allow me to take a break. And we come back. Do you still play guitar?
I still do.
Okay.
When I get time. But I hope we can talk about water, because Nairobians want to know what we'll do about water.
Most of the people of South Sea.
South Sea, Langata, many places, we have areas which have never had piping.
Exactly.
And I'll talk about it. There's a solution and there's a plan.
All right. Let's take a break. When we come back, we still have that discussion with Senator Johnson Sakaja. A lot more coming up after this break. We'll be right back.
Wafanya mzaa tu hapa, lakini mimi najua wewe ndio umefanya paka niache.
Wadizo mimi ndo nimwambia kuache. Mimi.
I hope he imemfundisha habari leso.
Is it about Kate?
Yeah, unajua yule mwanamke haizi kuishi bila kututafuta.
Anatutafuta wapi babe?
No, I mean yes, yani
kati yangu mimi na wewe mwenye pesa ni nani? Sini zangu. So, tununua nyumba whether you like it or not.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party.
Semeni Babakea. Babakea.
Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanzaa Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
As part of the MLW AAA Super Series, the catch wrestling powerhouse, Davey Boy Smith Jr. The revolutionary high flyer, AAA's Hijo del Kingdom. Well, it's either going to be MJF or Mance Warner representing MLW, but which one? Wait, the MLW World Heavyweight Champion, a member of Contra Unit, the Samoan smashing machine, Jacob Fatu.
All right, welcome back. We are still with Senator Johnson Sakaja. In studio today is about Johnson Sakaja, Christian's degree, and more issues to do with the issue of Nairobi. Senator, let me ask you this. What makes you think that you're the best candidate for Nairobians to vote for you?
Well, I don't think I'm the best human being or that I have all the solutions.
Yes.
I just believe that I very strongly feel for the people of Nairobi. I love them. I'm a Nairobian. I've grown up in the city. I have a passion for the city. I have sent myself to serve. I have not been pushed. Not a project. It is my own will. I have built the skills over the last 15 or so years that I feel are important or are needed for this city to go to the next level. And so I'm really passionate about what we can do. I'm excited. I'm a young person. I want to see what Nairobi look like in 10, 20, 30 years and have a long-term vision that then we start developing now. This is a city I know. I told you I was born just down. I can walk. As a child, I used to walk to KBC, you know, when I was growing up. We used to walk here, walk into town. I remember a city that was working. And I yearn for that city again. A city that actually gives everybody opportunities and hope. And a city where we can actually, you know, see each other as neighbors. When I was growing up, there was no issue of tribe. You know, I have friends who I found out their tribes at their weddings. I didn't know, you know, because it didn't matter. And right now we've become competitive to a fault because of the high cost of living, because of a system that is pushing us down. And we want to give people, Nairobians space to breathe. We want children to have playgrounds like we had when we were growing up. We want, you know, people to be safe. For us to have a 24-hour economy, for us to have water, for us to have all those amenities. And that's why I believe I'm the candidate who best, I think, identifies with those aspirations of most Nairobians.
When are you launching a manifesto?
Well, I intend to launch it in the next few weeks. We'll give a definite date. Some things are out there, including you know, some of these debates, etc. But in the next few weeks. But even before I launch it, I think Nairobians have heard what I've consistently spoken about. I've spoken about Siasa Safi for the last 5 years. I've spoken about how to address our water issues, about young people. I've legislated. I've been rated the best performing legislator 3 years in a row at the Senate. I've had the highest number of bills and motions and even questions about the county administration of Nairobi. It is all out there for you to see and through Mzalendo. And so they know what I'm generally about. And so I'll just be giving the specific solutions. And like today, for instance, we've spoken about several manifesto points. You know, we've spoken about specific interventions.
Which I wanted to ask you, perhaps if you don't get into details, but key 3 or 4, 5 that you feel are quite close to your heart and you'll exactly just transfer it to the people of Nairobi.
Of course, the first is just a service delivery structure that reorients how we look at our people. That everybody serving Nairobians sees them as a customer and that we must make your customer happy. That includes the boroughs, the pro-business culture. The vibe about Nairobi is very important because that's the software and people then own their city and feel I'm Nairobi. Most people, when you ask them, where are you from in Nairobi? They say, oh, I'm from Kisumu or I'm from Kamega or Nyeri, but I live in Nairobi. And people to own Nairobi. And that's why every year we're going to have a Nairobi festival from December the 12th for 5 days, where we're going to showcase our arts, our different cultures, our sports, our talent, our matatus, the Nganya Awards. And they're going to culminate in the Governor's Cup in football and rugby and basketball. And so we close down some of our streets, have our artists come and display, people who do food come and set up, whether it is Aga Khan, whether it is Koinange Street, whether it is Loiter Street, have that festival. And I promise you in 2-3 years, it's going to be a worldwide attraction. And so you giving ownership to the people. Because if they don't have ownership, then they don't care about how the city is run. If you ask people in an estate group, who is a treasurer? And you say, oh, we want it to be Olo. They're like, no. Let it be somebody else. We Baba Kamau tumjui na hii pesa. Because they own it, even if they're raising 10,000 shillings. But for their 50 billion or 40 billion, since they haven't owned it. And so that ownership for me is the most important thing. Of course, we will be able to improve on, of course, the cleanliness of the city. Reduce the cost of doing business and allow and encourage and provide for people to do business.
The county is quite exorbitant.
Not only is it exorbitant, it is multiple and you don't know which one to pay. And so we'll reduce that cost in terms of the multiplicity. We'll have a fund in every ward of 50 million shillings from the get-go. 50 million shillings for businesses, for young people and for women. Remember, in 2015, in the other parliament, I'm the one who brought in the AGPO rule through law. Through an amendment to the Procurement Act of 30% procurement for women, youth and persons with disability. It is all being implemented. That's why I want to have my hands on the steering wheel to actually implement it.
Is there any bill that you passed, that you presented in Senate and sailed through that you can easily tie to your leadership in Nairobi County that actually affect the running of this particular county?
Very many. The disaster management bill, just to be able to respond to these disasters that happen in the city. When a building collapsed in Huruma a few years ago, I remember I was one of the first people there. And with the community and the young people, we were able to at least save some lives. Now, the agencies of government came and spent hours arguing about who's in charge, while we were actually trying to rescue people. I was not a senator then. The machine that was used to cut through the metal bars, I had to buy from a hardware there. The milk and the bread that I was feeding those rescuers was from me. Yet you had NYS down the road, you had the National Disasters Management Authority, you had the NDOC, sitting there arguing and saying, when the president comes, who will take a photo next to him? And that was nonsense. We lost 47 young people. We lost 47 lives because of that negligence. And that is what encouraged myself and Senator Mutula because of that, and also Solai. What happened in Solai Nakuru? So we co-sponsored a bill on disaster management, and it passed in the Senate. Went to the National Assembly. I sponsored the startup bill. Startup bill is for young people and even old people who are innovative, who have rapidly scalable businesses powered by technology. We've seen startups that have come and have, moved leaps and bounds and gotten immense funding internationally, but they're not protected in Kenya. And so you have many of our startups here that are noted internationally and they're not even registered in Kenya because there are no incentives. And so the startup bill is supposed to create incentives to de-risk investors who put in money, because the government cannot afford to fund, you can't fund startups. The government cannot. We're talking about people getting 5 billion. Who can the government is in debt, first of all. You cannot fund these people. But once you de-risk the investors who put in money into the startups and say, look, if you put in this amount of money and whatever you're doing maybe doesn't work in Series A or whatever stage of funding, then you can be able to recoup a part of your investment. And so what you do is to create a virtual special economic zone, that even if it is that one you're doing in your house, in your garage, in your SQ, but it meets a certain criteria, and then you get into that virtual special economic zone and get certain incentives. I mean, there are many bills that I've sponsored.
What would be your style of leadership?
A collaborative and deliberative leadership. I realize that Nairobi has so many facets and so many great people, amazing people, great resources, people who have, have the papers and doctors
this
and
you've
whatnot.
from the town hall meetings
and so I won't pretend that I'm this magician and the Superman who comes with a magic wand and says, water, pap, roads done. No, we will work with the people of Nairobi. I will have a consistent roundtable with the private sector and give them tasks to accomplish and tell them, okay, you Safaricom or you Coca-Cola or you who, please, let's take adapt these estates, plant trees, get the young people involved, do your branding. You help me with City Stadium. Let's do it together. In the budget making process, resident area associations, the estate associations in every estate are actually going to be sitting down and saying, this amount we've been given by the governor to plan for something that is meets a certain need. I'm telling you that participatory budget framework will make sure those projects are done. So you can decide as Buruburu Association or as Mudurwa or as Karen that will, on our 20 million this year, this is what we're going to do together, and then we'll use the procurement tools within the county to get somebody. Next year we'll do this, or we'll have 100 million project that will break it down. The people must own their city. Devolution is about the people, not about a few. It's not about a magician. So the kind of leader I am, and in all the places I've led, whether it is being a chairman of a ruling party, and at that time the youngest chairman of a ruling party in the world, to being senator or to being chairman of committees. I've chaired the Security Committee in Senate, the Labour Committee. I've chaired the National Committee of Equal Opportunities and Cohesion, National Cohesion, Equal Opportunities. I've seen that you get the best by bringing the best out of everyone. Not by thinking of the answers, by speaking last and hearing what everybody can bring out. So that is collaborative leadership. So I'm not coming to say, oh, I'm God's gift to Nairobi, and since I've done this in the past, no. I have developed the skill, the resilience, the political know-how to bring the best out of different people in different sectors for the city.
Absolutely. And now, as we head to the August 9th election, you've been a senator for all that while, thanks to Nairobi voters. We talked about the issue of water. Many parts of this particular county is still facing that, the issue, that precious commodity. How will you sort it out? Because it seems like it's a story from one politician to the next, heading to the next person. I will do that, and the one they get into office. We don't know what happened.
The issue of water, in Nairobi is will only be solved by someone who says the truth about it. Now, Nairobi has not developed a new water source since 1997
because the population has completely gone up.
The population has gone up. Now, Nairobi has 4 sources of water. The first one is Kikuyu Springs. Kikuyu Springs was set up in 1907. It's just after the Kikuyu campus of the University of Nairobi. And it provides just 1% of our water, 4,000 cubic meters. After Kikuyu Springs, then in 1936, towards 37, there was now Ruiru, now what we call Ruiru Dam. Ruiru Dam also is not too big. It provides 4% of our water, but it's some good supply. After Ruiru Dam, then started the bigger projects. So we got Sasumwa. Sasumwa Dam is in Jambini. It gives us 11% of our water, and that water comes down from Jambini all the way down to Kabete, treatment plant, and is piped. After that, then we had the biggest one, which was Ndakaine. Now Ndakaine had 3 phases, and the last phase of Ndakaine was in 1997. And that gives us 84% of our water that was last developed in 1997. So all of these collectively give us 525.6 million liters of water a day, collectively. Now, what is the need? 850 million liters a day in Nairobi.
Against 250.
Against 525.
525.
So you have a deficit of around 300 million liters a day. Now, fortunately, and I want to thank the government, there's a Northern Collector program, Northern Collector Tunnel, which is coming now from Muranga again, from around Maragua River, and that is Northern Collector Tunnel. It is going to provide for us another 140 million liters per day. Because you must first deal with the quantity and then the distribution. That project will end in towards December 2023. So if anyone first tells you that they'll sort out the quantity issue before December next year, they're lying. Let's start there. So by December 2023, we'll have another 140 million liters of water per day added. But remember, the demand is still growing. Then Northern Collector Tunnel 2 will be done. Then, of course, we have Karimenu going on and all these other projects. But once you deal with the quantity, so, you know, there must be that sorted out. Even before you finish that, there are things you can do in the meantime. For instance, 43% of all our water that comes in, even that little 525 million liters, 43% is non-revenue. It is being stolen. And it is seeping out. So using, again, technology, and again, I told you my Mr. Mushiri, who I really depend on this deputy, and I hope he doesn't resign and run away. He must stay in office.
I know he's watching.
Using technology, using technology. You know, there's some people who have blocked, they know this part of Dandora, where there is an actual lever or pipe. Unafunga, unaeka mabati, and then now you see trucks saying clean water, moving around the city, selling water from that. We'll have to stop all of that.
And that is deliberate.
It's deliberate. But using SCADA technology, once we input it into the system, I can be able to look through my phone and see, maji imekatwa umoja tu, na ni hapa ndio imekatwa. And immediately send enforcement officers to get whoever is doing that, because that is a crime. That's a national security crime against the people of Nairobi.
Sabotage.
Yeah, so that is sabotage. So we will be able to sort out the supply. Go on with Nairobi Water, and I've sat with them for hours and understood the issue of the areas in this city that have never had piping. You know, when you look at parts of Mihango, Njiru, Ruai, that side, Karen, by there has never had piped water. It's all borehole water. Ngando, Utawala, there are many areas where we will now finish with the piping as we wait for the quantity. So as we wait for this quantity, finish the piping, explore more boreholes. NMS did around 100 boreholes, which is very good. Some are still working. One inch are getting that water, but they're not getting it in a sense of dignity. When women have to go and fight at the water point every morning, it is not dignified. So what am I going to do? A tap per household. Before the quantity comes, whatever we're getting from the borehole, we're going to pump into the grid. So to get it in your house, you get what we get, and we'll explore more boreholes. Fortunately, Nairobi, the water table is not too low. In many parts, you know, we have very good topography that actually, and if all the hydrological surveys that have been done, we can get a lot of underground water. So as we supplement what we're waiting for from Central, we're going to actually do more boreholes, but pipe the boreholes to people's houses. Dignity is having water in your house. Do you know more than 75 to 80% of Nairobians have never had a shower? Do you know that? Like a shower from the top. We shower, we bathe bottom up. You know, with a bucket. It is bottom up.
That's a good analogy. All right.
Dignity will be that that you can have that pipe in your house, that then you do your network and you have a shower. You have water. Women don't have to go and fight for water. Inakuja Tuesday midnight, tunangangana. There are too many. In fact, one of the most lucrative businesses today is ya mitungi. We're going to get rid of that mitungi business.
But then, Senator, you can all attribute all these problems facing Nairobi residents because of the cartels.
Because of leadership. If you have strong leadership, you will not have cartels. Cartels are an excuse of poor leadership. Cartels are an excuse of leadership that is too lazy or not bold enough to face the reality. and decide whether they're going to sacrifice Nairobians at the altar of economic expediency. That because, and the first way to deal with cartels is to refuse to be part of them. I've refused to get their money for campaigns. Many of them have offered me. I don't. I'm financing my campaign. I'm getting well wishes. I'm struggling every day.
Yeah.
And someone tells me, well, I can bring you 50 million. I've refused. And that is why I'm saying a candidate who is pushing himself and running and being pulled back by the state and by the cartels and has weight on his ankle is still way ahead, because the people of Nairobi have resolve. They have determination and they have decided how their city is going to be run.
You've had several town hall meetings together with the deputy president. Around 2 weeks ago, you've had several of them.
Yeah, the bottom-up economic forum.
Exactly. When you look around this studio, a majority of people here are youth.
Yeah.
And they are the highest, they have the highest number of votes in the county.
Yeah.
How is the government, starting from the national government, coming down to the county government, will take care of these people? Because when you look at them, anytime you meet them, watakwambia mheshimiwa umetuacha aje, mheshimiwa iko hivi. For you to stop that issue of mheshimiwa umetuacha aje.
Anasema usikuwe hivyo.
Usikuwe hivyo.
Wengine wanasema gonya. Release us.
You get what I'm saying? So
I understand
that they feel that they are part and parcel of the government and part and parcel of the economic growth of the country in general.
I think the biggest indication that young people will be part of government is me being elected, because I'm a young person. And that the election of this 37-year-old will be a signal that Kenya is coming of age. I understand these young people because I'm one of them.
Yeah.
I've gone through what they go through. When I go around and tell them, guys, between you and I, where is the difference? It's just that I found an opportunity and I found my way. And my work then as governor, the first thing to do, munisukume nifike tu hapo juu kidogo hivi ni tupengazi mpande. So they bring also other young people forward. And that's all the legislation I've done over the last 10 years. From the National Employment Authority to the 30% procurement opportunities has been focused on these young people. What am I going to do? They'll be part and parcel of our government. In Nairobi, we're going to have that fund of 4.25 billion, 50 million across the wards to these young people.
Yes.
We're going to make sure they get 30% business opportunities. If that money goes around the counties, I promise you, in 2 years, the issue of not even in 2 years, in a year, crime will go down. When kazi kwa vijana or kazi mtani was happening in Kibra, 47% crime reduction happened instantly because they want to be engaged. We'll make sure we sort out their sports facilities. I fought for this Dandora Stadium thing that had been halted by ESCC.
Yes,
and I told the ESCC.
Even the construction, it's stalled at some
It's stalled, and I had to bring a report. I went there with my Senate committee. I told them, the person who's suffering is not those contractors and the county government, it's the young people.
The locals around.
Because there are 12 teams that play around Dandora Stadium. They each were going to get a store. Do you know when that construction stopped, 6 of my young people died in Eldoret and other parts, felled by police because they went back to crime. So we're going to make sure we finish Dandora. We're going to do City Stadium properly and call it Joka Denge Stadium. We're going to finish Kiumbuini grounds, Woodley grounds, Umeme grounds, where we do Kothbiro every year. From 1976, it's been happening. So 6 of the biggest grounds. Every sub-county, if you look at what George Theuri has done in Kariobangi South, you know, at Uhuru, and you look at what Kamtoyo has done, where it was done by an MP, the current speaker of the county assembly, Bena. If you look at what we're going to do, even in Woodley grounds, let me tell you, young people are going to be actively involved. And remember this county league for all the 5 boroughs. Nairobi North will be playing in Nairobi South. Nairobi East Central. It culminates at the end of the year with the Governor's Cup at the Nairobi Art Festival. So the creative economy, why are you arresting young people who are taking photos in town? Or flying a drone? And you think they're terrorists? People need to wake up. You need somebody who understands this is where the world is. People are recording with drones. People are actually doing filming. People are actually, let them take photos. Because the arts and the creative economy is a new frontier. I have pushed for our artists and musicians to get paid properly, for them to be able to get their skiza tunes. We started at 16% with Bob Collymore and President Uhuru Kenyatta. We've pushed, now we're at 41, and I'm sure it'll get to 50%. Those young people who are in Uber and digital taxis, who are being exploited, 25% immediately goes to the Netherlands, nothing from Kenya. I'll tell the young people there's going to be hope. We just have 33 days to go. Let us come out with resolve, and even the women and our mothers, let us come out and make Nairobi work. Let's make Nairobi work. And once Nairobi works, Kenya works. And remember, I'm young. I have no option of failure. I don't retire at 42. I want to do a sterling job for you in Nairobi, and then get the next opportunity as we move ahead.
That sounds like a serious promise.
Kabisa.
That's like a serious promise. You've talked about the issue of art industry.
Yes.
All of us here I've gone through the art industry. That's why we are here, because you cannot distinguish, you cannot separate media and art.
Even me, I used to play guitar just here at KNT for the longest time.
Just across the fence.
Across the fence.
I will ask you whether you can play a guitar.
If you have one, I can play for our audience.
But then, what would be your clarion call? Because you have got Nairobians, you are the governor if you're elected. What if you're not elected?
Well, I have not planned for that because I intend to get elected. But I'll continue serving my people.
Yes.
In the event that Nairobians choose otherwise. But I'm confident. And you know, I believe in science. I've studied science. I understand science. You know, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. All the polls that have come out and the intentions of the poll of Nairobi are clear. In fact, what we want to work on is like David Rudisha. You know David Rudisha? David Rudisha never used to look at his opponents when he runs. He used to look at the clock.
He's competing
against the clock. I want us to have a resounding... This election will mean so much for this country on the resolve of the people against a system that is trying to oppress them.
When you look around the country, we have got, you know, youthful legislators or young youthful men and women trying to kind of talk of Cleophas Malala, talk of Babu Wine of this world, Mohaji Chupevu, and you. When you look 10, 20, 30 years to come, what do you see?
Well, I hope we'll be able to... You know, a leader is defined not just by how... Before you become a leader, your success is defined by how you develop yourself. But once you become a leader, your success is defined by how many people you develop. I'm very happy that as chairman of the Young Parliamentarians Association, and of course these are my last moments as chairman of KYPA, in the last 10 years I've been able to mentor hundreds of young people who are now seeking elective office across the country. We had 50 MPs and we had 1,027 MCAs below the age of 35 at the time of the election. And beyond that, we had groups across the country. We've done a program supporting young candidates to be able to vie for office. In the next 10 years, you know, in the next 15 years, we hope to have a leadership that then has moved us from the poisonous tribal politics of this country. That it doesn't matter where you're from. And I tell the people of Nairobi, there is no Kikuyu hunger, there is no Luya lack of water, there is no Luo pothole, there is no Kamba, you know, price of maize. Our problems are the same. If today I get an accident, God forbid, out here, I will not, and I'm taken to hospital, I will not ask for Luya blood or Masai blood or Kalenjin. I'll ask for the blood that is there. And so Nairobi is showing this country an example that somebody can get elected despite not coming from pedigree, despite not being supported from the state, despite not being from whatever community people want to say you're from, but because they have ideas. And once Nairobi gives this country that example, we'll start changing this country. So what is going to happen in 33 days is not just important for this city, but for our country. That every young person can then dream. Every young person can believe in themselves. That how far you go will not be determined by your name or who is backing you, but by the content of your character and by your own merit. That is what will change this country. And then we move to a place of equalization of opportunities. Let me tell you, if everybody in this country knows that whether my child grows up in Kericho or Mombasa, whether my child grows up in Wajir or Nyeri, they have the same chance at life. They have the same quality of education. They can get the same quality of healthcare as any other child. We'll even stop fighting. Because it won't matter.
Absolutely.
You will have cohesion. You cannot have cohesion without equalization of opportunity. That somebody knows that if I'm the best in my profession in accounting, I can be one day the accountant general in this country. No matter my tribe, no matter the tribe of the president. Today there are people in central bank who know they're the best bankers. But for long as the president is from this community, they will never be the director general or the president of the central bank. There's somebody who knows, yes, I'm the best in the military. I've gone up, but because of the tribe of who is the president or who is going to become the president next time, it will be somebody else who will come and overtake me. You can never create a country of cohesion with that.
Senator, who is your role model as you wind up?
Well, he had to change recently. But the politician I most admire, locally has been Tom Mboya. Thomas Joseph Mboya.
Yes.
I was in Tom Mboya house in Lenana. And that's when I got interested about Tom Mboya.
Yes.
And I studied this man. Tom Mboya, when in his 20s, made such great moves for this country. He's the one who'd go and negotiate the Littleton settlement, the Lennox Boyd Constitution.
Yeah.
When in his 20s, he would do the airlifts. You know, he'd go and meet Martin Luther King, JFK.
Yeah.
When the Wazir went to negotiate, even at Lancaster, and he was there, They were being put up in a dormitory. He was being put up at the Piccadilly Hotel because of the networks he had. In fact, I dare say, there is no Kenyan who did more heavy lifting for the independence of this country than Tom Mboya.
And that is your role model.
Outside the Mau Mau.
Right.
Because the Mau Mau was a fight. But in terms of the letters and negotiations and going up to speak to the British, no Kenyan did more than what Tom Mboya did. It's a pity that he died too young. But he's my role model. And then when he became minister, he was very young. He was, he was initially treasurer in Kano. After Kanjo, he started in Kanjo just like me.
Yes.
He would stay in Kaloleni with a leather pouch where he'd collect coins to pay Dennis Pritt, who was Kenyatta's lawyer. And many times the police would come and barge into his door and find him on his one bed, room with Julius Nyerere, talking about talking about East Africa, talking about Pan-Africanism. That is somebody who had, and you should read his book by David Goldsworthy about a man Kenya wanted to forget. That is my political role model.
Senator, you have got camera 5.
Yes.
30 seconds, we are running out. It's already time. 30 seconds, if you can, please. Let's go.
Thank you very much, and thank you viewers for watching across the country. You've known me, you've seen me over the years. My name is Sakaja Johnson, and of course I'm presenting myself to be the governor of our great capital. Whether or not you're in Nairobi, Nairobi matters to you. And if Nairobi works, Kenya works. I'm sure you've seen everything that I'm going through. I take it in my stride. I'm confident of victory. And with God being on our side, we shall emerge victorious. And for those who are in Nairobi, please vote for me to be your governor so that we can make Nairobi work. A city of order and dignity, hope and opportunities for all. Thank you.
You know what, Governor, Senator, come Governor, because you are a contestant as we speak right now. Almost all the contestants.
There are 9 of us who want to be governor.
All right. We wish you all the best. At the end of the day, it will be the Nairobians who will decide on who they will make their next governor of this particular great county. We hope that, as you say, peace will prevail even after the polls. All right. That's where we end this discussion. It has been 1.5 hours of having discussions about Sakaja, degree, more questions, and his manifesto. You know what? Go ahead and do the necessary. My name is Victor Lo. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
As the heir to the throne, it'd be a grand gesture to have him come with me.
I don't want to see my brothers hurt each other.
I'll be the only one you can trust in the Amethyst Palace.
Prince Jason also asked me if I had feelings for you that were romantic.
I'm not afraid of the fire. I've even seen a black dragon before.
I'd like to officially welcome you to the coolest club in the 254. In other words, this is the best way to wake up every single morning.
Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. I don't wanna
In their recently launched manifestos, Raila Odinga and Deputy President William Ruto were resolute on the realization of universal health coverage.
We'll initiate implementation of universal healthcare insurance.
A universal health insurance that will make sure that every Kenyan will go to hospital and they will walk away without paying a penny.
Each adopted a unique strategy in achieving UHC. Azimio has pegged its strategy on the Baba Care plan.
Now we are moving from coverage to care. It means we are moving from just ensuring that you are having that access near you, but ensuring that you have a certain predetermined capacity in terms of quality and in terms of affordability.
On access to good health, the Raila and Martha-led coalition says it will ensure that every Kenyan receives adequate primary healthcare services as needed free at the point of delivery. DP Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua pegged good health on a fully public-financed primary healthcare that gives patients a choice between public, faith-based and private providers based on a regulated tariff.
We have seen both project that they actually want to focus preventive and promotive, or what we can call collectively as primary health care. And basically what that means is that now we are coming to the realization that we actually need to guarantee Kenyans' health, not to guarantee Kenyans that we'll do all we can when they fall sick. Guarantee is protecting them, preventing disease so that they do not have to fall sick in the first place.
On supply of drugs, both parties will endeavor to engage and promote local production of drugs, equipment and other healthcare inputs.
We're going to promote research in our institutions here so that our people can be able to develop medicines that are made in Kenya rather than importing medicine from outside of our country.
We're going to bring private hospitals. We're going to bring public hospitals. We are going to bring other players. And we purchase drugs for Kenya collectively so that we eliminate all matters to do with transparency.
Both Raila and Ruto concurred on increasing community health workers cognizant of the key role they play in realization of UHC.
We have seen them both provide that they are going to improve the budget. The Kenya Kwanzaa has provided the figures, which are quite encouraging. I think they detailed from 4% towards 15% as in the Abuja declaration. But what I would say overall is that looking at the two manifestos, I think we are going somewhere as a country.
Both Raila and Ruto intend to ensure all Kenyans are enrolled in the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF. Ruto further seeks to change the contribution structure to a family or household basis and move away from the individual basis. This targets contributions of between 300 to 3,000 shillings per household per month. Under the Baba Care plan, Azimio has promised to establish an emergency medical service fund for emergency treatment. Kenya Kwanzaa promises a national fund for chronic and catastrophic illnesses and injury costs not covered by insurance.
No, it's actually the same thing. Let me say that on the other side, when you're talking about chronic diseases, you know that most of the private insurers will not insure you if you have a chronic disease. So that's a welcome move. Coming to the other side of the emergency fund, this has been a problem. It means people will be able to offer that emergency service and then they are going to claim for what they have been able to offer. So that's another bold move.
On UHC, Agano Party's David Mwaure Waihiga is promising a National Health Commission to lower cost of healthcare, but his thrust in this agenda is on tackling corruption. They may not see eye to eye on a myriad of issues, but on health, they concur that a healthy population provides a productive workforce for a nation's development. A non-productive age group that is healthy reduces the burden of healthcare.
Welcome back. Thank you for your valued company. We continue with today's programming, and right now we move on to the next segment, all about women and women in leadership. With us in studio this morning, we have Pamela Ateka. She is a senatorial aspirant here in Nairobi County and also is the founder of a community focus group as well as Women in Democracy and Governance. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today.
Asante sana.
Now, we encourage you to also interact with us. If you have any comments or questions you would like to direct to our guest this morning, use the hashtag Good Morning Kenya on Twitter. Our official station handle is at KBC Channel 1. My handle is at Jane Wamboi. We welcome your thoughts. We will be sampling them as and when they do come in. So, Pamela, you know, you are a Nairobi senatorial aspirant, which we will be getting to in a while, but you're also the founder of Community Focus Group as well as Women in Democracy and Governance. Tell us a bit about these two entities, their genesis and what they're all about.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Wamboi.
Karibu.
I'm so happy to be here with you this morning. First, I'll tell you about myself. I was born in Nairobi. My parents come from Kakamega. And my civic engagement background started in 2000 when I founded Community Focus Group. And we started by feeding children, vulnerable children. We also started by doing training workshops, which is capacity building for youth groups. We trained them in human rights. We trained them in theater for development. Through the years, we've grown, and we also started working with teenage mothers, helping them to forge sustainable livelihoods.
That is a community focus group. Now, what of Women in Democracy? Women in Democracy
Founded it in the year 2011. And we started by training women leaders in democratic governance. We trained the leaders to be able to understand what leadership is and be able to vie for political office.
And what progress has been made so far with this group, looking at the intention of, you know, encouraging women to take up this political space? How much progress has been seen over the years, given it's more than 10 years now?
Yes. You know, COVID happened in around 2020, and this also sort of like retracted the progress of the organizations. But currently, we went to feeder training, and we were trained on leadership and democratic governance.
Yes.
And this also helped me to bring women around, women in the 47 counties, women who had aspirations to vie in various positions as governors, as senators, as women reps, and as members of the county assembly. So what happened is that we got together as a group of women in all 47 counties.
Wow.
And we started encouraging each other because we all had the same aspirations to vie for different political elective posts.
Yeah.
And during, we've gone through the nominations, you know, the party primaries and how crazy they are. We went through the IBC clearance, and you know, women usually face a lot of challenges.
Yeah.
First, it begins with patriarchy. It's also about the insecurity that is caused because of, you know, during the campaign seasons. So women, when they look at leadership, and especially political leadership, it's a scary thing for them. So when we got together, we would, women would post the various things that they are doing when they are campaigning, the groups that they are speaking to, even when they go to the marketplace, the people that they are talking to. And some would say that this is doable. And also the women who are running for governors. We also have like women running for governors as well. And also independent women who are running for president or deputy, in the deputy president positions. And this has helped women to see that these things are doable. these things are doable. And having women in the same like WhatsApp group has helped them to see that women from different counties, West Pokot, Turkana, can see the women from Nairobi, whatever they are doing, and they're encouraged that, I mean, a woman like me can do this. I can do this too. And that's what I love about it.
All right. And what does this tell you about the place of women in the Kenyan political space, given, as you rightfully put it, the patriarchy reigns supreme? But now here you are with a group of women who are aspiring to rise to this representative post, coming together. But taking that step back and looking at the place of women in the Kenyan politics, what are your thoughts?
The place of women in Kenyan politics has been a journey, and a great journey. We've seen women like Charity Ngilu come from being a housewife into being a member of parliament. We've
and a
seen,
governor now.
And now a governor, we also saw her, you saw the Masai Ngilu. She was also running for president at some point. We've also seen women like Martha Karua. Do her journey and also start her party, and right now she's also running for, she's also being a part of as a deputy president to our incoming president, because I'm in Azimio. I would boldly say that to our incoming president Raila Amolo Odinga. So I would say that the place of women in Kenyan politics is changing, and changing rapidly, and it has been. And it is also a responsibility of each and every one of us to take a step, to do the little bit that we can, to encourage, to inspire, to uphold, and ensure that women get into these elective posts. I see, like even right now, KBC, you're doing your bit. You're doing your bit in encouraging women all across to not only take a step, not only in vying for political office, but still be able to go for campaigns, be able to show up and show off in terms of women leadership.
All right. And then there's always been this narrative that is being propagated where people are saying it's not that we're not giving women these opportunities, it is that they're not showing up for the opportunities that are available to them. Is this true?
Well, what I would say is it's kind of like ish because you see, like in the group that I'm in, most women are saying they do not have they're not getting the opportunities that they require to be able to get into the campaigns. And this is compounded by problems of finances. This is compounded by problems of political parties not being able to support their candidates to be able to do campaigns. This is also compounded by the sibling jostling within the parties. Because you see, if you see, like Azimio is a conglomeration of parties. And these parties, each and every party wants, supremacy in terms of their candidate. When you look at all the candidates who have been cleared in terms of Azimio or Kenya Kwanzaa or independents, there are quite a number of candidates. And I would say that it's the jostling of political space. It's the jostling of positions that is causing women not to have a voice and to have a space. And as they try to do this, it's kind of like scary for some women, but they're trying. And they're putting themselves out there. I think they're trying.
We're getting better compared to where we are.
Yes.
All right, now let's come to your political journey. This is not the first time you are throwing your hat in the political race. Take us back to when your interest in politics stemmed up.
I actually started politics in 2008 when, during the by-election for Mugabe Were. When he was assassinated. And I joined politics because I felt the voice of the youth was not being heard, and there was a lack of inclusivity for also young women. And at that time it was really scary because it was also a Mugiki period, you know.
Yes.
And I vied against very huge political giants at that time. I vied against Waitito, Pasaris, and the late Kalembe Ndile. And it was quite a process. This gave me the courage and the audacity to try again this time, because in 2012, sorry, I also vied, but I lost at the ODM nominations.
Now, here we are. You are vying for Nairobi senatorial office, you know, an elective post. Why this particular office and why Nairobi County? Looking at all the other counties and all the other elective posts, 6 of them, you went for the senatorial. Why?
First, I've grown up in Nairobi. I grew up in Nairobi, and Nairobi is my town. You know, like, you know, the way you go to Kisumu and, you know, everywhere, and they say, this is my town. Nairobi is my town. Nairobi is a town that I'm passionate about, because when I grew up in Nairobi, the systems were working. The systems were, water was sustainable. You could not wake up even in a day and see there's no water in the tap. There was no garbage, as in, like, we used to have what we call the cameros. Sujiko unakumbuka, you know, cameros used to come. We used to call them cameros, because then they used to have this metal dustbin collectors, and then they used to have the city council used to have the camero. The camero used to be like I don't even know how to explain it. It's very interesting, because they would
use
pick
Kiswahili if you must.
Yeah, they would pick the dustbin the dustbin collectors, and then throw them in the cameros, and then it would roll. It would roll. So as kids, we used to go out there and just look at, hey, the camero has come. So you run to mom, the camero has come. So now we can, you know, throw out the dustbin.
Yes.
So that is how functional Nairobi was. There used to be systems. The systems were working. Right now, I think when you go to the taps, how many times do you get water in Nairobi? In most places, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. So I'm running because I feel the aspirations of the people of Nairobi. I feel the damage. I feel that as a people we can do better, and we deserve better. And that's why my slogan is, you know, that's why my slogan is, every Nairobian matters.
Every Nairobian matters.
Every Nairobian matters.
Yes.
Look at the health systems. Look at the hospitals. When I was young, you could actually go to a clinic. You're sick, you go to a clinic. There was medicine. You know, it was working. It was functional. You could not even imagine, you know, going to a private hospital. There was nothing like that. We just used to know when you're sick, you just go to the clinic and you'll be, you know, you're set. You're good, you're okay. Right now, it's an embarrassment, because the local person cannot even access healthcare. I mean, really, what kind of Nairobi are we living in?
All right. Now, you've mentioned water, which is a big concern for Nairobi residents. You've mentioned the garbage as well as healthcare. And it's interesting that just before this discussion, we actually had the current senator, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, with us. He has been the senator for this county for the past 10 years. Now, here you are hoping to ascend to this office. What are those changes that you are hoping to effect should you be elected into this office?
And I'm so excited that you actually had Sakaja come in, because I've actually made contact with him, and I'm keen to actually have conversations with him in terms of what is it that was not working? What is it that should be working and has not been able to be put on the fore? Because you see, what happens with when we go into elections and when we are in different forums and in different parties, we never have this, you know, one-on-one conversations.
Yes.
Personally, I would love to have the chance to sit with Sakaja and go through, you know, have this conversation in terms of you know, what is it that he was not able to do that he should have done, and how can I do a continuation? Because when we get into campaign mode, we never have conversations. It's more like it's like a war. It's like a war, and I think it shouldn't be, because at the end of any election, we all work for the people of Nairobi. We just remain the same Kenya and the same people who need to have our systems working. So personally, I would work with the governor.
Yes.
The incoming governor. I would work with the governor to ensure that service delivery works. Because you see, when you're a senator, you don't have the budget for that. It's the governor who has it, and the country central government that has it. So I would work with the governor to ensure that the systems and the service delivery works.
All right. Now, service delivery is also another area of concern for so many Kenyans. So again, looking at the fact that you are running under a DAP ticket, as opposed to many other candidates that are different parties and as independents, what is it about this party that made you want to associate yourself with it in order to run for this post?
The party, Democratic Action Party, is a very strong party. Although it's a very young party, it's a new party. And why I joined the Democratic Action Party is because, one, not only because it's a new party, and you see, when you have something new, there's a chance to begin again. Not, okay, like most parties have been there. What have they really done? You know, so a new party has, when you're starting something new, there's a sort of like a freshness.
Yes.
You know, like something like a new beginning, a fresh start. And I believe being in the Democratic Action Party at this moment and this time, it is vital, it is good, because we are able to set the pace and to set the tone in terms of what, as a party, how we can forge our county forward.
Okay, now this brings me to the whole aspect of corruption. Now, corruption is an issue that we have been dealing with as a country year in, year out. Administration in, administration out, government in, government out. Here we are going to another election to hopefully get the next government. Now, focusing still on Nairobi County, the capital city, a hub for so many international organizations, and yet we are struggling as a county when it comes to the management of funds and consequently development within the county. Looking at this aspect of corruption, how do you intend to work on it, to deal with it, to get to a time where corruption is not one of the issues that are challenged when it comes to running Nairobi County, and especially in the senator's position?
You see, now, you coming from the Democratic Action Party, I'm also in the Azimio coalition.
Yes.
And the Azimio coalition has a presidential candidate called Raila Amolo Odinga and has a deputy called Martha Karua. Now, when you see this team, you know that they are not going to tolerate any corruption, because these are people who have integrity. These are people who have standards. These are people who are tried in terms of their political journey. And this is the team that I am working with. And so what I would say is, corruption is not just a one person's job.
Yes.
Corruption, as in to deal with corruption, it's more of a concerted effort of government. And as the Azimio government, I think that is part of what we are going to do. Also, as a senator, that's part of what I am going to oversight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, looking at this elective post, this senatorial office, you are vying against a number of other candidates. And according to the dailies that an article that was featured on one of the dailies yesterday, they indicated one other candidate as being mostly preferred by Nairobi residents, and this is Sifuna. He had a huge gap ahead of all the other candidates, and you are also in the race. Do you still feel you stand a chance against some of these candidates who are considered to be more seasoned as opposed to being a newbie in the political space?
I have a great chance. And why do I have a great chance? It's because it's never over until the fat lady sings. How many days do we have going into the election? We 33. Have kind of like 33 days. Yes. And you know, it's the people of Nairobi who are going to elect. So we have not yet gone into the elections. So I have a great chance. And since they say that it's never over until the fat lady sings, let's wait until the fat lady sings. Let the people of Nairobi decide, because I know I still have time. I still have time to campaign more. I still have time to reach the people of Nairobi. And as even right now, we are reaching most of them. So you never know. In the next few hours, those ratings might just change. What was the reception of the Nairobi residents when you announced your candidature in the senatorial race? What was the reception that you received? Basically, the young people really love my candidature. The women do support my candidature, and the artists too. As I've also been an artist. I've contributed in terms of poetry. I have represented the county and the country in many forums. I've organized poetry festivals. I've organized, poetry and drama festivals, even in Nairobi. So my candidature was really got a very good reception. Okay. Now let's focus on the electoral body, IEBC. A lot has been said about IEBC in this year's elections, and we want to hear from your experience as a candidate, looking at the electoral laws and regulations, both that were made in 2012 and amended in 2017. Just yesterday, there was a judgment that was given that, squashed some of the requirements that IEBC had for presidential candidates. Now, as a senatorial candidate, how have these regulations been for you? Personally, when I look at the IEBC regulations and the on and off court back and forth. Yes. What I would really like to major on is when there was a problem with the 2/3 gender rule, when they had told political parties that they should ensure that they reach the quota, and then the court went and squashed that. That was for me. That was a really a setback, because I felt that we could have had more women in terms of having the political parties having them vie at that point. So there's more that needs to be done? There's more that needs to be done on that. Okay. Yeah. Now, also, we are living in a time where voter apathy is still a problem for so many Kenyans. As you rightfully put it, you have said Nairobi residents did receive your candidature with excitement, with warmth. But how sure are you that these residents are going to show up and vote for you? What steps are you taking to ensure that you encourage them to, or come August 9th, wake up, go cast their votes? You've seen the rate of inflation has gone very high, and the residents are really going through a lot, and they feel that we must take into account that people are suffering at this moment and at this time, because we've met a lot of the Nairobi residents. They feel that Nairobi is not working as it should. Water is not sustainable. Garbage collection is not working, and I understand the voter apathy, because I am a Nairobian too. But this staying at home and not coming out to vote is not an option. Is not an option. When right now, what we are doing, we are encouraging and inspiring, especially the young people and the women, to really not only call their family, but also their neighbors and their friends to vote, because voting gives them a voice. It gives them a voice. It is their right to vote. It is their right to come out and vote. And when they don't vote, it means that they no longer have a say on whatever happens in Nairobi, and that's not a good option. It is not a good option. It's not so you need to show up and vote. So they need to show up and vote. Much as there's a huge percent that are still in that group that are not decided as to whom they're even going to vote for. That's why they should vote for me. That's why they should vote for you. Yes. All right. Now, this brings me to the narrative around gender.
it has been a tool that has been used by the grand coalitions. And this is one of the most heated elections looking at our history as a country when it comes to the gender aspect. And there are critics who have come out to say that women are now using this gender aspect to sort of get sympathy votes to ascend to this office. Looking at the role of gender in this year's election, given it was one of the aspects that tipped the scales in the grand coalitions.
When I look at the issue of gender and like you say that women are coming out to use the gender card,
sort of using it as a fashionable thing to ascend to office.
But it's politics, you know, as in like you use what you got. You use what you got. But having said that, in the future, it won't be just women leaders. It will be leaders. So when a woman enters politics, somebody said, the woman changes. But when many women enter politics, then the politics must change. So I know that many women are entering politics and many women are on the ballot this time. And it's a huge and very beautiful menu. And I would urge Nairobians, as they go and look at that ballot paper, when there's a woman, please do vote for her, because women can bring the change that we need.
No, so is it a question of voting for this candidate just because they are a woman and using it as a free pass to get this role of voting them in because they have the credential, the capacity, the capability to deliver on the needs of this particular residents of that particular area?
When you see a woman on the ballot, this woman has the integrity. She has passed some hurdles. This woman comes from a political party, you know. So when you see a woman on the ballot, this woman must have integrity, this woman has the competence, and this woman has the courage and can be able to actually lead in whatever capacity that she is running for.
All right. Now, as we draw this conversation to a close, there comes in the role of we, the fourth estate, the media, fraternity, the broadcasters that are helping to set the agenda and helping to communicate your plans as a candidate to the residents of the particular area that you're hoping to ascend to the office of governance. Now, looking at understanding the role that the media has to play to your candidature, not just as a politician, but also as a woman who's aspiring to be a leader.
Yeah,
how can you work to ensure that the media is also helping you in your journey?
The media has a huge role to help women leaders and women politicians in terms of ensuring that the communities understand that women face some hurdles when it comes to women leadership, and to also highlight the different women who are running for various political offices. Because you see, when a woman decides to run, there are different hurdles that she has to pass through. And so I'm not going to open the Book of Lamentations on that, but what I would say is that media plays a big role, and media can really help ascend women into these offices.
Yeah, because there has been the allegations that media is mostly focusing on candidates that have a track record as opposed to those that are newly joining the political space.
Definitely what will happen is usually what happens, it's a normal thing that people start from known to unknown. But what I would wish is that the media would actually highlight that the women who are starting and women who are on the fore, who are trying to get into these leadership positions.
All right.
So that the communities can actually know that they are there and that they exist, and they can be able to vote them.
Okay. Now, there's your camera. Speak to Nairobi County residents looking at the fact that we have 33 days to go to cast our votes. There's your camera. Clarion call.
Nairobi, we have 33 days to go. And this is your moment, and this is your time. I'm passionate about Nairobi. I'm passionate about service delivery. I'm passionate about ensuring that there is sustainable water. I will work with the governor to ensure that service reaches to each and every Nairobian, because every Nairobian matters. So on the 9th of August, I urge you, tell your neighbors, tell your friends, come out in large numbers and vote for me, Pamela Ateka, on a DAP candidature. Thank you so much.
All right. That is Pamela Ateka. She is a Nairobi senatorial candidate under the DAP ticket, and she also doubles as the founder of Community Focus Group, as well as Women in Democracy and Governance. Thank you so much for making time to be with us this morning.
Thank you so much, Wamboi.
All right. So that brings us to a close of the program. Thank you so much for your valued company. We do appreciate the time you set aside to be with us here on Good Morning Kenya. For now, we say bye-bye. My name is Jane Wamboi. Do enjoy the rest of your viewing.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party. Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanzaa Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
Jamaica, oh my reggae nice and it make ya. No matter what you know, can know when no safer. So me have you hold me head high, rise me people to the sky. I say, hey Mr. DJ, play that one again. Well, this a reggae music where the people them defend, and from now till the morning vibes in over end. When you say I'm for you.
Now grown a tree.
Champion, me a the champion. Champion, me a the champion. Bones, hop, skip your enemy there. Sing your one from left to right, me know the saga man then. Beat them like a whipping on me and me now look up.
Wafanya mzaa tu hapa, lakini mimi najua wewe ndio umefanya paka niache.
Wadizo mimi ndo nimwambia kuache. Mimi.
I hope he imemfundisha habari lesson.
Is it about Kate?
Yeah. Unajua yule mwanamke haizi kuishi bila kututafuta.
Anatutafuta wapi babe?
No, I mean yes, yani
kati yangu mimi na wewe mwenye pesa ni nani? Sini zangu. So, tununua nyumba whether you like it or not.
Mitikasi leo, makala kutoka BBC yaliyomo kutafuta kutosheka roho kwa kufanya manunuzi kwa kuzingatia hisia pekee. Tunakuarifu sababu za kisaikolojia za athari za kiuchumi ya manunuzi haya. Baadaye Uganda kusanya kodi ya ongezeko la thamani kuanzia Ijumaa wiki hii kwa kutoka kwa watoa huduma za kidijitali wasio wakazi nchini humo. Kisha tunapigia kurunzi sekta ya nywele bandia na kwa nini inaonekana kuwa biashara yenye tija. Moja kwa moja kutoka Nairobi, Kenya. Tuende kazi. Hujambo na karibu katika toleo la leo. Makala yanaangazia habari za biashara zinazokuhusu. Uchambuzi wa kina na mahojiano ni Linus Mwashigadi. Je, ushawahi kujipata unatumia hela nyingi kupita kiasi wakati unapopata mikazo au msongo wa mawazo, ukiwa na hamaki au hata ukiwa na furaha za kupita kiasi? Basi huenda ukawa hauko peke yako. Sasa hatua ya kufanya manunuzi ukiwa umetekwa na hisia hutokea kwa njia nyingi. Kulingana na ripoti ya afya ya kiakili na matumizi ya kibinafsi, ni kuwa nusu ya waliohojiwa hununua bidhaa mpya ambazo hawazihitaji ili kujihisi wana furaha. Wengine huishia kununua vitu kwa msukumo, kudurusu mitandao ya kijamii ili kuepuka uhalisia wa mambo, na thuluthi moja yao huishia kujutia ununuzi wao. Aidha, kinachofurahisha zaidi ni kuwa watu pia huwa na tabia ya kutumia pesa kama njia ya kudhibiti afya na ustawi wao wa kiakili. Mfano, kutazama televisheni, mtiririko wa makala na kusikiza mziki na kwenda likizo na hali kadhalika. Kama ilivyo ada, tumeuliza wataalamu wetu chini ya nembo ya miabuda iwapo hatua ya kutumia fedha kufanya manunuzi ya kihisia yanaleta changamoto kwa uthabiti wa kihisia. Tusikize njuga zao.
Swali ni kitu gani unachokikimbia ambacho unatumia matumizi kujiliwaza? Ikiwa ujibu swali hilo, ni nani anayejua utatumia kiasi gani na utaadhiri nani? Na kama huna pesa, utafanyaje? Jua ni nini kinakufanya utumie kihisia na ushughulikie.
Ni tishio, matumizi ya kihisia ni tishio kwa utulivu wa akili, kwa sababu kwanza inapelekea kuleta msongo wa mawazo, lakini pia inapunguza uwezo wa kufikiri wa huyo mtu au ambaye amekumbwa na hali hii, lakini pia inasababisha kutokuwa na utulivu wa kiakili. Akili inakuwa haijatulia na hivyo anaweza kufanya vitu vingine ambavyo hakukusudia kuvifanya.
Na kujua mengi kuhusu manunuzi haya ya kihisia, awali nimezungumza na Anthony Mveyange, mkurugenzi mtendaji katika shirika linalotafiti kuhusu masuala ya kijamii na utawala. Nilianza kwa kumuuliza, je, hisia huathiriki vipi matumizi ya pesa kighafla?
Hisia zina sehemu kubwa sana kwenye maisha ya mwanadamu, kwa maana ya hisia hupelekea watu kufanya maamuzi mbalimbali. Kwa mfano, unapokuwa na hisia ya furaha, wakati mwingine unajisikia kununua kitu kujifurahisha, wakati mwingine unapokuwa na hisia ya huzuni. So hisia ina sehemu kubwa sana kwenye manunuzi, kwa sababu hisia linahusiana moja kwa moja na tabia ya mtu na mtu ambavyo ana react kwenye vitu ambavyo vinakuja kumtokea. Katika nchi zetu, kwa kijamii zetu, vitu vizuri vinapokuja, binadamu tunajua anapenda vitu vizuri. So unapokuwa na furaha unataka upate zawadi, unapokuwa na furaha unataka ufanye hiki na kile. Lakini pia kuna hisia ina sehemu kubwa sana ya kisaikolojia, kwa maana ya kwamba wakati mwingine tunafanya manunuzi kwa sababu ya kuangalia kisaikolojia na tufanya tujisikie vizuri zaidi.
Je, Anthony, mtu anakabili vipi tabia kama hii ambayo ina muonekano wa utabibu?
Lakini cha muhimu kutambua katika hili swala la hisia na namna ambavyo lina engo ya kiutabibu ni kujitambua wewe mwenyewe, kujua kwamba sawa, unaweza kwenda kutumia hisia zako kwa ajili ya kufanya matumizi na manunuzi, lakini lazima ufanye kwa kiasi. Kwa sehemu ya kwanza nadhani ni kufanya kwa kiasi. Lakini ya pili, inapokuwa ni swala la uraibu, addiction, inahitaji sasa msaada wa kitaalamu. Kuna wataalamu ambao wanaweza wakasaidia kuzungumza na watu ambao labda wanakumbana na haya matatizo na haya mashinikizo, na ambao hawawezi kuzitawala hisia zao, hasa inapokuja swala la matumizi au manunuzi yao ya kila siku.
Je, wafanyabiashara wanaweza kufaidika kivipi na tabia kama hizi, haswa wakiangazia biashara zao kwa zaidi?
Mfanyabiashara ambaye yuko makini lazima siku zote atakuwa anaangalia mambo kadhaa. Kwa mfano, taswira, hisia, sauti, kutumia hivyo vitu kama nyenzo za kuweza kuvutia wateja wengi. So naona kuna nafasi kwa wafanyabiashara kufanya hivyo, kwa maana ya kwamba wanataka kuongeza soko lao, lakini pia kuelewa mihemko na hisia ya watu. Kwa mfano, tukiangalia katika biashara za vileo, wanywaji, biashara za vipodozi kwa wakina mama, tunaona teknolojia kwenye vyakula. So kuna nafasi kubwa sana kwa wafanya biashara kutumia mwitikio wa kitabia, behavior response, kujua ni namna gani wanaweza wakaongeza nafasi katika kupata masoko zaidi na kuuza na kutengeneza bidhaa ambazo zinakidhi mahitaji ya watu kwa kadiri ya muda na wakati husika.
Na kwa sasa tupie macho taarifa zingine za biashara kutoka barani Afrika na kimataifa. Uganda kusanya kodi ya ongezo la thamani kuanzia Ijumaa wiki hii maarufu kama VAT kwa kampuni kubwa za mtandaoni kama vile Facebook, Uber na Netflix. Mnamo mwaka 2018 Uganda ilianza kutoza ushuru matumizi ya mitandao ya kijamii, jambo ambalo lilizua maandamano ya umma. Uingereza imetangaza mpango mpya kushirikiana na Nigeria katika masuala ya uhamiaji. Takriban wa Nigeria 10 na Wagana 8 waliofukuzwa kutoka Uingereza waliwasili Alhamisi mjini Lagos. Mwezi wa Aprili serikali ya Uingereza na Rwanda ilitia saini mkataba wa kutoa hifadhi kwa wahamiaji, lakini safari ya kwanza ya ndege ilisitishwa kabla ya kupaa mwezi wa Juni. Alafu wabunge nchini Somalia wameidhinisha bajeti ya dola milioni 917 ya mwaka huu, wakati nchi hiyo inakabiliwa na ukame mbaya zaidi kuwahi kushuhudiwa kwa miongo kadhaa. Kiwango kikubwa cha pesa za matumizi serikali zinatarajiwa kuelekezwa kwenye juhudi za kukabiliana na ukame. Hii ni mitikasi leo kutoka BBC. Takayopigia kurunzi hivi karibuni ni sekta ya nywele bandia na kwa nini inaonekana kuwa biashara yenye tija. Na mtuangazie sekta inayozua hisia kwa wengi hasa wanawake. Ni sekta iliyo na thamani ya mabilioni ya dola, tasnia ya nywele. Sasa biashara ya nywele imekuwa ikinoga na inakadiriwa kuwa na thamani ya takriban dola bilioni 6 kwa mwaka, na inatazamiwa kukua kwa 7.52% ifikapo mwaka 2026 kulingana na Forbes Africa. Wasusi, wauzaji wa bidhaa za nywele na wanaoagiza bidhaa za nywele kutoka masoko ya nje huchangia sehemu kubwa ya uchumi huu. Kulingana na Reuters, karibia ya bidhaa kama vile shampoo na mafuta ya nywele yenye thamani ya dola milioni 1.1 ziliuzwa Afrika Kusini, Nigeria, Cameroon peke yake mwaka huu. Licha ya mafanikio haya, gharama zinazotokana na kushonesha nywele bandia ni mojawapo ya changamoto zinazoikumba ukuaji wa sekta hii. Awali nimezungumza na Mwilumbwa Kibasa, mwanzilishi wa saluni ya Binti Mabuntu Natural Hair. Nilianza kwa kumuuliza ni nini kinachosukuma mwelekeo huu. Tumsikize.
Kwa miaka ya karibuni watu wameanza kupenda nywele zao na kukubali kuwa na nywele zao asilia. Na kitu kingine ambacho kimefanya msukumo huu ni kwamba watu wameanza kuelewa madhara ya dawa kwenye nywele, na si kwenye nywele pia tu, ila kwa mwili kwa ujumla. Kwa hiyo kidogo kidogo wameanza kuvutiwa na kuzitunza nywele zao na kutoweka dawa. Kwa hiyo hiyo pia imeongeza sana watu wengi kuanza kutunza nywele zao kuwa kama nywele za asili.
Ukuaji wa sekta hii unaathiri vipi biashara yako kwa ujumla?
Inaleta wateja zaidi, kwa sababu kuwa na salon ambayo inahudumia nywele za asili ina maana watu wengi wanakuwa wana sehemu ambapo wanaweza wakaenda, wanajua kuna watu ambao wana ujuzi na ufahamu wa nywele asilia. Kwa hiyo kwangu mimi imeongeza zaidi wateja.
Na je, huu msukumo wa kulea nywele asilia, jinsi unavyosema ni kwamba umeongeza wateja kwako, labda unaona hali huenda ikawa hivi katika miaka tunayo tazamia mbele?
Sana. Ni kitu ambacho nakiona kikiendelea vizazi kwa vizazi, kwa sababu kama kizazi chetu sisi kikikua kwa kujipenda na kuona nywele zetu ni nzuri na kuzikubali jinsi zilivyo, na tukaweka hiyo imani kwa watoto wetu, ni kitu ambacho nakiona kinazidi kukua, na watoto wetu watakuwa na hiyo imani kuzipenda nywele zao, kuzijali na kujua jinsi ya kuzitunza, na wenyewe baadaye kuja kuleta tena hiyo impact kwa watoto wao.
Na vidokezo vitatu kwa wale ambao labda huenda wakawa na pendeleo la kulea nywele asilia hasa wakiwa katika manyumbani, utawapatia vidokezo gani?
Inabidi wazipende nywele zao kama zilivyo, wasijilinganishe na mtu mwingine. Pili, waanze kujifunza jinsi ya kutunza nywele zao. Wasicomplicate, maanake mara nyingi nywele natural ni vitu vingi, watu wanasema kuna mambo mengi, kuna steps nyingi, lakini wasicomplicate. Waanze taratibu. Na kitu kingine pia, unavyotunza nywele za asili, kwanza anza kujali afya. Usitake zianze kuwa ndefu sana, ila ukijali matunzo ya afya na zinapokuwa, urefu utakuja. Kwa hiyo ni kuwa na subira. Vitu vizuri vinahitaji muda.
Haya, umeitumia simu yako kwa muda gani hii leo, na unaitumia kwa saa ngapi hadi unapokwenda kulala usiku? Kwa vile wengi wetu tunatumia muda mwingi katika simu zetu za mkononi, na maanisha baadhi wanabadilisha simu janja na kuchukua zile za simu za kawaida tu ambazo hazina vitu vingi na vitu vichache vya kupoteza muda. Hata yule mtu aliyesaidia kuvumbua simu ya kwanza mkononi anaamini uvumbuzi wake hivi sasa umepita mipaka. Fatma Abdalla na maelezo zaidi.
Hivi ndivyo simu ya kwanza mkononi ilivyoonekana, na kama unavyoweza kuona ni kubwa. Huyu ni Martin Kopa aliyesaidia kuvumbua simu ya kwanza ya mkononi. Unajua ni watu wangapi wana simu za mkononi hivi sasa, na siku za nyuma lini ungeweza kudhani kwamba itakuwa watu wengi kiasi hicho?
Bila shaka tulijua, lakini kile hatukukitarajia ni kompyuta ya nguvu ndani ya simu yako, kwa sababu vitu hivyo havikuwepo.
Siku hizi zaidi ya watu bilioni 6.5 wanamiliki simu ya mkononi, sawa na karibu 84% ya watu kote duniani. Lakini tunaendeleaje sote na simu hizo?
Kiuhakika kwa kweli mimi muda ambao nautumia ni mwingi, na hasa usiku ndo natumia sana na asubuhi.
Kutumia muda situmiigi muda mrefu sana kutumia mitandao, kwa sababu ninakuwa na majukumu mengi sana
kwa siku. Nakaa kwenye mtandao takriban masaa 2 au 3.
Jina langu ni Dalcia Calling, na niliacha simu yangu kwa sababu nilikuwa ninazidi kutumia kupita kiasi.
Dalci alibadilisha simu yake janja na kutumia ya zamani.
Napendekeza hivyo. Nafikiri kuna vitu vizuri zaidi vya kutumia wakati wako.
Lakini kwa mtandao wa zamani wa 3G utakaozimwa nchini Uingereza mwaka 2033, wafanyabiashara wa vifaa vya kiufundi wanaendeleza wazo la awali la Martin Kopa. Fatma Abdallah, BBC.
Na iwapo ili kupita Tanzania na Ufaransa zimetia saini hati ya makubaliano ya usafiri wa anga katika hatua itakayotoa fursa kwa safari za ndege za moja kwa moja kutoka Ufaransa hadi Tanzania kwa kampuni ya ndege ya kitaifa ya Tanzania na Precision Air. Safari hizo zinatarajiwa kuanza ndani ya kipindi cha miezi 6 ijayo. Alafu wamiliki wa nyumba nchini Nigeria wameonya kuwa watafungwa jela kwa miaka 15 iwapo watapatikana wakikodisha nyumba zao kwa walaghai wa mitandao wanaojulikana kama Yahoo Boys. Mwisho mwa mitikasi hii leo, makala kutoka BBC ni Telina Smoshigadi, Mola akiridhia. Hadi wakati mwingine.
Kupata Yes My Love kama sikiza tune yako, dial *811 *816#.
Mutiso, wewe nafanya nini hiyo? Wacha nieleza, panataka hiyo kitu. Panataka Mutiso.
Mbo sasa hiyo tu unakuja unaanza kunizuzia kwa nini hata sijafanya kitu?
Wewe nieleza Mutiso, hapana leta hiyo kitu. Taka. Wacha nachukua simu. Hello? Yes my lovely. Yes, I did the dishes.
Kupata Yes My Love, bonyeza *811 *816#. *811 *816#.
It was all an accident. When I turned around, your mother was already falling.
If you know what's good for you, you had better give me your complete support.
But not on your stupid nonsense.
You're humiliating me, Flavio. I can't take it anymore. You're going too far.
Don't exaggerate.
Stop.
Shut up and do as I say.
Ines, the love I feel for you remains intact.
But I need to get out of this place before he gets back here.
Are you saying you want to run away from your husband?
I'd like to officially welcome you to the coolest club in the 254. In other words, this is the best way to wake up every single morning.
Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. I don't wanna...
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party.
Semeni Babakea.
Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanzaa Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
Good morning and a warm welcome to KBC News Check on this 6th day of July 2022. I'm hoping that you're having a fruitful day. It's time to check on what is currently happening or what is hitting the headlines in the country. Of course, matters politics take precedent, looking at the campaign trails that are currently underway. All the 4 presidential candidates are bait at this moment are currently drumming up their political drums and traversing all the parts of the country, from the north to the south, from the east to the west, selling their agenda. All the manifestos have already been launched by all the 4 presidential candidates. Good morning, my name is Njue, and for this first hour we are going to look at the state of politics. Mostly we're going to look at the election preparedness. Why? Yesterday the High Court pronounced itself on a certain judgment. Justice Anthony Mrima did declare some of the requirements by presidential candidates, and in particular talking about the photocopy of identity cards, of which all the presidential candidates were required to avail to the IEBC so as to be cleared. He declared that as unconstitutional, basing it on the Data Protection Act, of which he talked about. IEBC do not have a clear plan on how they are going to protect data that they get from this photocopied ID for the candidates. That's just from one of the issues. And remember, it's only 33 days to the general polls. Printing has already started in Athens, Greece. So what does this mean? On our sign language interpretation, we have my colleague Byron Abuli. Of course, you can be part of this conversation through all our social media platform. We are live. Now, straight to our conversation, and joining me on set are 2 gentlemen, and they happen to be advocates of the High Court. They did follow on that judgment, and what can we get from that, and how does it change the political game plan of the country? And especially, we have less than 35 days to the general polls. Good morning. On my immediate left, Wambui Shadrack, Council.
Yes.
Thank you so much for making time.
Asante sana Ben, it's always a pleasure to be here. Good morning to our viewers.
As it is always ours.
Thank you.
And we have also Gibson Nyamato Gisore, who is also an advocate of the High Court. Gentlemen,
yes.
Were you surprised with Justice Anthony Mrima's judgment yesterday? He is known for having quite some heavy or weighty judgments, and we are 33 days to the general poll, and he says that his judgment could render the 4 candidates, we could have more candidates than the 4 that you already know. He did talk about that the IBC do not have a clear plan on how they would protect that, and he said that is unconstitutional, which could be interpreted into so many ways. But you are the advocate of the High Court. Kindly, what does Justice Anthony Mrima, in a nutshell and in very simple English, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, Justice Anthony Mrima, my lord, is increasingly becoming the lion of the Constitution, a phrase that was used previously to refer to Justice John Mativo while he was at the Constitutional Division in Nairobi. But since he departed to Mombasa, I think the person who has occupied that space quite well is Justice Anthony Mrima. And the decision in question, which has in essence declared some provisions, some rules in the election regulations of the year 2012 as unconstitutional, unconstitutional, of course, is expected in perhaps the ordinary sense of the word to have some consequences, perhaps in what the IBC has done and perhaps even moving forward, just to be specific. So, number one, the court just did its duty, really. The court's duty, while exercising its mandate under Article 165, is to just, look at provisions of the law and regulations and place them side by side with the Constitution and decide whether they pass the muster of the Constitution. So from the court's considered judgment and view is that those rules, in the manner they have been framed, they are actually discriminatory. They give other candidates who are in political parties, the outfit of a political party, they give them an unfair advantage as opposed to people who are running as independent candidates. So what the law expects, and this is what the court was saying, is that number one, even while we must look at the Data Protection Act, there is a constitutional threshold of fairness. And you must not discriminate against candidates in an election. So that is the heart of the judgment of the court, or rather the reasoning of the court that led it to deciding in the manner in which it decided. But now if you are to give a fair view of the effect,
yes,
will the decision of my Lord Justice Anthony Mrima have a retrospective effect, or will we be having a proactive effect? So that will the effect be in the future, so that we should be considering the elections of the year 2026 and 2027, or will it have now an effect on this election? And I know that is the elephant in the room. This is probably what has caused a lot of discomfort, and perhaps this is where your question is actually premised on. Now, to respond to that question quite comprehensively, the Supreme Court has dealt with this question previously, and so fairly speaking, it is not a lion or the elephant in the room, because if you consider in the past where Mary Wamboi was running for the seat in this is Nyeri County. Yes, she sought to be the member of National Assembly representing Nyeri. And also the case, I'm going to compare with the case of Hassan Ali Joho. You remember Shabal had challenged the election of Joho. And there was a challenge on the constitutionality of Section 76(1)(a) of the Elections Act. Remember, the Elections Act then provided that you are supposed to file your election petition within 30 days. While the law, the Constitution under Article 87 provides that you're supposed to challenge the elections. After the declaration, you're supposed to file the election petition within 28 days. So there was a point of departure between the Elections Act requiring 30 days of filing the election petition and the Constitution requiring that you file your petition within 28 days. So the court, in Mary Wamboi's decision, which went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decided on the issue, declared, of course, affirmed the High Court's decision, declaring Section 76 as unconstitutional, because the measure of the constitutionality is on the Constitution. Yes. The Constitution under Article 2 says it is the supreme law. Yes. So all other laws are subordinate, they bow to the Constitution. Yeah. So the Supreme Court decided in this case that this law was unconstitutional from the point of its enactment. And in essence, what it said is that it gave a retrospective implementation of the declaration of the law. So that even while you are doing that act, knowing very well that it was legal, the Constitution is saying this is an illegal position. So the act was a nullity from the word go. And that is what the citizens should understand from at least the Mary Wamboi's decision. But when you turn to the Joho's decision, because these two decisions are going to play out, and depending on how the IBC will choose to look at it, and the likes of Dr. Ekuro Kot and Kigame and the rest who challenged. So when you turn to the Joho's decision, the court is saying, even while we acknowledge our reasoning in the Mary Wamboi's decision, where the unconstitutionality goes to the point of enactment of the law, retrospective application, the court considered the jurisprudence or the reasoning of courts and the law in South Africa. So that in South Africa, even while the court has the power to declare a section as unconstitutional, the court has to decide on a case-by-case basis as to the extent of the retrospective application of that declaration. So that, of course, looking at the elections right now, the person applying for the declaration of this section as unconstitutional or regulation as unconstitutional must also move the court to direct or make directions as to the level of how backward this declaration will apply.
And I believe that is what all Kenyans are looking at.
Yes,
because what we've had is that the ballot papers have already started to be printed. Okay, we do not know the finer details on which ballot papers they've already started printing. And what is the ripple effect that we expect from this judgment? Of course, we do expect that somebody will move to court, or IBC could move to court to challenge that at the Court of Appeal.
They've already moved.
They have already moved?
Yes.
All right. Now we expect the Court of Appeal to pronounce itself on the matter. And there's also another window, the apex court, that is a Supreme Court. So what should Kenyans expect?
Now, what the Kenyans should expect is, number one, if you look at the prayers that were sought by the petitioners before Justice Anthony Mrima, they did not seek for an order of mandamus. They only sought for, you know, their judicial review orders. I need to digest it for the purpose of, you know, our viewers understanding what we are discussing.
Beginning with the mandamus, yeah?
Yes. So there are judicial review reliefs. There are prayers that you go to court and ask for. And one of these traditional prayers was to, you ask the court to cancel what was required of you. So that the court has said through an order called certiorari, it has quashed that requirement because it has quashed those provisions of the law. Now, over and above that, the people who are going to court ought to have prayed. You know, you are given what you pray for. So that they ought to have prayed that now, following the declaration, as a consequence of this declaration, the court ought to have been persuaded now to give an order compelling the IBC to consider their documents. But now that was not sought. So to that extent, I feel, as a practitioner of law, that to that extent, then they will need probably to approach the court again with an application.
We are talking about the High Court now.
Yes, the High Court. But you see, the IBC can as well say, well, even with this decision, and perhaps going by the determination that was had by the Supreme Court in the Joho's case, the court ought to have directed on the extent to which this retrospective application will have been. And to the extent that it was not sought by the petitioners, then the IBC will be home and dry and say, you know, we will apply it moving forward.
Yes.
So it depends largely with the application of the jurisprudence that is flowing from the Supreme Court. So it is not really an open and shut question as to whether we are going to reopen the process or not. Remember, the discretion, Joho's case returns the discretion of the court. You have seen in the previous past where Justice Anthony Mrima, my lord, has said that, you see, even with the transfer of the functions of the Kenya Meat Commission to the Kenya Defence Forces, the court declares that as unconstitutional, but says, I'm giving you a reprieve. You have until 6 months to implement that decision I have made. You have seen, even in other cases, where my lord, Justice Anthony Mrima, has said that the CAS, that position in itself is unconstitutional.
Yes, but it is still there.
But it has given the president a reprieve of 12 months. So you have 12 months to implement that decision. So what does that mean? It means that the court has discretion to direct us on you know, the timelines of application. And this declaration, the declaration of Justice Anthony Mrima that was made yesterday, does not set those timelines, which gives the IBC, in my view, an opportunity of saying, well, moving forward, we will look at it.
Okay. We are only 33, Gibson, we're only 33 days to the general poll. And I'm quite sure this pronouncement opens up everything, even can of worms, because the other candidates who are disqualified could argue, or could apply, as Wakili has said here, could also apply and say, now we need to be at the ballot. And the timelines, the papers have already started to be printed in Athens, Greece.
Yes, that is a very big problem as it stands, but as Shadrach Wakili here, a very good friend of mine, has just elaborated, there is that particular issue that we have to deal with. You know, you realize you are actually not supposed to be banned from running in the first place. You were discriminated up. The law was unfair, which was applied on you. So you have that right to go to court and seek that particular protection that you need. And once the court declares as much, which might, as he has said, as he has correctly put it, that it's not an open and shut case. You have to make your case. Once you make your case, then IBC has also to make its case. This is the position we are in. If you tell us to go and start printing, maybe we have already done that bit. It means there is also monetary implication. We have to go back to Parliament to give us more budget to again redo this paper. You see, this is a kind of confusion, which Parliament is not sitting.
Yes.
It's not sitting. So we're going to be now in a fix. And of course, courts, that's where the courts will now sit down and say, okay, well, you already discriminated upon. That has already been realized. But we're in this situation. Kindly let this be implemented progressively. Progressively. The Constitution does speak about a lot of things. There's the 2/3 gender rule. That has always been a constitutional provision that we need to have the 2/3 gender rule implemented. But up to now, that has not happened because it's a hot cake. There's a reality fix on it. So we need to always fix ourselves with the reality because law does not come in to bring, does not act in a vacuum. It acts in a reality situation whereby if this is impossible, you also need to have a right to show up in court like IBC has and say, my lord, we appreciate what you have said. You have kicked out some of our rules and regulations, which is well within the rights of the court and sits well with the Constitution. But then, this is the situation. We have a budget which is limited. We've already given an order on a contract for this to be printed. Then what happens now? Help us. Then the court will be like, now, guys, as long as you've put in this application, we have made a determination according to the law. But there's this reality. Let's give them reprieve to do this next time.
And now, okay, it's a good thing that you've brought about the cardinal rule is that I'm not supposed to be discriminated against. Yes. Now, the other presidential candidates, there's Jimmy Wanjigi, there are a number that were disqualified because of unceremoniously. And is there a way that they can find themselves on the ballot, in August?
There is or there isn't. That is now subject to deliberations. Subject to deliberation. I can't say that there is. What has been established by the court is that they were not supposed to be bad in the first place. Because the yardstick which was used on them was not meant to be used on them. They used a higher stakeholder, a higher yardstick than what was expected of the IBC to do. But IBC was also acting within its right. IBC didn't make this law. Yes. So they were implementing a law which they're supposed to follow, which was passed by the cabinet. The regulations were passed by the cabinet because or the minister involved. Yes, they were prepared by IBC, but there was stakeholder participation. At that time when they were being passed, everybody didn't see any problem. So you can't start judging them. As far as they are concerned, they were following the law. They were implementing the law. So it has been found by the court that actually, and then you remember we are talking about 2012 regulations.
Yes.
The data protection aspect which Murima based is a judgment on is it 2019 or 2020? Is either 2019 or 2020 act actually. And it has been implemented, it has started being implemented around this time. Now, you can't blame them for a law which passed later, which was not part of the 2012 regulations. So the court simply said, kindly, we are not sure you're going to conform to this. So this, as it stands now, this is illegal. So you got to have to come up with another new aspect to look into the data project, because data is a big thing now.
And Wamboi, now, are we running into perhaps one day or even now a constitutional interpretation crisis? Because Kriegler himself did say that when it comes to matters polls, we should have everything ready and set a year
in advance. Yes.
At least a year. But now we are looking at only 33 days. And some logistics have already started, the machines have already started moving.
Yes, yes. We are 33 days to the poll, and I am wishing actually all the contestants, including my friend Moses Kamaleki in Ongatarongai ward, all the best. But I think just perhaps even before I respond comprehensively to your concern, let me just add also something that my good friend and senior has spoken about. On, I mean, will we see an inclusion? You see, the lawyers will tell you, and even people who are well learned or schooled with the law will tell you that what is before us is attention of the application of principles. Remember, the law enjoys some presumption of constitutionality. So that any law that has not been challenged before a court of law, we assume it is legal, we assume it is constitutional. The only person who has the authority in law to make a presumption of the unconstitutionality of the law is the courts. So up until the time the court speaks, we must assume that everything that you are doing is legal. That is the legal position. So even as my senior is saying, it's the correct position. At the time the IBC was saying, no, get out of here, you do not have copies of the signatures or the copies of the IDs of people who have signed in support of your candidature. So that was the legal position. And you see, it is also a question of, there is a principle called judicial deference. That the judicial deference, legislative deference, and there is the executive deference. So that you need to defer, you need to avoid a space that is not by law your space. The space of legislating is the space that has been reserved for the legislature. Our women representative in parliament, our members of the National Assembly, and our senators at the Senate, it is their work to legislate. It is not the work of the court to legislate. So at the time these legislations were being passed, that was the legal position. The IBC is a creature created by law. It is supposed to implement what the law says so that it ensures that people participate meaningfully, at least in the elections. And that is what they did. So once they have done that, now the court has again declared some of these sections that gave them power to decline some of these nominations. Now they have declared that provision as unconstitutional. And of course, the court is exercising its power under Article 65 of the Constitution. So this is a tension that we need to balance. So that, and I return back to what the Supreme Court said in the Joho's decision, that you see, the retrospectivity of whether this decision will apply retrospectively, that principle is now to be on a case-by-case basis, so that what you're saying and what my senior is saying should be put in the balance. The ballot papers have been printed.
Yes.
The gun already left. The bullet already left the gun. The horse has just bolted from the stable. So what are we going to do? Are we going to create another crisis? And now this takes me to what you had asked about Kriegler. Of course, Kriegler was just but making recommendations. But you see, the law, there are different schools of thoughts when it comes to the implementations of the law. There are judges who believe that they will make decisions even if the heavens will fall.
Even if it's one day to the election.
Yes, it does not matter, really, because they are living to their oath of office. Remember, they swore to uphold, yes, it's their duty. Yes. They swore to uphold the Constitution. So that if what is before me is unconstitutional, I will just declare that. But I believe, as constitutional scholars, people who want to ventilate on some of these constitutional issues and legal issues, what is important is for us also to ask ourselves. Because in the previous past, we have seen the Supreme Court uphold what is called, the application of what is called structural interdicts in the delivery of judgments. So that they give judgments. A judgment has been given, but there is some timeline for some people to implement that position that the court has taken, and a report to be filed to court, so that the court can understand whether there is obedience of its court orders. So I think over and above, in as much as my lord did what is right, there is need for the courts also to take cognizance of some of these realities. 33 days to the election.
It's a good thing you're saying.
Quite a lot of confusion.
It's a good thing that Wakili is talking about, because he's saying that because they're officers of the law, he could have made this pronouncement or judgment a day to the general polls. All right, away from that. Now, we have Reuben Kigame, we have the Mwangi wa Iria, we have the Safina Party, Wanjigi. Could they also move to court? Because IBC, remember, when we were talking about the degrees, that MPs, senators are supposed to be having degrees, that was shelved to be used in the 2017, then they say, no, 2017, let's go to 2022. Now they've pushed it again. IEBC has an opportunity to say, yes, indeed, the court has pronounced itself, and we understand and we totally obey, but unfortunately, as Wakilia said, the train has already left the station. What is the reprieve that the Wanjigis, the Kigames can have, bearing in mind we have 33 days to the general polls?
The reprieve, if they so approach court, will be, as Shadrach has said, will be the best case scenario for them, not for ABC or their supporters, will be them to be included. If there is space for them to be included. That is IBC to tell us the position they are in. We're not advocates of IBC. But if they go to court and the court says, yes, you guys need to be in the ballot, and IBC does not have a good explanation as to why they cannot include them, they will be included. That is the best reprieve for them. For IBC, the best reprieve will be if they have financial constraints, if the ballot is this thing to be implemented in future. There is something else which we need to also focus as, which I need to preempt in what my colleague has said. When an application is brought before court, for example, if the Wanjigis and the others show up in court, they will be representing their personal ambitions, projections.
Yes.
At the end of the day, then now, once they get their reprieve, then we look at how does that reprieve apply as against the interest, public interest. IBC is a public interest thing. They have a right against the IBC, but IBC has got to act in the best interest. That means IBC needs to be funded. If they say they do not have the money, and they need it from Parliament, of course, that now, of course, it's a deadlock. The court will now say, of course, now we have heard from IBC, we rule as much. This decision, as much as this ruling was given to the effect that they need to be in the ballot, let it be applied in future. Let it be applied in future to avoid a catastrophe. We are only 33 days. By then, if they go to court, maybe it will be a week, or maybe the ruling will be in 10 or 20 days. So there will be even 20 days remaining. So maybe the reality of the practicability of them being in the ballot will be impossible. They will be said, you have done yourself a favor. You have participated in progressing the law.
So they are not out of the
but then, thank you so much. Kindly, the public interest must be able to supersede your personal interest.
Thanks for coming, right?
Thanks for coming, and thank you for helping us. But we will do this next time. Next time, if you're in the ballot, be sure you will be. You will not be discriminated upon.
Gentlemen, I'm seeing this scenario replicate, or it's more or less the same as what happened. EACC flagged around 240 candidates.
Yes.
And of course, I'm quite sure a lot of Kenyans were waiting to see some of the names being struck out by IEBC, including the degree saga, of which it has refused to go away. Now, they said that IEBC talked about unless the court pronounces itself and say Wambui Shadrach is so corrupt, he will not be at the ballot. The same in the case, the Sakaja's case. They said if IEBC said if the court says that no, we are not going to recognize this, then that's the only time that Sakaja can be struck out. In the same way, the corruption list and everything. So what now happens? EACC, they have been doing their research, they have been doing their investigations, and they have come up with a list that they say these people should not be at the ballot. And now the IEBC is throwing the ball squarely to the courts and saying, okay, fine, we have the list, but unless the courts pronounces itself on these names, these guys, they're going to be at the ballot.
You know,
the courts are being overworked?
No, really.
Yeah?
It's a question of respecting the goodies that come with democracy. Democracy is not the best form of leadership, but it is the only one that has so far worked well. Yes, the others like anarchy do not work. So really, we have decided as a democratic country to bestow the power to tell us what is good and what is bad to the courts. We have said that we have a hierarchy of courts. If there is a complaint at the magistrate, there is a process of verifying whether there is wisdom in the decision made by a magistrate up until the Supreme Court. And there are so many channels. These channels are meant to ensure that you get what is called fairness in the process. Now, we are also having our clients. The incoming Kilifi Governor, Honorable Aisha Jumwa, is one person who has been accused on so many things. And this is largely due to political reasons. And I'm involved deeply in these cases. I'm not going to discuss, of course, the merits, but at least from what I know, and I can confidently tell the viewers, as a practitioner of law, as an advocate who has been representing Aisha Jumwa, the incoming governor of Kilifi County, I can tell you for a fact that this law is proper. It is not sufficient that because you've been accused of corruption, that you should be ostracized from the electoral process. No. Some of these things are just meant to distract members of the public. They are meant to hoodwink them so that the members of the public are blackmailed not to voting a person who has their interest at heart and voting a person who is probably having some, there is some liking he has towards certain quarters. You see, so you paint, when you decide to paint a donkey, you paint it, black and white colors. It does not become a zebra. And that is what we've been seeing. We've been branding people as corrupt. We've been branding people as murderers. We've been branding people as thieves. And yet the courts have not spoken conclusively on that issue. And this is where I return and say that I think, this is my considered view, that the safeguards that are there in law, remember, these safeguards are there so that even you, even you in the future, you will be sitting in the same position that Honorable Aisha Jumwa is sitting. And you will find yourself now, you have everything going on well for you. The people have decided it is Njue, it is Njue, it is Njue, Ben Njue. Yeah. So, and some people have now crafted, they have concocted and come up with, some scheme to deny you that favor that God has bestowed on you. So it is good and it is proper that we respect the position of courts in our democracy.
Yeah, and still on the same, gentleman, because looking at, you've said it's a good thing that you've brought about the Aisha Jumwa case, because it's not the only one that is pending in court. Yes. And the court, we always say innocent until proven guilty. Yes. But looking at some cases in the courts, because I've been at the courts for a while now, I think Sospito Jamong was charged in 2018. Yes. Eleanor Kulal, I think it was in 2020 or 2019. Governors like Migori governor, we have the Tharaka-Nithi governor as well. But these cases, you very well know that they haven't moved an inch. Some have not even fully gone into trial. And the years keep going. 2018, 2022, you see the same names. We had a conviction of, is this 3C MP, John Waluke? Yes. And but he appealed, and he is at the ballot. He spent some days, some weeks in prison, but he is at the ballot again. Yes. So perhaps could be the judiciary be the weak link when it comes to electoral processes. Not at all. Because these people, EACC is just talking, we are waiting for 240 people not to be at the ballot, but at the end of the day, we see them at the ballot.
To start with, EACC is doing its duty of reporting, because that's what they meant to. If they don't, then we are going to blame them. But their work stops at investigation and reporting and bringing these people to court. But then the courts have got to make a decision. But how do the courts make a decision? If I say Ben is guilty of 1, 2, 3, as the state, I'm supposed to prosecute you. At the event that I just present you to court and run, or don't move the court. The court has got to be moved to the finality, to the end of the time where the judgment is given, like in Waluke case, which was a very successful trial. He was found guilty. But then the court will also say, if you feel aggrieved of the judgment, if you feel that maybe some things were not properly decided in your favor, or some things were overlooked, you still have an opportunity, another layer of opportunity to come up and tell us, look here guys, I'm not satisfied with this. I feel I was victimized, or the court never looked at some critical things which could have found me not to be found guilty. So you are given an opportunity of appealing. That is what Waluke has done. Yes, he served time, but that was pending his appeal. When his appeal was approved, he was released. So he has still a duty. He is still not guilty, because a superior court is going to make a decision on whether he's guilty or not guilty. So he has been given that much time, because he's still in the process of vindicating himself, or otherwise. So as until that is done, then we can be able to. And then this aspect of blaming the courts every now and then as being the weak link, the courts do not move themselves. They are moved by either the states, especially in the criminal cases, which are most of these people are being accused of. Let the state move stiltly to the end and prosecute these cases to the end. Let them demand. The problem which we find in court, and Wakili can attest, the state comes up with the charges which are more or less trumped up, or even fair charges, but then slackens in prosecuting these cases. Once it slackens, you know, the duty for the public, they have seen somebody in court, they have been told this guy has stolen this money or he has killed somebody. But then the court do not take that public opinion and prosecute somebody and then find him guilty and convict him. It's the state to come, and this person will be given an opportunity to explain his story. The state explains his story. At the end of the day, judgment is given either in favor of the state or in favor of this person.
Indeed.
So that is how the courts work. Let's not have it twisted and start blaming the courts. It's a fair opinion which comes from the court after looking at both sides.
So if we are going to prosecution issues,
yes, it's actually mostly
you want to add something on the same, and still on election preparedness, even the Azimio, presidential candidates, Raila Odinga, I think the day before yesterday, through his lawyer, Paul, he talked about Pomwangi. He talked about that we have raised some pertinent issues, but IEBC seems to be quite sluggish in giving us a clear picture of what we want. And each and every time when you mention IEBC and somebody is aggrieved, the first thing, or even not even agreed, is to file a petition at the court. And say, this is, I want A, B, C, D, but IEBC is not doing that. And then we wait. At least now we are seeing cases being expedited, and the commission actually, I believe, is having an easier time because these things seem to be expedited. We've seen the cases of Sakaja and all the presidential candidates who were quite expedited. Wakili, your comments on that?
Now, Njue, perhaps before I respond directly to that question, it is important that I also participate in the discussion that you have had just with my senior. On the question of the courts being the weak link. On my own personal accord, I have had the privilege and honor of representing the Kenya Magistrate and Judges Association alongside my senior, Mr. Dunstan Omari. And one thing is for sure, is that we tend to make logic from illogical reasoning. Is that we tend to place a blame on the judiciary, while in reality, the blame should be lying elsewhere. And this is largely due to the misinformation or miscommunication of information to the members of the public. So that if you are to keenly look at probably the nomination disputes that we've been having, I have litigated one from the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal all the way to the Court of Appeal. And you see, when it comes to the elections matters, especially these nomination issues, and in view of the amendments that were done on the Political Parties Act in the year 2022, the Supreme Court, when it comes to hearing and determining matters of nomination dispute, is actually the Court of Appeal. So the Court of Appeal is the final court when determining these issues. And that is the seriousness in which you should look at disputes that have found themselves at the Court of Appeal. So in a dispute we participated, there is a member of County Assembly in Ongatarongai, Jemnyango Moses Kamalik, who had been denied his ticket. And we went all through. Within 3 months, the dispute had been heard by the ODM Dispute Tribunal, the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. It had been heard by the High Court, and it had been heard by the Court of Appeal.
In 3 months?
Within 3 months.
That was quite fast.
Record time.
On Kenyan standards.
Yes, and that should tell you about the zeal and the determination that we had as councils, and of course supporting the court, so that the court would only but reflect our zeal. The court became zealous because the advocates representing the matter were zealous. So that a determination that was entered by the High Court in Kajiado on the 6th day of June, there was an appeal on the 7th day of June. Quite very fast.
Just a day.
Yes, and by the time when we were getting to the 20th day of June, the Court of Appeal, my Lord, the presiding judge and the president of the Court of Appeal, Justice Musinga, Fatuma Sichale, her leadership, and my Lord Sankale, had decided unanimously that Moses Kamalik Jemnyango was the nominated member of Parliament, member of County Assembly. And this is with the record time. This will tell you that it is not true that the judiciary is the weak link when it comes to expediting matters.
Perhaps they are doing that.
In reality,
perhaps they are doing that because we are looking at 30 days to election. Maybe.
Yes. No, not really. Not really. If you're to look at, and this is why I want us to make a comparison. I have just made that indication so that you can make a comparison, and even our viewers can make the comparison from where they're sitting, the comforts of their house or their offices. We have seen in criminal cases, you have made mention of, the criminal cases lying in court. One where Obado is involved, the governor, His Excellency, is it Siaya?
Yes.
Now, go to the records and look at the number of times the charge sheet has been amended in that case. Every time people are ready to proceed with the case, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions comes up with an amendment issue. They have introduced additional evidence that had not been contemplated by the defense. So really, who is to blame? And this is not the only case. Even that of Ojamong, we have seen it in a number of cases in this country where the Director of Public Prosecutions, and of course this is because of the knee-jerk reactions when it comes to him exercising his power, if at all it is there, for him to charge people. So that he charges people on scanty information, on rumors, and he wants to amend the charge sheet through the proceedings.
But amending this frivolous adjustment, like Maraga said, is that they make cases drag in courts for years.
Exactly. You have lined up about 30 witnesses. You have overloaded a charge sheet. Someone is appearing, like NYS case. You know, you should even be looking at the NYS case. You have people who are appearing in 13 files. In the 13 files, there are 13, someone has 12 offenses for each count. 12 offenses in this file, 12 offenses. When will you ever prosecute?
Not even legal.
Yes, and you have 30 witnesses. They need to develop a strategy. Remember, criminal offenses do not expire. What is the need of, clogging the court, rushing the court, coming up with amendments, cases that do not end? Well, you can take one sample case. If you want to send a message, take one case, prosecute it. Just have minimum number of witnesses. You have that power. You instead of taking 30, take 5.
Get concrete evidence.
Yes, concrete evidence. Expedite that trial. We have a judgment in a record 3 months, so that we will pave way for appeals. And when we have elections coming, like we have one that is coming on the 9th day of August, then you will not be having some of these complaints that you've been seeing and hearing of Waluke from, 2010. You've been hearing of Obado from 2017, and nothing has been done. It is largely because of a lack of well-trained and well-informed Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Because if you make
it's not the judiciary that is delaying all this.
Justice Anthony Mrima, how long does he take to make his determinations? You've been discussing so many cases that he makes here.
Yes.
He is a man that is always living on his books. He's always there burning the midnight oil. So the blame can never be apportioned to the judiciary.
All right, gentlemen, and of course we are officers of the court. Now, looking at another election preparedness that kind of wasn't well received was last week. You do remember when the IEBC was meeting the 4 presidential candidates and the issue of the company that is tasked with the printing of the ballot papers. There were some issues that were raised. It's not the first time. In 2017, we had the same issue they had raised against was Al Gulal. And this seems to crop up again in this issue. The issue of procurement of ballot papers. It's always something that is coming up, and it's not the first time it has been challenged in court. Perhaps there's a remedy for that, because every time it is challenged, we end up in court, take days, valuable time and resources as well.
Of course, that was a very important meeting to schedule, and I want to congratulate the IBC for doing that. I think they have previously not done that, or if they did, it was low-key. This one was well attended, means that people are serious this time. So they have faith that this thing is going to, and they have to participate. And they didn't send agents. Some, of course, sent agents, but the key principals were actually there to actually listen to the referee to tell them how he's planning his game, what he expects and what he does. And then he was able to take questions. You see, that is the benefit of the law. That is, we are trying to develop IBC to strengthen its wings for people to have faith in it. So that is the first thing. On the second bit, this aspect of printing has been always been contentious.
Yes,
has been contentious, but that's not the only thing. IBC is a public body. It does not absolve itself from the blame which goes around in terms of public procurement. It's a big thing. It's a lot. It involves a lot of machinations. It involves a lot of interests, which might be involved in politics or not. It could be financial aspects. Somebody wants to bring his person, or somebody is purely to make money. So that also plays an. So that's two angles. There is the political angle. There is also the aspect of some people will want to just to play around, bring their person who gives the best cut. We can't be ashamed to say that that could be something. That could be something involved. So at the end of the day, you find IBC unable to answer some very basic questions. Being a public body, they ought to come out clean. They ought to be as clean as his housewife. But at the point that they fail to answer such critical questions, then still they carry the blame. They carry the blame because we expect better of them, because they're using public resources. Public resources ought to be appropriated in a certain manner. I can't give you public resources and then you decide to use them the way you see fit. That fosters the aspect of people having insecurity. Are we safe with this person?
Indeed.
So the CEO and the chairman of IBC, I think, needs to stand tall and say, this time we can't have this, but already we are in it. So next time we expect better of you.
Yes, and still on the integrity questions, IEBC each election year, since the days of ECK, the days of Kivuito, always in the election year we have issues cropping up. And looking at today's newspaper, on the front page of one of the dailies, they've talked about one of the Kenya Kwanzaa principle. Wetangula. They said that he had sort of had more or less like an investment talk with the same guys who 9 months later were given the contract or the tender to print the ballot papers. This, of course, always raises integrity questions. Since ECK, since the days of Hassan, the Interim Independent Electoral Commission, IEBC. And now we are still playing the same card. Years after we promulgated the Constitution, we became a free nation, we became everything, you know. But in every election year, the integrity question on the printing of the ballot papers has to be not only raised, but has to be a topic of discussion in the country.
Yes. You know, Njue, we have traditionally demonstrated that we are people who do not have values. as a country. And this must inform the reason why, while we were drafting the constitution and giving it upon ourselves and the future generations to come, we decided that under Article 10 of the constitution that we are going to have what we call national values and principles of governance. So that when you are coming up with a policy, when you are interpreting the law or giving life to a certain law or provision, you must factor in some of these national values and principles of governance. One of them being accountability, transparency, and all those things. Now, this must tell us why we, even after coming up with those express provisions of the law, we keep on suspecting one another. That is why we cannot have those ballot papers being printed by Munga Designs, who is a printer here at River Road here. We cannot give you, because we suspect that the next time we give you, and probably you are thinking of someone else, you are having your uncle who is a candidate elsewhere. So you might decide to stuff some and for his own benefit. That is the level of suspicion that is between and amongst ourselves as Kenyans. Now, this is why we have to incorporate or, give this assignment to someone else who is living very far away from us. And perhaps people who are little known to us. Now, the suspicion, I have seen it on the daily newspaper today, where Wetangula is said to be having some links with these people. I think this is a red flag. And it must be investigated. We must see the level of, the engagement that they have. What stake does he have? Because remember,
and why them? Why not another company?
Exactly. You see, they have not looked for Ben Troy Njue and placed him on the newspaper, the front newspaper. No, this is my senior, Moses Wetangula, who is now one of the principals in the Kenya Kwanzaa. So what are we seeing? What will the people, like-minded and reasonable people who are affiliated to the Azimio or Agano Party or Roots Party, Tingiza Muti, how will these people view that one of the people who are participating in these elections as a principal in the Kenya Kwanzaa is having some bedroom talks with the people who are printing? There might be suspicion, reasonable suspicion of ballot stuffing. And this must inform the Algurai dispute, which was before Justice Odunga, Professor Joel Ngugi, and another, which saw its way up to the Court of Appeal on the question of the involvement of the public or the public participation in the procurement of this the company that printed the ballot papers. And this is largely the suspicion, because we are not clear on who really should be getting this tender. And I'm hoping that because we are still at the election preparedness level, we are preparing for the elections, which are 33 or thereabout days away from today, is that some of these grievances or concerns will be addressed. I am well aware of the grievances or concerns that have been raised by my senior Paul Mwangi, and these grievances must be addressed. Remember, following the nullification of the elections of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, there were some recommendations as against the IEBC. Remember them being told to go and open the server, and the senior counsel Paul Mwite returns and says those people are asleep. Remember that incident? Yes. So we must not forget what transpired. We must not forget the recommendation that the Supreme Court told us. In any event, I am hoping that since the chairman of the IEBC, Mr. Chebukati, is a lawyer, is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, must revisit the jurisprudence that has been flowing from courts, must be guided by those decisions, so that we do not have a repeat. What the Supreme Court told us in 2017 on the first day of September is that we have the capacity of declaring everything that you do as inconsequential, nullity, illegal and invalid. So we must be very careful as we approach these elections. The IBC must open its eyes. It must approach everything with great circumspection. We must be careful. That is the point I want to rest at.
Gentlemen, and because of the interest of time, you are advocates of the High Court.
Yes.
Ruth's candidate is also a lawyer and a distinguished one, a distinguished professor for that matter. Let's look at some of the things he has talked about in his manifesto. And in this light, on the legal side, he's talked about legalization of something that is illegal in the country, that is marijuana. And he's talked about the hyenas. Okay, I will not go to the finer details of how they're supposed to be done, but these things, even the animal crusaders, clergy, they are talking about, this guy is talking about something that contravenes the constitution, and yet he's just let to campaign in manifesto. He goes to the finer details of those things, but nothing is being done. Why is he being allowed to promote things that will be challenged the first day? And another thing, a very dangerous one, is that he's talking about suspension of the constitution, the apex law of the land. Your comments on that as we wind up, as we think it's empty.
Then I'm laughing. Eh?
Yeah.
Wajako is my friend.
It should be. You guys have been in court with him several times.
We've come a long way, and I think there are things which, of course, he says which shock people. But then again, not entirely, not all the things he says really shock me. The aspect of marijuana, I think even you had some party Honjo saying that. I think that what he's saying has been proven somewhere. I think we'll consider doing that. So,
but the good thing is that they're saying that it's something that should be up for discussion. But he's talking about legalizing.
We need
and the suspension of the constitution.
The part of suspension of the constitution is what I don't understand what it means, because that is now a red flag, which we shouldn't be able to allow. But then I understand what was trying to maybe put across is the aspect of the fact that now we have this corrupt, we have been talking of the corrupt people and how they have become a problem. I think he's thinking, I'm not so sure, he needs to explain himself. It was that, you know, we can't, with this constitution, we can't deal with these people. It has become a problem. What he was trying to aspire or to raise is the aspect that, you know, we need to maybe set the constitution aside, deal with these fellas once and for all, and then come back, which is, of course, practicality of that is what I don't understand. But that will need to take the Kenyan people to accept, because we have given you power, you can't start using it anyhow. We'll need to give you the power to implement whatever it is you are saying. If we say no, we say no.
All right. Council, as we wind up, of course, he has endeared with a lot of youth, and some people can identify with that, and especially those who have terminal illnesses and stuff, and re-look at perhaps the medical aspect of marijuana. But from there, he went all the way to talking about suspension of the constitution. How would even the situation be? Bearing in mind, if he is voted in as president, he'll be voted in using the same constitution that he intends to suspend after taking office. A dangerous president, don't you think?
Yes, you know, Ben, I begin by saying that some of the, you know, issues that he raises or proposals that he raises in his manifesto may not necessarily be wished away with a wave of hand. It is important that we reflect on the merits or otherwise of what he's saying. Remember, the way I want to look at the proposals that have been made by Wajakoya, Professor Wajakoya, is that he's just you know, provoking us to wake up from our slumber, where we had you know, a certain set formula of succeeding in life, of addressing our economic challenges. It is just a reignition of our mind to find out some creative ways that we have that probably we can use to ameliorate and make life our lives even better. So that is on the aspect of you know, marijuana, and I have been participating in some of this clamor when of course in my assignments as the council representing the Rastafari Society of Kenya, where we have sought the decriminalization of marijuana, because even the World Health Organization has even declassified marijuana as one of these hard drugs alongside those of heroin and the rest. So that is speaking specifically on the aspect of marijuana and those you know, the hyena things. Remember, it's a creative way. The reason why Africans have been dying of starvation is largely because we just eat what has traditionally been eaten or been eaten by our grandfathers and forefathers. We have never ventured into the eating of grass. We have never discovered whether by eating grass you will die, No, we just think that is just a reserve of the goats, which we ultimately slaughter and eat.
Yes.
So if it does not kill the goats, why can't we eat? Now this is
the suspension of the Constitution.
Yes. Now remember, even the 2010 Constitution that we have right now is just but a clamor of some of the the agitations and aspirations of people pre-2010 Constitution. So it is a rebirth of the law. So the law in itself, if you read also specifically, and this was discussed largely in the BBI decision by the Supreme Court, if you are to read Article 255, 256 and 257, the Constitution also provides for ways of its amendment, so that we just need to discuss and understand as a people what are these amendments that are there that are going to lead to probably the remaking of another constitution. We just need to understand, because until you understand, it will be difficult for you to wish away. And lastly, on this same issue, of course, the Constitution specifically says when we can have states of emergency and all those things. So even while Wajakoya might be very, and sounding very good and exciting, exciting ideology. Yes. We need to balance. Everything that he says needs to be guided by the constitutional dispensation that we have. But there is nothing totally wrong with suggesting amendments to the Constitution, hanging of corrupt individuals. That is a sentence. We are hanging murderers. We are hanging people who rob with violence. There are people who are robbing with violence, but not violently. They're just using their pens. They're just sitting in offices. We have employed them in public and state offices, but they are stealing from us. Yes.
So it was problems.
Exactly. And if indeed the corruption is the menace, it is the lion that has always been in our room, or the elephant that has always been in our room. If we must deal with it conclusively by meting a death sentence to the people who are found guilty, so be it.
All right.
In
China, they are short.
Yeah, actually in China they are short. Now, there's somebody, John Te, saying Miritini, Kizurini, Sharifa Chokocho tuned in from Kolomani, Kakamega County, KBC is lit. The kind of preparedness, this is Masikuti, saying the kind of preparedness we have in Kenya is that we only have the voters. How IBC are just competing with the court. Gentlemen, we can keep this discussion quite lengthy, but unfortunately we are out of time. Thank you so much for your valued insight, some very positive comments coming in. Thank you, Sana Wambui Shadrach. I'll always see you in court, and also Gibson Gisore. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your insight and for your time.
Thank you so much.
I've been speaking to two advocates of the High Court, and they are also leadership governance experts, as you have heard their insight on the political landscape and more specifically on the election preparedness. We just hear some petitions in court, some petitions at the tribunal, but they have set the record straight. So let's see how it goes. We're only 33 minutes to 33 days to the general polls, but as you can see on your screen now, we have a Safari rally that is being, we have the Lioness Rally team, which is receiving sponsorship from KBC. Actually, as you can see, that is acting managing director Samuel Maina, just here at the KBC. And they are sponsoring the Lioness Rally team that encompasses one of our anchors. On Saturdays, you can tune in and you can see that they are currently talking about the nitty-gritties of the sponsorship. Perhaps we can listen in to what they are saying.
It's a Subaru. So in our team now, we drive the Subaru, the 10, modified with an SPV, as for Team 7 KBC. We really appreciate Mr. coming to this, and we're happy to come and support.
Good. So we are happy to partner with new people.
Thank you.
This is the start. We are going to do. This is the start. What I can assure you, this is a sporting house. it's a broadcasting house, it's also a sporting partner. This is the start of our engagement. We're going to do major things. We agreed with the girls, we are going to America with a car branded KBC in one of the rallies in America. So start here. We are very happy to partner with you people. Pauline is one of our own. When she is not in these cars, she is doing news. So we also need to partner in other areas. So give our teams the projects that are coming so that we prepare. This was very quick. I think we engaged a week ago. We engaged last week and now it is here. So let's move, talk to Shideka, talk to Florence so that we move on. As you know, we launched the sporting events for KBC. We have about 8 of them for the whole of from now to next year. So this is a sporting house as well as a broadcasting house. We wish you well. Nimeona hiyo speed. Mimi siwezi ingia hapo because if it is here, what if in the field? We wish you safe. Yeah, let's move on. Let's build this house. Let's build, especially girls. We also want you to go encourage girls to be. It has been a man game, but now it's ladies. Ladies are there, and KBC is happy to be with the girls. Okay. So engage our team for the coming event. We want to brand the cars KBC. And when you go out there, talk good about KBC. It's a big house. It's owned by the people of Kenya. Yes. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Get in to move.
Thank you.
Yeah. You want to say something, Pauline?
That's a request. Yeah. Because we are all drivers and we are all running different categories. If you could flag each category. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, we start with the ladies category.
So we start, or you wanted to say something? What you are sports.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. MD. First and foremost, we wish to appreciate the support KBC has given us. We are going to this Machakos Rallycross as a KBC team. We are going to represent KBC, and be assured we will not let you down. We are going to be your ambassadors out there, and we appreciate the partnership now we've gotten into with KBC. And just you have mentioned, we have more rallies that are aligned for us, like 14 of them, and I believe now, because of the partnership, we are going to fly the flag high of KBC, and we are going to rally under KBC. So we look forward for the support because we really want to participate in these more rallies because they are Kenya rallies. It's a Kenyan competition rallies, and also the one that is coming up, the USA one, which my sister Lisa will talk about it. So for me, I just want to say thank you for KBC fraternity for the support. And be assured that we are going to do it, and we are going to fly the flag high, KBC. And with my team here, we look forward for KBC team to come to Machakos and support us. Even if you're not going to drive, just come and spectate for us. Thank you. So we've been invited, Pauline and I, Kenyan ladies, to enter a 4x4 rally in America, in the Nevada, California desert. It's called the Rebel Rally. They've never had Kenyan women come and participate. So we have been invited, and there's something very exciting happening. We have been given a Mobius 3, a Kenyan manufactured car that we're shipping to America. So proudly Kenyan women driving in a US rally in a Kenya manufactured car. This is the first ever. It's a beautiful story. The rally is itself 8 days, so minimum 10 days really. So the day before, preparation, and then 8 days. And it has no GPSs, no cell phones, so old-fashioned navigation skills. So Pauline's going to get the map out and start reading. It's a lot of fun, so we're very excited about that one.
plus all the other remaining rallies. After Machakos, there is the 4x4 challenge in Nanyuki that we will also enter into. We've done 4x4 challenges before, Pauline and I, and we're looking forward to this one. Will be the second one this year that we're participating in. And I have to say thank you, KBC. We are so proud to be partnered with you. We're coming up with the slogan that women here are driving for change, supported by KBC. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank KBC for the good gesture coming in the last minute to support the Kenya team for this coming the Rally X in Machakos. Event for Kenya Nationals. The first one. But is basically the same like out of
as you can see right on your screen, speaking there, George Njoroge, together with John Mushemi Jr. We also have John Ngugi and our very own Pauline Shegu. That is Team 7 of the Kenya Rally team, sponsored by Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Let's listen in.
Again, brings joy to me, and having a good sponsor as KBC. So thank you.
Thank you so much, KBC, for this opportunity. Being a rookie racer and starting out recently with my first autocross event, I just passed up a few weeks ago. This will be my second event, and KBC, I really want to thank you for this opportunity. And this actually goes to show that you guys are really supporting the youth within motorsports, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Just a photo with the team. Wakimaliza. When they are through.
As you can see there, that is team number 7, which encompasses George Njoroge, John Mushemi, John Ngugi, and Pauline Shegu. They are being flagged off by our very own acting managing director, Samuel Maina. This is happening at right here at Broadcasting House, KBC. It's team 7 that has been, as you can see, you can hear the power of the engine of one of the vehicles that they will be using during the rally cross in Machakos. Remember, this is one of the teams that has been sponsored by KBC, a very powerful machine there that will be roaring into the rally cross in Machakos. Remember, one of our news anchors is one of the Lioness Rally team, that is Pauline Shegu. She was together with her driver. She was at this year's Kenya Rally Championship. There they have officially been flagged off, one of the vehicles that will be used, and just giving us a feel of what to expect. You can see they're having a ride, a quick one for that matter. And from the sound of the engine, as you can see, as you can hear, it's something that you'll be keen to look forward to, as one of the teams being sponsored by Kenya Broadcasting Corporation there, just been flagged off. And as you've heard, that they will be participating in a rally also. They have been invited. First team will be the first female team from Kenya in that rally at the United States. Some days to come. Well, the vehicle branded KBC. Just giving a feel of how the engine, and it's an all-ladies team. Actually, it's the first in Kenya. Earlier on, they have pledged that they will, of course, do their best. They're taking some photos after being officially flagged off by acting MD, Mr. Samuel Maina. We'll be keen and we'll be following up. Remember, we have a lot of events here at KBC that we will be beaming live. Remember, even the World Cup, we also have the World Athletics Championship that will be in Oregon, United States. They're having a second round. We're just at the parking there. So you can see so many vehicles. But as you can see, it's a powerful machine there. It has been quite modified. That's the second batch. As I've mentioned there, the four being George Njoroge, John Mushemi, John Ngugi, and also our very own Pauline Shegu. You can catch her on Saturdays on Dira ya Magwiji. Indeed, KBC, your true sports partner. Just in case you joined us, that is one of the teams that has been sponsored by Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. They're being flagged off. They will be team number 7. They will be taking part in Machakos Rally, and also as Pauline Shegu and her co-driver there talking about being invited in United States to participate there. They will be the first female team from Kenya actually to participate in that rally. And as I had alluded to earlier, is that KBC is your true sports partner. There are a number of events that will be taking part and we will be beaming live. You do remember last weekend we had some basketball. This month we have, of course, the Commonwealth Games. We have the World Championship, Athletics Championship that will be in Oregon, United States of America. And of course, the biggest one of all, that is the World Cup in Qatar. All the matches right here. Keep it. KBC, your true sports partner. Well, it was a breath of fresh air away from the hard topics of the law. And after we are done with the lawyers, now we are looking at matters polls as the media. How have we been covering them? And I would like to sample some of your responses. How has the media, according to you, been covering, especially the presidential candidates? That is exactly what we will be keen to look at in this second hour. And now I'm joined by a lady and gentleman. We have Lucy Moria, who is the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Deputy Treasurer. And also she will be vying for the Isiolo North Member of Parliament post. And on my extreme left, we have Professor Hezron Mugambi, who is a communication expert and also a leadership and governance expert. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana.
Thank you.
First things first, we've had cases of violence against women or their campaign tools, including their billboards, we've seen some being threatened on camera. How has the campaign trail been? Of course, you have another post that you have at Azimio, but as a woman, gunning for Isiolo North parliamentary seat, how has the campaign trail been?
Thank you very much. And first of all, before I continue, I want to thank KBC for sponsoring the ladies. And I want to congratulate our ladies, Pauline and the rest. Congratulations, I'm very proud of you as a stride for women.
Yes.
I'm so feminist, I'm so...
Thank you, thank you.
So what has it been for me? I'm like, did someone tell you about my billboard the day before yesterday?
Okay, just hold the thought. Hold the thought. Our current MD is speaking, Samuel Maina, in regards to the sponsorship that KBC has just unveiled. Let's listen in.
Good.
As it is ready, we will soon be crossing over to know more on the nitty-gritties of that sponsorship. But you are saying, apologies for that interjection, but you are saying how the campaign trail has been.
The campaign trail, I'm like, did someone tell you about me? Because 2 days away, my billboard was brought down at night.
You are a victim of that.
It's still actually cut. I can show you the pictures. It's not been removed and to report to the police. And nothing has really much happened.
Where exactly did that happen?
That is Isiolo town.
Isiolo town?
Yes. Okay. The day before yesterday. We woke up to find that the big billboard that costed me around 50,000 was cut into pieces.
Wow.
And earlier on, I think last month, another ladies' billboard, our women rep, was also cut into pieces.
And looking at, I'm trying to get to, I'm trying to picture how that is. There are men billboards as well.
Yes.
And they're just intact?
Yes, actually in the contest in Isiolo for MP, we are 15, and there are only 2 ladies, and mine was brought down. It is, even now it is half, it's cut into pieces, it's still there. I reported to the police, no one has been held responsible. I reported to the media, no one even trying to cover it. They think it's maybe business as usual. I actually talked to someone from Nation and said, like, I think this is news. And I also even talked to NCIC because it's serious, because like, you know, when something like that happens, I also have supporters who woke up and found that my billboard is not there. So they are like, we should also bring down all the others. So that's a starting point of chaos. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's been happening. There's been a lot of threats, and there's been a lot of
intimidation,
especially on the social media. You hear called all sorts of names. And I think it's because we are ladies, especially there is because I am a lady, trying to grab a seat which is meant for men.
Professor Mugambi, looking at what Lucy is talking about, there are some of the politics that we shouldn't be having in the country in the year 2022, but she's not talking about back in the days. She's talking about the day before yesterday. And you can see the violence that has been meted on her and her campaign tools. And it's not the first time. There was a clip that was circulating on social media of a woman being intimidated because she's vying.
First of all, thank you for always a pleasure to come to the state broadcaster. Secondly, also to congratulate my friend and student, you know, who happens to be your colleague. For, you know, the rally. Pauline Shegu is a great fit, always, to have ladies take, you know, this track which men have been taking for a long time. And I think it's against that backdrop. I want to say that it is against the Elections Act to destroy material of campaign nature, not only to ladies, but to anyone. I mean, it's against the law, and is, I think, the right direction she took to report to police, because anybody who is found culpable for that kind of offense, of course, is liable, you know, according to the Constitution, to be fined or to be jailed, because against the Elections Act.
Both.
or even both. But secondly, more importantly to say, I think in this day and age, we should not be talking about gender violence meted upon women or even men because of their gender. And I think we have come a long way, so to speak, in terms of representation and integrating the other gender, and I mean women here, into our political mainstream. The Constitution 2010 is very explicit on what representation should be, and we actually, in our political culture, we don't want to make it look like women are being given, so to speak, so that they play with men on the same level field. They ask for votes like men, they win votes like men, and they have done this. For the first time in the history of the country, we are having a woman running mate. Not in the sense, because I know Dr. Julia Ojambo has been a running mate, others have been there before, but to this level where the top tier, presidential candidate has, one of the front runners has a woman as a running mate. That's a feat. So I think we have come a long way. But at the same wavelength, I want to say that it is very unfortunate that a woman can actually be attacked or their campaign materials defaced or destroyed on the basis of her gender, on the basis that she's a woman. I think that should be condemned, and the police should take, and all the other arms, NCIC and the others, intelligence system, should take appropriate action so that these issues are not again repeated elsewhere in the country. I know in some parts of Western and in some parts of Nyanza, some campaign materials have been destroyed, posters have been defaced, not only of women, but also opponents who are men. But I think these are isolated incidents, and I think we want to condemn them first, but importantly, to ask for the agencies involved to take appropriate action so that we nab this thing in the bud, and the free or democracy which exists should be exercised by anyone, anytime, any place, as our constitution stipulates.
All right. Yes. And of course, the police have...
I recorded a statement, but they have not given me any report. They have not arrested anyone yet. My billboard is still there. I think some pieces are left. I've not even removed it. It's still there. I've not replaced.
In social media, you've talked about some bullying in social media. What exactly do they kind of to threaten or to
threatening?
demean?
Yes. In Isiolo is like those areas where there is arranged democracy, where wazee sit down and decide who is going to contest. And of course, definitely in those meetings, there are no women who are invited in them. I'm also a victim of that. So you find that the woman should step aside. For me, I've been bold. Even my opponent going around announcing that I've stepped down for him and confused all the people that, people are just confused to cause confusion. And just because she's a woman, she should step aside. Yeah, so it's been happening. Yes.
All right. Back to the topic of discussion. Looking at what we are currently looking at, we are looking at the media. I do remember the Deputy President and Kenya Kwanzaa talked about media in Kenya being biased, talking about they are not being given, for presidential candidates, are not being given equal media coverage. You are one of the members that sits in Azimio. In your view, how would you say the media has covered, and especially when we had the manifesto launch and the campaign trail?
I think the manifesto has been covered, even the trail. But I think the day there was the Deputy President and Wajakoya, I think having them side by side, maybe it's them who decided to have it on the same day. I think some paid attention on one side more because maybe like Wajakoya's manifesto was like kind of comical, and people are paying more attention to that. Like, for example, if you ask me what Dr. Ruto said, I wouldn't even tell, even now, because seriously, I don't know his manifesto. Wajakoya took the stage. And now I don't know if it was the arrangement of the media houses or it was the arrangement of them to do it the same day.
No, it was actually, I can speak for KBC on this. It is squarely It's
Their choice.
It's squarely their choice on the day and the timings. But we tried, and I remember KBC, we just switched from after Kenya Kwanzaa was done with the manifesto, we brought in Professor Wajakoya and Tingisha Miti. So I can say for KBC that we did cover.
But Wajakoya scored, as far as I'm concerned, because a lot of people, maybe there are things they want to hear. He was telling people what majority want to hear: shortcuts, how to get rich very fast, how to avoid, the law, such things. So I think he scored, and most people did not understand what Ruto was talking about, I think. But on part of Azimio, I think Azimio and Dr. Samaura yesterday, I think that the coverage was good because they're on their own and they're on their time. There was no interferences. There were no one to compare this and that. I think it was covered well.
All right.
But the coverage you're talking about, like now, I'm telling you, my material was pulled down. I talk to media people, and this is actually news. I don't think that is not news, to find somebody's big billboard on it's cut into pieces. But no one has covered it.
Okay.
And I think it's because it is a woman who was reporting. Yeah.
All right.
I think it was news.
Yes. And when we come back, Prof, you will tell us, okay, when it comes to media coverage, some people talking to the media, we are left questioning ourselves. We are supposed to cover the 4 presidential candidates. Yet some are talking about Wajakoya. We are propagating. It's like we are vouching for Wajakoya's an orthodox manifesto, or so to speak. But where do we draw the line? How should we cover the 4 presidential candidates? And especially if they are propagating or talking about something controversial. We have seen the spat between the president and the deputy president. Are these some of the things that we're supposed to bring out to Kenyans? Okay, we will be back with that. Because just joined us, this is News Check, and I'm joined by 2 professionals. We are talking about the state of politics and especially the media. How are we covering the campaign trails? How have we covered the manifesto? Are we being fair? What more should be done? What should we not show? We'll be back with more.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party.
Semeni Babakea. Babakea.
Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanzaa Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
It was all an accident. When I turned around, your mother was already falling.
If you know what's good for you, you had better give me your complete support.
But not on your stupid nonsense.
You're humiliating me, Flavio. I can't take it anymore.
Don't
You're going too
Don't
far.
exaggerate.
Stop.
Shut up and do as I say.
Ines, the love I feel for you remains intact.
But I need to get out of this place before he gets back here.
Are you saying you want to run away from your husband?
Genova is the heir to the throne. It'd be a grand gesture to have him come with me.
I don't want to see my brothers hurt each other.
I'll be the only one you can trust in the Amethyst Palace.
Prince Jason also asked me if I had feelings for you that were romantic. I'm not afraid of the fire. I've even seen a black dragon before.
Wafanya mzaa tu hapa, lakini mimi najua wewe ndio umefanya paka niache.
Wadizo mimi ndo nimwambia kuache. Mimi.
I hope imemfundisha habari leso.
Is it about Kate?
Yeah, unajua yule mwanamke haizi kuishi bila kututafuta.
Anatutafuta wapi babe?
No, I mean yes, yani
kati yangu mimi na wewe mwenye pesa ni nani? Sini zangu. So, tununua nyumba whether you like it or not.
Welcome back to KBC News Check, and in case you just joined us, in this second hour we are looking at the coverage, media coverage when it comes to aspirants and more specifically the 4 presidential candidates, and of course looking at the nitty-gritties of how things have been on the campaign trail. And I'm joined by Lucy Moria, who is gunning for Isiolo North Member of Parliament seat and also the Deputy Treasurer of the Azimio coalition, and we have Professor Mugambi here, who is a communication expert and also a leadership and governance expert. Before we went for that short commercial break, we were looking at, it's quite a pity that Madam Lucy here is not the first woman who has experienced a lot of hostilities in her campaigns. And when we talk about some of the regions in Kenya, they kind of don't really welcome women in with open hands if they are vying for a political seat. Is this something if you ask me, Professor, that's good. we are going backwards?
I think I don't share the same sentiment, because what is happening, if you look throughout the country, you'll see that we have been making progress. I think the progress could be perhaps is slower than what we need. But you see most of the women, and I can take it from me, we are going to have more women in parliament than we've had in this parliament, in the next parliament. If you ask me, most of those women who have Millie Odhiambo and the rest have been nominated first for people to change the perception about women. And so when they are nominated, then people can see women can serve. And we are coming from a backdrop of the traditions where women were not really considered to be leaders. Take the case of Kajiado East. You remember what happened. The current member of parliament was admonished that a woman cannot stand, and that is their Maasai culture, cannot stand when men are seated. All right? So cannot be a leader. But because of the change and the cosmopolitan nature of Kajiado East politics, she was elected finally. But now they have embraced in that culture women leadership, and that's why she went back. And now she even dared to move on and wanting to be a governor. All right? And there are many examples. Rosa Munga, nominated senator in Kisumu, now is running for MP, wants to be elected. Naisura Lesuda in Samburu West. And they are glittered all over, in coast, everywhere. So what is happening is that there is an increase, one, of women who are being elected, despite all the hostilities. Two, the number of women who are running for elective seats, forget about losing, is very encouraging, because the more they run, the merrier, because the increase in numbers. And they're also showing, my sister Moria is showing other young girls that actually women can run and get elected. So they are serving as examples for upcoming women and who wants to be elected. And I think the violence and all that is there because of the cultural beliefs. And Moria is running in Isiolo North. And you know what happens in the northern part of Kenya, where we have negotiated democracy. Yeah. And this negotiated democracy is focusing on men. That clans have positions for MP, for senator and all that. So they divide. But when they divide, they only think about you know, men. But fortunately, that's what I'm saying, things are changing. She's running, one of our opponents is my friend Abshiro, who is a nominated senator, but now running for MP in the same seat. What does that show you? It is moving slowly by slowly, the perception is changing. In northern Kenya, we have now women who are not women reps, but they are actually senators elected, MPs elected. So that shows you in that part of Kenya, which is deeply engraved in that culture where men are the leaders, is slowly changing. And so are parts of Coast, and so are parts of Nyanza province. If you ask me, the former Nyanza province, Maasai, we have now people, and we have women who are elected as MPs. Forget about women rep, because women rep is for women, who are now elected as MP. So we are moving. If you look at, in fact, the lower echelons, like the MCA, you find that there are very many women in the county assembly who are not nominated, but they are elected. So that shows that we are making baby steps. They may not be what we want, but we are moving slowly, progressively towards the goal.
And Prof, let me just pick your mind on the same line.
Yes.
We've seen that it's a good thing that you've seen that the first being nominated, and then people change the perception, and then they are allowed to...
they're elected.
They're elected, right?
Yes.
But there's also another issue still on the same line that we've seen, is that when they are married, if they are married, you hear some of the people talking about that
is very true. It is still cultural, because they believe once there's a culture, it's African belief that once you are married, then you no longer belong to the home. Therefore, technically, you no longer belong to that constituency or county. But that is also slowly changing. Take the example of the first women governor of Bomet, the late Joyce Laboso.
Yes.
She was married in Kisumu County, but she served not only as a governor, because she was married before becoming a governor. She was serving as an MP for Sotik constituency, and she was married elsewhere. But she showed leadership in how she was delivering, and that is how she became the first governor, woman governor of Bomet County, and amongst the few women who became governors in the post-2010 constitution. So I think we are making progress. I know culture, and you know very well, and my sister Moria knows very well, culture is not something you change in a day. You change it progressively. I think the more we are having, like now, I can assure you, I have seen the women candidates who have been nominated by parties across for MP, for senator, and others. They are very, very strong candidates. And I think we are going to have more of them going to parliament and to senate, and others becoming governor. In fact, we may end up having more female governors than we had this time. So I think that is in that basis I'm saying we are making progress, and the more people see women in leadership and show their contribution, then they start realizing they were actually against them for no apparent reason. Secondly, I think to answer the question about media coverage, if you allow, I think media coverage can be looked at in many aspects. One, we look at quantity in terms of time given to particular presidential candidates. Two, we look at quality, because you can actually give somebody 10 minutes, 1 hour, but what kind of contribution are they giving? Thirdly, there's also the issue about polling. Because, media has no capacity, has nothing to do with polling. The polling companies do their work, and media provides coverage or reports about them. And so I think, personally, I think the media in Kenya has been very fair, if you ask me, as a messaging expert, very fair in terms of coverage. Because the media picks news makers. If Madam Moria here does not make news, and she talked about something which was to be covered and she hasn't seen, if you don't make news, then you are not covered. All right? So if Wajakoya, for example, makes news, he is covered. But the interest in the news, because you also monitor your news coverage, the interest in the news, the more people are interested in that part of the news, the more you want to cover it. Because you also want people to follow you, you want people to watch you, you want ratings. Yeah. So in terms of coverage, I think there has been a fair distribution in terms of covering not only DP William Ruto or Honorable Raila Odinga, but also I saw Mwaure yesterday, and I've seen Wajakoya also being given fair coverage, because they are at that level, they are presidential candidates. I don't want to say that women have been denied coverage as compared to men, because the other thing is also our women need to learn how to ensure they are covered, all right? Because I always take this option this way. There are too many activities happening in the country, from presidential to MCA, and the media is supposed to cover all of them, but can't cover all of them. Then how do you endear yourself to the media to ensure you are covered? There are specific issues you are supposed to do to ensure you are covered by the media across, whether it was KBC, NTV, whatever media. But from where I sit, I think the coverage so far has been very fair to all the presidential candidates and across, because I also look at what print does. Sometimes you are not covered by electronic, you're covered by print or online. As well. So I think as a fair person who has looked through all the spectrum of coverage, I think at this point in time, I want to say the media has been very fair in coverage.
All right. Lucy.
Yes.
There's something that we also were looking at, and I've engaged Prof on the same, and especially in Isiolo. When we had a break, you said that is something that was there, where the woman is told you are married in another place, so you should go get, and it has happened in Embu County. Sesiri Mbarire is having the same issues where people say you're married somewhere else. And it's not only in the northern frontier counties. I'm not singling out Isiolo County, but it's quite rampant in those North Frontier counties. Can the media assist in changing this perception?
Actually, it's not just about where you are married. Are you even married? The question of you are a single woman. You should be having your husband here to say that he wants you to run for the position. So the issue is not just even being married, at least you are married. But how about a single woman? There are people who are single by choice, by divorce,
and they have leadership
widowed, and they have leadership, have also gone through that. So I think the media can do that. You can do education. You can civic educate people. The leadership has nothing to do with your husband or your wife. Even when you're in parliament, no one's ask you who is your husband or who is your wife.
Hold the thought.
Yes.
Hold the thought. Azimio la Umoja, one Kenya presidential candidate, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, is currently leading campaign rallies in Ruiru. Let's first of all listen in, and then we'll be back to the discussion.
Apeleke wapi? Apeleke wapi? Si yeye mwenyewe aliahidi vijana at laptop. Si anasema namna hiyo? Sasa mtu ambaye umempatia laptop miaka 10 iliyopita, sasa narudi kumpatia wheelbarrow. Je, hiyo ni ongwana kweli? Hiyo ni ongwana kweli? Si hawa watu ni digitali. Basi sisi vile vile tumesema tunataka kusaidia vijana wengine kwa upande ya ajira. Wale ambao wanataka kuanzisha biashara yao wenyewe, tutaanza sasa hazina mpya. Pale ambao kwenda kukopa pesa kuanzisha biashara yako na ulipi chochote mpaka baada ya miaka 7. Sawa? Sawa? Hata wale watu wa jua kali tutawasaidia. Wale watu wa bodaboda tutawasaidia. Bodaboda na wale watu wa jua kali tutaleta hazina pale ambapo naweza kukopa pesa kwa gharama ya chini. Sawa? Na wale jua kali tutawatambua. Inaitwa Recognition of Prior Learning, RPL. Yani wewe labda uko na ile certificate ya shule, lakini kazi yako wewe unajua vizuri. Wewe unajua kuchoma vyuma, wewe ni welder, sio? Mwingine ni kama mechanic, sio? Mwingine ni electrician, mwingine ni plumber, mwingine ni carpenter, sivyo? Mwingine ni mwashi, sio? Wote tutawapatia inaitwa a certificate of prior learning, shahada ya jitihada. Na ukiwa na hiyo unaweza kupata kandarasi ya serikali. Tumeelewana vizuri? Tumeelewana vizuri? Ili sasa hatutaki kuona kama wewe lazima uende nyuma ya mbwanyenye moja ndiye yako na certificate, yeye ndiye anapewa contract alafu yeye ana subcontract kwa. Hapana, wewe utapata contract direct moja kwa moja kutoka kwa serikali. Sawa? Sawa. Kwa upande mwingine vile unajua gharama ya maisha imepanda sana. Bei ya unga iko juu. Bei ya sukari iko juu. Mafuta iko juu. Mafuta ya kupika na mafuta taa sio. Tutapunguza gharama ya maisha ndani ya siku 100. Serikali yetu kiingia katika utawala, ndani ya siku 100 tutapunguza gharama ya maisha. Bei ya unga itarudi chini. Sawa sawa? Tumeelewana vizuri? Tumeelewana vizuri? Kwa upande mwingine, kwa upande wa ugonjwa tunaleta baba care. Unasikia? Semeni baba care. Baba care. Baba care. Baba care. Baba care. Baba care. Baba care itahakikisha ya kwamba Wakenya wote, kwanza tutahakikisha kwamba vituo vya matibabu zimeletwa karibu na pale watu wanaishi. Pili, ndani yake itakuwa iko daktari, iko manases, kuna vifaa vya kutibu watu na dawa iko ndani yake. Sawa? Pili, Wakenya wote, watoto, vijana, akina mama na wazee watakuwa chini ya bima ya matibabu, National Health Insurance Scheme, ili wakiwa wako wagonjwa wanapata matibabu hata kama hawana pesa. Sawa? Sawa? Hiyo mpango ya baba care. Sawa? Alafu kwa upande mwingine kuna wale jamii ambao ni maskini, ambaye hakuna hata mtu mmoja ndani ya jamii hiyo ambaye anapata mshahara. Wakati wengine kuna bala njaa, watoto wanalala na njaa. Sio? Hatutaki kuona kama Mkenya yote analala na njaa. Tunaleta mpango ambao unaitwa Social Protection Program. Jamii hawa watapata msaada kutoka kwa serikali kila mwezi shilingi 6,000. Sawa? Alafu wale wa mama ambao wana watoto lakini hawana mabwana, single parent mothers.
That is the right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and Azimio One Kenya Coalition presidential candidate Raila Odinga, and he is in Ruiru, and of course his goodie bag there contains a lot of things. He's talking about his social protection, talking about the single mothers, talking about the high cost of living, he's talked about corruption, he's talked about jobs for the youths, and his campaign trail is in Ruiru, and we will be getting a much detailed report in our subsequent bulletin. But back to our discussion, we are looking at the role of media in the campaign trails and ensuring that we cover impartially, because some people have complained that the media are not being quite objective. And two experts here, we have Azimio One Kenya Deputy Treasurer Lucy Moria, who is also gunning for the Isiolo North parliamentary seat, and we have communication expert and leadership and governance expert as well, Professor Hezron Mugambi. And before we went for Azimio rally, you were talking about something. Perhaps you can wrap it up, and then we can.
Yeah, we were talking about how slow, women are catching up, or the issue of women in politics is catching up, only that it is very slow. So I wonder how long it's going to take. Remember, there is the two-third gender rule law, and it has been postponed. It has been gradual, it has been progressive now for 10 years, and still nothing is taking place. How long are we going to continue breaking the law? Yeah, and we are breaking so many of them. We say people should have degrees, they don't get. You say parliament should be having the two-third gender, either gender, it's not happening. So is it that we need to change the constitution to suit what we want?
Or even increase the number of affirmative seats?
Yes, exactly. Okay. Yeah.
Professor, there's something that we have also touched on. There are some even media houses who would argue that unless you are a newsmaker, you have to make news so that you may be covered. Now, how do we now take the balance between what is being covered, and especially, let's give a practical example, on the ideologies of Professor Wajakoya?
Yes.
They are being covered, and social media, I think, is doing a far much better job than broadcast and print. How do we strike that balance between what is being propagated that can help Kenyans, and as people would like to put it, some things to just make Kenyans excited?
I think you are trying to ask the dichotomy between perhaps what can be classified as development journalism vis-a-vis the normal or the social one.
Yes.
And it's a daisy situation. To balance that becomes difficult for media houses. However, one of the attributes of news making, you know very well, is oddity. That is how odd an issue is. Out of the ordinary. Yes. No, everywhere. Yes. I mean, how did Donald Trump excite Americans? And I was there at some part when he was campaigning. How did he excite Americans to vote for him? It's because of odd. He became odd in the sense in which he was talking. He became unpresidential. He became, he broke all the rules.
Even the dressing itself.
Even the dressing. He became president. Even the way he used to treat the media. Look at the media itself. He was like a bully. He didn't want to question. In fact, he will go to a press conference and he becomes the one interviewing himself. He will say, this is what I want to answer. Can you ask? In fact, he used to be the one to decide who will ask a question and what kind of question.
Yes.
Which was out of the ordinary, which was odd. But he became president. So it is not that it is Kenyans who are looking for. It is a characteristic, it is an issue that when something is odd, out of the ordinary, people become sensitive and want to know what is this which is not normal, like the ordinary. And that's why Madam Mori is saying people were more interested in watching Wajakoya during the manifesto launch, and even after that, 3 days online, social media, that was the discussion.
That was the discussion.
Because Wajakoya is bringing very mundane and ordinary things and changing them to look very real and great. First of all, we are talking about the economy, and people are hard pressed, families are hard pressed, and he's here giving what looks very mundane, very small, as an answer to a very big problem to the families, to individuals, and the nation. How do we unlock this issue about debt? And it's something. The economy is a big thing.
You seem to be giving practical examples.
Practical examples.
As opposed to,
that's what I'm saying. It looks mundane, but
solutions. Okay. Let's
looking like
solutions.
It makes sense. I check online what people are discussing. And so, for the media, I think they will continue, and you're doing a great job, answering the call of what the people want, what the people like. And what the people like is out-of-the-box solutions to our ordinary challenges every day. Economy, social, how do you deal with corruption? Corruption is an issue. How do you deal with the economic meltdown is an issue. How do you deal with the school challenges of school fees? An issue.
All right.
I think anybody who wants coverage must know this thing.
All right.
That you cannot be covered by the media by sitting down like we are sitting and trying to discuss. Yes. Unless you are a newsmaker in the sense in which you've been in position, the president, prime minister, or whoever. Okay. But if it is Madam Moria here, she must make news by way of inviting the media by what she does to be able to be covered.
All right.
So it's
a number, yes.
It's like Prof is trying to say, it's like when you hear about taking a monkey and then go to the market, people will surround more around the monkey. A lot of people, although they know they would buy it to take it home, but Lucy, they want to see it. Yes.
In 2 minutes, how different are you going to be if you become the next Isiolo North Member of Parliament? Speak to them, at least now that the camera will not suffer the same fate as your billboards.
Isiolo people, good morning to all of you. I thank KBC at least for supporting me in Isiolo. And today I'm here in the national TV. There are a few things I want to rectify in Isiolo. First, the work of a member of parliament is education and insecurity, and that is what is surrounding Isiolo all along. Maybe as you've been reading news all the time, you see Isiolo starts from the bottom when you're looking at the results, and I want to dissect that. I want to know why people in Isiolo have been complaining about unfairness in distribution of bursaries, which are supposed to be an obvious thing. It's not a favor to get a bursary. So I'm going to make sure that they are fair. We have a lot of unemployed youth in Isiolo, and most of them do not have skills. As a member of parliament, I'm going to make sure that they go to TVET schools, and those who are not able to go to the universities can also be useful. They are not useless because they dropped out of school. So I make sure they go to TVET school, they get the skills, and after they get the skills, I make sure that I give them the tools to do the work. And I'm not going only to use the CDF money. I've traveled all over, I've lived in different countries, I have a lot of networks, so I'm sure I can raise all those monies to do what I'm talking about. About the insecurity, I've always told them, they see like our police station in Isiolo, it looks the worst. None of those institutions that are really for security are taken care of. I want to make sure they are fenced, they are built. Our police have toilets, of which they do not have, all those things. And I want to make sure for the first time, now we are here with a professor, Isiolo is the only county that does not have a university in Kenya today.
Wow.
I remember.
Not even
not even, So I'll make sure we have a university.
Thank you so much. Perhaps I can read just a few. I am safe in the hands of whoever will win, be it Ruto or Raila. Mradi tu Ajakoya asichukue. Okay, hiyo ni Nixon Rusena. There is comment tuned from Mombasa. Jayton Tyson. David Carr say he wants to see students style up when it comes to matters drinking. That is also another issue, Prof. You can attest to that. John Karanja, you're also watching Masecurity. Thank you so much for keeping me company. This is a discussion we need to have again. Thank you so much, Professor Mugambi, and thank you so much, Madam Moria. She's gunning for the Isiolo North Parliamentary seat, and the professor is a communication expert and also a leadership and governance expert. Thank you so much for watching. I'm now giving rise to Kurunzi Mashinani and Tamrini. I can see my colleague Timothy Kipnusu is on standby. Thank you indeed so much for watching. My name is Bentro Njue, and let's continue this conversation on social media.
Thank you.
Thank you.
supplies, whereby there are very few companies which specifically supply only Horeca. But other than hygiene products and food products in a hotel setting, there are so many other products which are needed. I also saw an issue in portion control. Portion control being the sachets, the small